I don't care for what I used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These streets are filled with greed, and I wonder who's my guest tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Tracking venom with the snakes bite. No way too high, but to fight. All the chains I bear leave me no escape. So I found a new feeling, darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Once they hunted, now hounds with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile and face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She once had the blue sky in her eyes, but now the actual blaze had died. She once had a heart of the blood, now she wants to pull your strings and take a drown. Burn the past, I found the ultimate solution for our fate. It's so sad, nothing holds me back. I'll be the one spinning the spread. No regrets. She once had the blue sky in her eyes, but now the actual blaze had died.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo. Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends! Join the Hullabaloo! We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. The show never stops, and the joy is set.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
If hurricanes could be predicted, perhaps Father would still be with us. Windmills are born to turn, Wendy. Your storm glass is sure to work.
The heavens are sure to open today. I just know it'll rain any moment now.
Such disasters cannot be avoided. Although, my child, you do possess an uncanny talent for studying the weather. But, Mother, even if I were to pour my very heart and soul into it, before this insurmountable precipice, science turns a deaf ear to my pleas. When evasion avails us not, when destiny ushers towards us a mighty hurricane, I will guide the storm and shatter this ludicrous obstacle. I will scatter the fog and seek the locus where the light converges. The downpour will return, and the truth will be mine to tell.
The stairway to omniscience is long and hallowed, as bards of old would sing in verses mellowed. Stories slowly fade, their whispers mist, becoming echoes in the dark abyss. When fingers touch the heart tree's ancient bark, they sense the essence in its rhythmic arc, and the owl bestows its grace, guiding me to that sacred gate. Visions that once clouded my sight now fade away. Sacred sounds fill my ears, resonating clear as day. We bask in wisdom from sagacious words, yet with our hands, they laid waste to all we've heard.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Clark. Through your esteemed wisdom, we averted losses beyond our imagining. We will always cherish your divine benevolence.
Stay away! No! Pledges of the past have turned to chains, dragging the exalted nowhere to dark lanes, never to return. Beneath an unseen gaze's might, consciousness, a silhouette in glaring light, slips into the void, out of sight. The prophecy was clear and bright. The hour comes. I take my flight. Ascending past an unchangeable fate, the road ahead is fraught with peril great. My silent old friend, so true and kind, would you accept this invitation of mine?
I don't care for what used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These streets are filled with greed, and I wonder who's my guest tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Tracking venom with the snakes bite. No way too high, but too far. All the chains I bear leave me to escape. So I found a new feeling, darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Once they hunted, now hounds with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile and face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She wants that the bluest
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo.
Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. The show never stops, and the joy is set.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
The stairway to omniscience is long and hallowed, as bards of old would sing in verses mellowed. Stories slowly fade, their whispers mist, becoming echoes in the dark abyss. When fingers touch a heart tree's ancient bark, they sense the essence in its rhythmic arc, and the owl bestows its grace, guiding me to that sacred gate. Visions that once clouded my sight now fade away. Sacred sounds fill my ears, resonating clear as day. We bask in wisdom from sagacious words, yet with our hands, they laid waste to all we've heard.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Clark. Through your esteemed wisdom, we averted losses beyond our imagining. We will always cherish your divine benevolence.
Stay away! No! Pledges of the past have turned to chains, dragging the exalted nowhere to dark lanes, never to return. Beneath an unseen gaze's might, consciousness, a silhouette in glaring light, slips into the void, out of sight. The prophecy was clear and bright. The hour comes. I take my flight. Ascending past an unchangeable fate, the road ahead is fraught with peril great. My silent old friend, so true and kind. Would you accept this invitation of mine?
I am away to carry myself further. There's something in the water. I don't care for what used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These trees are filled with greed, and I wanna lose my guess tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Tracking venom with the snakes bite. No way too high, but too far. All the chains I bear lead me to escape. So I found a new feeling, darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Once they hunted, now hounds with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile and face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She once had the bluest sky in her eyes, but now the actual blaze had died. She once had a heart of the blood, now she wants to pull your strings and take the trial. Burn the past. I found the ultimate solution for our fate. It's so sad, nothing holds me back. I'll be the one spinning the spread. I'll bring this world to peace. No regrets. She once had the bluest sky in her eyes, but now the actual blaze had died.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike. the superstar of Hullabaloo.
Come on, friends, join the hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. The show never stops, and the joy is set.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up. We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
I don't care for what used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These trees are filled with greed, and I wanna lose my guess tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Tracking venom with the snakes by. No way too high, but too far. All the chains I bear lead me to escape. So I found a new fate in darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Once they hunted, now hounds with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She wants that the blue sky. something in the water.
Welcome, detectives, to Call of the Abyss 8 NAEU Qualifiers Day number 2. I'm Nello, and joined by me is Kuroshiro Gaming. We will be your commentators for today, and we'd like to say welcome to everyone watching the stream. How are you feeling today, Kuro?
Well, after yesterday's games, we did finally manage to see our first team moving on towards the group stages in CN, which was Rivals. However, for today, we'll be seeing 4 new teams. If I'm not wrong, the first matchup today we have is between Omni and MHX. I'm sure that they'll bring us quite a lot of spectacular gameplays. However, the tension is still there though, because these two teams have quite a lot of renowned players that we know, don't we, Nell?
Exactly. We are going to keep the surprise a little bit longer. Yeah, well, we're going to introduce them later on anyway. So just trying to say hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you for the overwhelming positivity yesterday, and we hope to keep it today as well. So I'm just going to give a few shout outs to people that has been waiting since the start of the stream. The 30 minutes countdown: Celestial Peyrot, Melly, Caitlin, Elliot, Nico, Rad, Cassiope, just to name a few. Thank you so much for making this an exciting qualifiers to watch. And you know what, Kuro? I actually saw Schmitty in the chat just now.
Oh!
Yeah,
oh,
probably
it seems
scouting
like
the next representative.
Yeah, we're getting ready to see who will be the next team that moves on towards the group stages after, well, not group stages, but the NAU division after today's 3 matches. However, with that in mind too, if we just, slowly talk back in towards the game as well, we have seen, only maybe 2 to 3 hunters as of now. For yesterday games,
True.
It has been mainly Goldman and Hullabaloo, and it is quite a surprise as well to us and the viewers that it seems like for NAU division, Goldman is the hunter that has shown more domination compared to Hullabaloo in the other regions as well. How do you feel about that, Nell?
Well, I'll start by saying what I saw during the countdown. First of all, the design mechanics, right? It's just so playable, you know what I mean? That's why it just fits into the horror genre very well. And anyone who starts picking up this game, they'll be like, "Oh my god, what's this goat man doing? He's scary looking, and I'm so confused in his cage." So it fits perfectly into the horror genre that's supposedly 4v1, right?
Yeah, it's also like the jump scare genre, isn't it? Because he disappears right in front of you.
What's going
as well.
on? Why is he hitting me from behind? So I love the character design, and I love how it's meta now. So Goatman, Hullabaloo, like what you pointed out, is definitely going to be seen a lot in the BO1s and BO2s. If it's not banned, either one of them is not banned. And I agree, we've talked about this behind the scene. Survivors will pretty much have to fight it out in order to survive BO1, because there's no hunter bans at all. And I mean, it's just super exciting to see what strategies the survivors will come up with in order to counter either the Goatman or Hullabaloo. And I think that's what MHX and Omni has to do today if they want to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, and it's as if you said as well, right? For the past few games yesterday and moving on forward today too, it does seem like a lot of the times it's based on round 1s. It's like, okay, if we can't get that formal elimination or that advantage point round 1, round 2 and round 3 moving on forward, it's just so easy to actually maintain that position as well because of that 1 permaban and that 1 extra slot of bans of hunters that the survivors do have too. So for the hunters, it is also, it's not the only round where they shine, right? But it's one of the most important rounds for hunters and for survivors, just as you said too.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely be expecting a lot of the appearances of these hunters, right? These characters going into the game. But you know what else is appearing a lot? Because while we were waiting during the countdown, I just realized, I just looked at the video, the music videos, the promo videos, the trailers, and I was hooked on. I was hooked on the loop. Wow, this is one of the few games, can we just agree, that has the best MVs, the best voice actors, the best trailers. And I'm so surprised. Actually, I'm anticipating if they come up with an anime, I think Identity V will blow up. I think a lot of you would probably be dying to watch it, right? So, I mean, Kuro, how about you? Any particular character that's like, oh, wow, this is so good? This PV, this MV is so good.
I do think that I'm more interested in the main story. However, right before that, we'll just introduce the global bans here once again. From round 1 to round 3, a total of 3 characters that are the first pick by the survivors will be permabanned. And of course, the hunter that the hunter decides to choose will be permabanned as well, meaning that if you do decide to pick up Goldman or Hula Blue round 1, they will be permabanned to move on towards round 3 and round 4 onwards. Throughout each round, let's say from round 1, there's no hunter bans for survivors, but then round 2 there'll be 1, and then round 3 there'll be 2 hunter bans. Of course, for phase 4 as well, which is your overtime rounds, if I'm not wrong, it should still just be two hunter bans, or it could be 3 depending on what our format is. However, we have yet to move on towards overtime just yet, since the past few games have been, it does seem like it's more of a dominant game based on round 1.
That's true. And it's definitely the go-to hunter that you have to play right off the bat, right? Because if you do not play in round 1, you're pretty much not going to see it anymore in round 2, because the survivors will probably just ban it out, simply because it's just so dominating at this point in time. I agree with you. Just looking at the new ban pick system, yeah, I like that they're twerking it, they're adjusting it, but right up next, we are going to look at the brackets for the NAEU division. Yesterday, we've seen RVL Rivals Esports making it into the first representative, and today, Omni MHX will be battling it out in match number 4, followed by Con versus Sing AMEY in match number 5, and the winner of both matches will face up and ultimately moving on, fighting it out to be the second representative of NAEU division alongside rivals. So I'm super excited. This bracket, it's anyone's game, right, Kuro?
Definitely. And not only that as well, for today's first two matchups, it'll be very interesting, since there is quite a lot of familiar names as well from all 4 teams. However, Con is more of a recently established team too, so we do have to see how well they actually go up against AMEY. With this type of, lower bracket, well, not lower bracket, but second bracket moving on forward, we would more or less like to say, is there anything special that these teams will be able to show us, or are we, maybe just going to test out the waters in round 1 a little bit and give it towards the hunter? Because with yesterday's games, it seems like all the teams that do get the map picks decides to pick maps that are more suitable for the hunters than it is for the survivors. So from NAEU division's point of view, it seems like we want to give hunter advantage round 1 compared to survivors advantage here. So it's also because we saw Factory first pick quite a lot. We also did see Red Church first pick quite a lot, aside from one of the maps that were chosen, which was Leo's Memories, in which the survivors did perform well, but it does just seem like Hula Blue is still be able to be very dominant in a map like that.
Very, very true. But another exciting news coming your way. I know it wasn't announced yesterday, but today we're going to announce the Abyss:V Asian Games version. And this has been officially included in the esports events of the 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games. And we just like to take this opportunity to thank the Asian Olympic Council for recognizing Abyss:V, and we appreciate all the visitors for their continued love and support. Abyss:V will strive to showcase the charm of asymmetrical competition to the world. And about time we get recognized, honestly. I'm super excited for this, Kuro.
Definitely, yeah, and it's also a really good improvement as well for us as players and for the community as a whole, because this simply just means that we get to see more games, more competitive games throughout the years too. And being selected in such a prestigious community is something that kind of allows us to come together as well and strive to improve ourselves even more mechanically and as a community as well. So yes, this is a great opportunity that has been given upon us. And right before that though, we do have to still introduce the teams first. The first team here will be Omni. If everyone remembers, Omni did make it towards the group stages last year as one of the representatives of NAEU division. You're able to see Omni pit stoppers here as their main hunter with Hula Blue, and of course on the survivor side, it'll be Agramont, Aqua, Fluff, Huang, Blaze, and Soup. And of course, their survivor team competition, or the survivor they prefer to play the most, is Cheerleader, Coordinator, Prospector, Mercenary, Seer, and Knight.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they perform, especially Pit Stopper. He was an amazing Dream Witch main prior to this event. And of course, we're seeing that he's going. Everyone's going to pick up these main hunters, right? Hullabaloo and Goatman. But right up next, the team that is going up against Omni is going to be MHX. Just a little bit of context, they won the Persuadable Tournament, an NAEU community tournament, starting off with the hunter Mushin, right? The dominant hunter of MHX, followed by the survivors lineup. Aoi, Paper Moon, Z, Wailuo, Aspartam, Tame, and Sawi. Sorry, the tongue twisting happening. But very interesting characters as well, because we see the Weeping Clown. And we've seen this a lot, especially as a rescuer main. And the acrobat, the fire investigator, the mechanic, priestess, and female dancer. So very diverse lineup, right? The characters. We don't see any similar ones, any similar two pairs. So, and that's the beauty of it. There's so many characters you can play and enjoy with this game. So who's your favorite to see, actually?
Well, from MHX's performance last year, if we do remember, during the grand finals of Rivals versus themselves, they did bring out a, Enchantress and of course a Thief in round 3 Lakeside Village. I think those were one of the most memorable games as well. Not only did they manage to get a 3-man escape against rival Sprinters Gamekeeper, they also did pull back from a really, really huge deficit during the early to mid game too. So from their side, we will be expecting quite a lot from the survivors. However, it does seem like for round 1 first half, it will be Omni side choosing the map. It will be Red Church being chosen, Lakeside Village being banned here for MHX, and MHX decides that their hunter will come out first against Omni's survivors.
Right, so we'll be seeing Mushin in action first, possibly, and going up against Omni survivors. It's pretty much a same map pick, right? Like yesterday when we saw Rivals starting off first, right? And they also went with Red Church. So the hunters that we can expect to see right here, like what you pointed out as well, the meta deadly duos, either Hullabaloo or the Goatman here. So in your opinion right here, which of the two would you prefer to see in Red Church to dominate with a 4K?
With a 4K, it is, I would say, from the viewer side and from us commentator side, maybe Goatman. Maybe Goatman is a bit more fun to watch, because of, the amount of tricks that you can do with Goatman compared to Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo, I would say, is more like a linear type of hunter. Like, you get a fast down, you do your chair cam correctly, and you're able to get your win game if you've performed well early game, or maybe even still get a tie game late game, even as a 4-man end game. However, for Goatman, there's quite a lot of chances you can pull back, but it is still a high risk, high reward type situation. But right before that, though, it's going to be MHX Musing's hunter coming out. It's going to be Psycho and Cordy first ban.
We've seen this pretty much similar bands, right? Especially when they want to go with a Goatman or even a Hullabaloo, right? But Goatman especially. We've seen Sprinzer yesterday on the Goatman, except that he didn't ban those characters, right? Because he had excitement going on. But the third ban coming in, that will be the Puppeteer, just removing all the tanky characters, removing the threat of the flare gun by Coordinator, and they're going with the first officer. And we're gonna see Seer being released from jail. He's gonna be here, and Gardener. So all the single hit block instances character are out to play today, and followed by Antiquarian as the last ban. So very strong indication of a Goatman here, Kuro.
Yes, definitely. I think from Omni Survivor side, they just want to counter that Goatman as much as possible, and of course Hullabaloo at the same time. What I would probably say here as well is, with the Magician and the Gardener pick, they are kind of like dark horses when it comes to going up against Goatman, especially with the fact that Goatman's swing is pretty slow, and then the attack recovery after the miss swing is slow as well. So you could potentially say with one Magician's wand, you're able to get distance from your 50% movement speed boost, and then from the swing animation of Goldman 2. And with that, 10 seconds can be wasted pretty easily if we can transition towards the Palace 2. If the Goldman, of course, does not have Blink. But like with Musing's ban here, yes, as you said, he banned quite a lot of the tanky characters, Psychologist, Puppeteer, Antiquarian being very, very, very robust. But then from the Survivor side, it just seems like because of the fact that we got the Seer out first, let's just throw in a Gardener too, because yes, she is good against the 2 meta hunters currently, and she was good last season too against the previous 2 meta hunters. However, if we move on towards Game 2 and Game 3, you don't have that Gardener remaining, and Musing still bans the same type of characters. It might just be a little bit harder here for Omni, so Omni does have to take the win here, or the advantage, no matter what.
And there's also a Magician pick here as well, so working its magic here, like, you know, the one trick, just trying to buy a little bit more time here. So based off the composition itself, we can see that there's not exactly a team fight character, right?
Yeah, there isn't, but it seems like Musing will lock in towards Ivy.
Huh.
I think we're worried. I think we're worried about. I think what Musing here is thinking is that, okay, everyone probably brought Flywheel or maybe even knee-jerk reflex, so we could potentially leech on towards the survivors without them being able to get away from the area that fast. But with the small locations, here we go. We're going to be able to see Gardener here spawning a shack, the Seer towards the entrance of Graveyard, Magician at Red Carpet, and of course the first officer on the right hand side. It's more of a spread out type of selection mode, since it is still Ivy that we're going up against right now. However, Magician doesn't work well against Ivy, nor is first officer.
Yeah, very unfortunate, right? You would be thinking Acrobat, you would be thinking Patient, characters that can help gain distance when she teleports in. So maybe this is the mind game being played by Mushin. I definitely love it. You can see Omni is being like, hey, the middle spot's yours, but we know that Mushin's not going to stay there anyway. He just wants to go to the nearest survivors possible, down one as soon as possible. And right here, who do you think would be the optimum first chase just to quickly get the game started and get the survivors down as fast as possible?
I think regardless of what happens here, you do have to get Seer first, because that owl will be really annoying. But it's also up to Musing here as well, because even if you do get that Seer down fast, there's not really anyone else you can chase. However, the personas first from the survivor side will be a triple flywheel here from both the Gardener, Magician, and of course the Seer. Seer will be bringing knee-jerk reflex as instead of the borrow time, and we'll just move on straight towards games. This will be round 1 first half between MHX versus Omni here, and it does seem like we're going to move ourselves straight towards Gardener. And that's going to be quite an early teleportation as well.
Yeah, look at them. Look at the decisive action, right? Just going in, teleporting in straight away, just positioning the ethereal form somewhere near, and even Fluff is in the vicinity. So he's trying to disrupt 2 survivors at the same place. Pretty surprised that the Seer has not rotated yet. Well, he's going to do that right now. He's going to go to the graveyard. But Mushin, just trying to buy some time. Lace, he's just going to hit through the bubble, but a pallet stun awaits Mushin right there. But Mushin's just going to shake it off. He's going to go straight to Lace. Lace just putting down the 2 pallets here just to buy a little bit more time, forcing Mushin to break the pallets. And now, infesting Lace. He's going to do that very soon. And Mushin, wow, Lace actually buying a lot of time right here. Only 50% of the fear.
Yeah, and it seems like the owl will come out early, because if Ivy Revelations while Seer is watching, Seer's owl will be immediately cancelled. However, right around now, the biggest issue is that Gardener is at 58 stacks. So with the next leech on the All-Star cog, we should be able to get 100 stacks ASAP. Right around now, it seems like we're going to get 100 stack immediately, and that will be quite a fast down. What we would say is that Laze did a very good job early game as well, with the bubble having 60 stacks, forced the 100 stacks to get the hit immediately, and the Palace Zone. However, during the time in which Seer did also give the owl to, we could not rotate out, and we couldn't get the 100 stack just to refresh it too. So like, the owl there definitely could have been used a little bit better, or even the Gardener could have maybe maneuvered a little bit better. But with this in mind, it is around 2.5 Cypher machines, not the best when going up against Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Juan on the first officer coming in for the rescue. Oh, the hit instantly by Mushin. Well, at least he manages to get Lace out of the chair safe. But Mushin just trying to sandwich Lace right here. And, you can see Lace is just trying to build up the bubble. Okay, buying a little bit more time. But there's only one pallet left here to work with. Mushin is not even going to break the pallet. He's just going to try and come and just play a little bit of mind games right here. Probably try to get it to 100%. Oh, wait!
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking, oh wait, did that miss? But without... And Lace has the flywheel too, you know what I mean? Kuro, maybe that could have bought him a little bit more time, but I guess the 100% fear might have been the reason that he's just holding on to a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's as you said as well, Lay's probably just wanted to wait until Ivy leeches on towards her again and get the corruption transfers max presence. So we want to flywheel out of that one as soon as possible. However, right now we couldn't get first officer healed. That's going to be leech on towards the seer, meaning we do have immediate entrance towards middle. Aqua coming in towards the rescue right now as the magician. We do have to still be a little bit careful since it's Ivy that we're talking about. As long as we don't get Terry Shocked, that's not what matters. That's going to be a good normal hit, normal rescue. But Gardner, 26 stacks already. We're going to see how well we can use flywheel to get out of the next Ostracon range.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing, right? Because Ivy's at max presence. You know that the moment you get infected and just teleported on, it's just going to be 100% fear. You're just going to be dragged into where Ivy is. And Mushin, without sweat, manages to get Lace, and Lace would not be able to do that rebound kite. This will be Lay's last chair, and he will be sent back to the manor. And now it's 3v1. I don't know, Kuro. 2 ciphers remaining, and they have to fight this with a handicap, with one less member.
Yeah, and it's not only that, Nello. It's also the fact that First Officer has already used his second Pocket Watcher immediately. So all Wash the Shadow has to do right now is to find the next target and leech. Because look, Seer doesn't have any owls remaining. Yes, Magician could potentially speaking kite you, but you need to use the wand immediately once you get leech, or else you're going to get a revelation here. We're going to be able to get Wonder Stack here immediately. That's going to be Magician Wonder Stack. That should be a normal hit registered. However, Middle Cipher Machine is currently being forced, but Ivy could just teleport back right around now. We're currently at the entrance of Red Church. Seer is running back towards the same area. However, Seer will be found here, and we're going to start with the damage control from mid to end game. If Ivy performs this well, this would result in a 4-man elimination if we aren't careful.
Yeah, I like what you said, damage control, right? Because considering how their lineup is not exactly the best against Ivy right here, because they don't have that mobility to escape the teleport, right? And the possessions just keeping them at bay. Actually, they're doing pretty good, so they're just being really, really careful right here. Just touching ciphers a little bit. When the present comes in, they're just going to try and move away. And you can see Juan also with a perfume. Change a little bit job. He's just gonna use it here, but will not be able to avoid that damage. And mind you, he's at 65% fear. Mushin has a blink to work with, has a spray to work with, and he's gonna get one down. Oh my goodness, Magician with half health. Seer with full health and flywheel, but I don't know. All 7 ciphers have been decoded. A little bit of progress on most of them, one being at 80%. How do you think they can play here? Moving on, Kuro.
Magician needs to use a wand here immediately the moment he gets leech, or else if he goes down here immediately, even after a Seer rescue, it'll be pretty hard. We're gonna force the rescue here though. Depending on who we decide to chase afterwards, it seems like we're gonna leech on towards Magician first. Did we manage to use the wand? Oh, we did. We didn't use the wand. We did manage to dodge the revelation. However, Blink is still on the hands of Ivy. We do see a basement nearby too, if I'm not wrong. And now, even if you do force the heal, you're just too far away to get towards the chair on time.
True. They're probably just gonna try and go with the full chair rescue, right? But without any items, it's really hard for a first officer to just travel more than halfway across the map, and Fluff with half health. It's so hard because Mushin, he knows exactly what's going on. He knows what's the plan here, right? Because if he can stop the survivors from decoding the ciphers, that's it. Omni will be stuck in this vicious loop. Look at what's going on. Mushin's like, okay, just wasting time here.
Mushin can teleport. Mushin can teleport right now because Seer will go down and Magician is after half. So we will at least guarantee one survivor eliminated. And with Magician here, he's going to have to be very careful because if he gets found, that'll be a guaranteed tie game. And not only is it a guaranteed tie game, it's a guaranteed basement too. Oh no, basement was in church, not in shack, excuse me. But with that... With that, it's a really tough call here because the last Cypher Machine is in middle and Ivy is in middle too.
We've seen this before in previous games, right? In previous events as well. How Ivy, during the mid to late game, how she just controls the Cypher, right? And just being a menace throughout the map. And not to mention, Red Church is a pretty small map, so Mushin can easily catch up and, you know, just move the ethereal form more efficiently. You can see Juan making a beeline towards the basement, but Mushin's just gonna hit him. The question is, how are they gonna leave this area alive? Because Aqua is 97%. That was so close, Kuro.
Hold on, we're 100 right now. Hold on, Aqua. We ran back in towards the Ostracon range. However, it seems like we probably wanted the flywheel instead. We're healing survivors down in basement. That's probably the best option here. However, if you're down here, I don't think you're going to be able to get back up. That's going to be Ivy here, going straight for the drop down animation hit for the survivors downstairs. We can leech on towards both right now. And the moment they both get around 90%, we can just hit them and then immediately get the 100 stack to stun again. So right now it's going to be a cage lock here. Yesterday it was Goatman cage lock. Today it will be Ivy instead. We do see Juan here trying to buy a little bit more time. However, it seems like first officer will get stunned once again. As Seer was just stunned too. Now all we need to do here is to chair the first officer if we want to, or just slug him and then use the revelation, use the EK, use the phantom to go out and look for a Seer.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that the last Cypher is nowhere near done, right? There's half the progress in the middle of the church, but you know, Mushin probably knows that, yeah, Omni definitely did not have time to touch the Cyphers at all because they were busy running across the map, trying to rescue, trying to heal. And it seems like a given that Mushin is gonna get fluffed, both survivors down, but one not gonna give up without a fight, using up the exit path, but Mushin's already waiting right there with the teleport. Mushin, that final stroke onto Juan, and that's gonna be it. Ivy 4K dominance right here, Kuro. What a game by Mushin.
Yeah, it wasn't really expected. However, I guess the victory cheer would be us changing towards Listen, but even if Seer gets up here, what we could do here is to leech on towards first officer to see Seer's location, because that is still very possible to. But with the Listen, it's able to stop Seer. We do see where Seer is right around now, so bring the Phantom back, Seer. Good day to you. So where do you think you're going today?
Yeah, I know. A little bit of pre-celebration, right? But you know, changing into Listen and whatnot. But Omni, I like that they're still fighting to the very end. Fluff still trying to buy more time, although Mushin will know exactly what to do, and that's hit through the pallets because both survivors have lost their exit path, and that's it. We're confirming it right now. MHX. Mushin has gotten the 4K elimination on his team. So Omni survivors, I mean, talk to me, Kuro. That we were thinking, hey, Opera Singer's got nerfed, Ivy's got nerfed. We're expecting Goatman. So what happened right there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Omni Survivors early game, they performed early game really well, right? So Ivy leech on towards Gardner. Gardner got 60 stacks. However, Gardner forced the 60 stacks towards 100 stacks during bubble time. So then, like, we got an immediate reset with a pallet stun. That's what we've seen. That's perfect execution right there. But afterwards, it does seem like Gardner kind of hesitated in her rotations because she definitely could have, you know, rotated towards Graveyard. However, it seems like one of his teammates were in Graveyard.
Yeah, the Seer was there.
Yeah, it made Gardner hesitate a little bit too much, and because of that, it does seem like Gardner was kind of stuck in that one area where it allowed Musin to get a free 40 stack. It allowed Ivy to not slug but to stall time to force the Seer to not use Owl or even just to use it early. And because of that too, in that situation we're like, okay, we don't know where to rotate anymore because there is a Seer in Graveyard. That's kind of one of the biggest turning points of that game, because if we just decide to rotate and then give the Owl afterwards, I feel like even with the blink there, you wouldn't be able to get such a fast down.
True. I definitely agree with what you mentioned just now. Like, the Graveyard is definitely open for you to kite. And I know, contrary to the popular belief that don't run to your teammate Cypher, you are dealing with an Ivy. You already forced Ivy to use a blink onto you, and you don't have any more all support. So I feel like, do you think in that kind of situation, it's better that, yeah, just let the gardener take the graveyard and just ask the seer to transition away, because no more blink on Ivy, right? And he. So do you think that would have been a better option right there?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there too, because like if you think about it this way, Gardner right after the Palace Stone, where was she? She was kind of stuck in the same area
True.
instead of rotating away, right? She could have maybe maybe running back towards Shack is too hard. There was nowhere else to go. But if you run towards Graveyard or somewhere where it's a little bit of a better containment areas, aside from being just behind walls, then yes, you'd be able to buy so much time. You'd be able to buy more than enough time for accelerated decoding to start. And like, even if you're only two Cypher machine decoding progress accumulatively during that time, you still wasted so much of Ivy's time. Ivy didn't really get much. The blink was forced. And all what you need to do there was to get First Officer just to come in to rescue once, and maybe leave Gardner by herself. So like, with Dash there, I do think a lot of the issues with survivors sometimes is the hesitation, and it's just which I don't want to disturb my survivors from decoding. I think that's something maybe we do have to fix from Omni side.
Yeah, I mean, that's been drilled into us, right? Pretty much. I mean, a lot of people here will probably be like, yeah, that's the right call. Don't run to your teammate Cypher. That's been drilled to us, right? That's the instinct. Like, okay, where should I die? Where should I fall? Right? Don't die at your teammate Cypher. We keep hearing that all the time. But I guess in this situation, you really gotta give your teammate sometimes a place for them to actually kite, because like what you said, he forced out Mushin's blink, and that was just to get the first hit, right? So that's already a win actually, because after that, what else can he do except rely on his teleport to catch up, right? But yeah, I mean, they definitely did very well, Omni, considering that their lineup was not exactly the best against an Ivy right there. But it's not too late right here, because Omni's Pit Stopper can definitely make a comeback here, and it's up to him to get a 4K just to equalize BO1 right here. But starting off with the ban, First Officer and Psychologist. First two bans, bro.
With the first two bans here, it does seem like we're kind of maybe looking for a Goatman once again. However, from the Survivor side, we're using that Magician and Puppeteer. The question here is, does Pit Stoppers maybe want to do what Mushin did last game, where instead of picking the two meta characters, you might choose your Opera Singer, because Pit Stoppers
or Opera
is
Singer,
known.
yeah.
Dream Witch or Opera Singer, but like, Pit Stoppers is really well known for his Opera. However, with a team comp like this, it is still just too tanky for Opera, because we did get rid of the Seer. In exchange, the Gamekeeper came out. However, if you decide to pick one of the meta hunters right now, the biggest issue is round 2, moving on forwards, Musing still has that Goldman and Hullabaloo. That's not permabanned. But however, Pit Stoppers will have a Goldman or Hullabaloo permabanned if he chooses it right now. So this is a huge mind game here from Pit Stoppers. So do we want to reclaim what we've lost for the first half, or would we see how we move on from game 2?
Well, if it was me, I would say the time is now. You know, there's no better time than now, because it's not a double elimination game. It's a single elimination game, and if you don't go all out from the beginning, well, you might not even survive long enough to see your mains being played out in the second round and the third round, right? There might not even be a third round if you don't make something happen here. So Pit Stopper, I don't know about him, but I would definitely encourage him to use whatever character he's comfortable with. That's number one. And number two, well, do the Goatman. We've seen Goatman super strong here. And with the Gravekeeper as well, if he goes underground, you can pretty much trap him, right? You can pretty much just trap him in the cage. Maybe foil the rescue. And yeah, ultimately putting him in a position to equalize this round. And we might see a BO3, honestly.
Yeah. It's also the fact that if you do play out the Goldman here, it does work really well against Cheerleader, because Cheerleader cannot use her pom-poms to speed boost out from Goldman's range, because all what Goldman has to do is to block Cheerleader with one page and follow it with another. But it seems like we're going to decide to go on with that Hullabaloo instead. This time it might be a little bit hard, even for Hullabaloo, but I guess chasing after Cheerleader could be the better option, since once you pump on away, there's still going to be that 4-second debuff. Potential, it's a good potential second chase, but first chase, it depends on both parties, how well they play.
Yeah, the first chase has to be super good so that the Hullabaloo does not unlock Trapeze. But usually what Hullabaloo mains do is they just bring insolence, right? So that one hit, and then they can, if they can't catch up in the second, for the second hit, well, at least the insolence will help unlock, right? The first skill presence and allow him to leap even, allow him to leap in general. So looking at the spawn location, it seems like Pitstopper is going to put himself in between. He's surrounded by MHX survivors right here. Z, Aspetarm, Paper Moon, and while Luo is actually the furthest away. So you think he should just go ahead and just farm off the Puppeteer, or just go straight for the Cheerleader? Because Cheerleader is so good at making distance, right?
Yeah, but you cannot underestimate Hullabaloo's movement speed too. I do feel like to go up against this Cheerleader, if you could potentially use your red zone just to maybe stall a little bit of time before Cheerleader could use their items and just catch up during the movement debuff, it wouldn't be too bad as well. However, with the second half of this game we go, it'll be MHX versus Omni Pitstopper once again. Our Hullabaloo will be bringing Inksless Attention alongside with Teleport, something new, and from the Survivor side, Titaner on Gravekeeper, Ninja Reflex, Flywheel on the Cheerleader. The Puppeteer will be bringing Ninja Reflex alongside with Borrowed Time, and Magician here, no Borrowed Time, Ninja Reflex, and Turner. This will be quite an intense game here, as I'm quite sure this might be our first time seeing a Hullabaloo wish detention. This will be Omni versus MHX. I'm going to come to the Kuroshiro, and with me is Nelo Melo. We'll be bringing you the commentary for round 1, second half.
Yeah, and there you have it, Pitstopper, you know, just raising up the left hand. He's using, he's so nice, the clone getting the black mark onto Paper Moon. So Paper Moon, it seems Puppeteer will be the first choice. Yeah, I mean, Puppeteer does not exactly have the best skills to run, right? He's pretty much just tanky. So maybe that's the idea. Pitstopper just wants to farm off him. So Paper Moon first kite. Let's see if he'll be able to buy enough time. Oh, okay. Well, just getting the chip damage there, but you have to be really careful because Hullabaloo is about to unlock his first presence, and the Trapeze is gonna make the chase even stronger than what's going on here. Oh,
yeah,
what?
but it seems like we're going to be able to use our second item here immediately. We might be a little bit too early, but it's okay. You still do have an 8% movement speed boost when in Little Lewis mode. However, right now, that mud ball is something we have to be very worried about, and that's a very good damage factor from the Puppeteer. The good news is that all survivors early game have just started decoding, so there was no time wasted. Also, the Cypher Machine's really fast. However, because we're chasing after a Puppeteer first, Hullabaloo should be able to get max presence right about now.
Beautiful! He was overlapping the white and the red area, and then it was just a turn getting that Parashock. So you really have to be careful, especially when you're vaulting. But it doesn't really matter to Paper Moon because it's pretty much his last hit, right? So, but that does allow Hullabaloo to get the max presence. And mind you though, he did all of that without the help of any trades. So Teleport is still up. MHX is probably wondering what trade he's still bringing. But the rescue coming in. Okay, nice Cheerleader rescuing Puppeteer, but he has to be really careful because it seems like Cheerleader will be the target. What is going on? Pitstoppers coming with the Parashock. What? Double down, Kuro.
I don't think Cheerleader should have started cheering there because look, on the side of Cheerleader, she could have just pom-poms away so then Pitstoppers couldn't catch up towards the manual, but right now that's a really bad stop. We even cancelled that shovel as well, so right now,
oh my god,
it's pretty early
oh my
here.
god.
That's a mobile applied, but it seems like it might just be a failed rescue here. Just one more wipeout remaining on the hand. What? A double down from MHX's side. That's not such a great decision. However, it seems like Cheerleader wants to come in once again. We have to be very careful here because we need to go in here ASAP, or else that slow debuff will be the death of you. It seems like it might just be the death of her right now. We're just missing one more red zone. Can we get the red zone? No, we didn't. It's gonna be a flywheel here immediately. Splash. That's gonna be the Cheerleader going down. That's a triple down, and Puppeteer will be sent back to the mainer. That's not a good decision made from MHX's side.
Yeah, Pitstoppers. Oh my goodness. And Puppeteer had actually contained so well in the beginning, although giving the full presence. But the ciphers were actually going great for MHX. But the survivors falling one by one by one, like dominoes stacks getting triggered. Oh my god, the domino effect really taking its toll. I agree with you, Kuro. The cheerleader falling there was not ideal for MHX, but pit stoppers. Wow, he's definitely putting a stop to MHX just when they thought that Mushin with the 4K was gonna help them solidify the position. Look, the rescue coming in. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. The tie turner in effect and canceling
shovel.
again.
Oh, the shovel. It seems like Reaper might just go down here really fast. But it just depends on... Yeah, we will go down here. Okay.
Yeah.
Cheerleader did manage to get up, but however, Exapat has... Well, Exapat was already used, so it was healed by Magician. But I would say the biggest turnover here would be the fact that Cheerleader during that rescue had a lot of options. She could have used the first pom-pom just to catch up towards his chair, so it doesn't allow Hullabaloo to get any balls on her. But right now, we should be able to find Cheerleader here immediately. Well, it's just a matter of time before she goes down, honestly, since there's only one pom-pom remaining. But it does seem like a backdoor rescue here will be performed. And but the only biggest question is, how long can you really survive with no items left?
That's true. Pit stopper just coming in, trying to, get it done. Trying to down Yinglo for the last time here. Mind you though, this is his second chair, right? Kuro? Yeah, just one more mark, just with the white mark, and he's gonna go down. Both survivors, the remaining two survivors are injured. Okay, doing pretty good at the window. Already completed the third cipher, but he's finally going to go down, and MHX needs to fight this 2v1. They managed to get it to the very last cipher, but it is a full cipher that they need to decode, Kuro. Oh my goodness, what's the plan here for MHX? Yield up? Look for some items? Survive to dungeon?
I don't even think we can heal. I think healing is not even doable here anymore. It seems like we're able to spot out where MHX is, but just by using up the clone, not Zed here, just by using up the clone too. So that's gonna be a blood trail here seen. You do have 3 wands, which is good news. However, that's a immediate double stack. We did get a 50% movement speed boost. Should allow us to rotate towards the next area, but I mean, if you just look at the time here, Cheerleader barely got on the cipher machine, unless Magician Miracle contains. I don't think anything is possible here anymore.
True. And pit stoppers teleport will be available to you, so you basically can't touch ciphers anymore because that's just going to give you away. But maybe there might be an opportunity here, an opening here, as long as the cheerleader manages to keep out of sight, tiptoeing. Yeah, just tiptoe, keep tiptoeing. Then Omni might not be able to find him, but wait, yeah, the trapeze is like, yeah, I know where you are, And my goodness, it's just a matter of time before the cheerleader goes down. Just one more white spot and that's it. Cheerleader has to make through the window. The cheer's probably gonna help a little bit, Omni, but it's really hard to kite, especially when you're up against a full presence Hullabaloo. And there you have it, pit stoppers. All gas, no brakes from the beginning to the very end. Back to back to back terror shock. Wow. These two teams are really, really duking it out. And Kuro, great decision, right? He sacrificed Hullabaloo, but he got the 4K.
Yeah, but I guess throughout that game, if we do have to critique some stuff, would be mainly the rescue, because it genuinely did seem like in that scenario, it would have been better for Cheerleader to stop cheering and just go for the pom-pom speed boost out instead, because if it wasn't for that, I feel like the cipher machine could have still continued stably, right?
True.
When Puppeteer was placed on the chair, it was like, already 3 cipher machines done. It was like almost 3. However, during that double down scenario, and Hullabaloo not able to rebound kite because, not Hullabaloo, Puppeteer not being able to rebound kite against the Hullabaloo, it kind of just turned the whole game away. Not only that, Gravekeeper was in an open area in which it allowed Hullabaloo to catch up towards him immediately and to force the rescue. So now the biggest issue with MHX's survivors is their containment early game is good. However, their rescues and their decision makings towards the mid game were deemed, let's say, a little bit questionable, because even from Cheerleader's side, she could have maybe just pom-pommed in and then get the rescue, use her second pom-pom to get out, so then there's no way that the Hullabaloo can damage her at all.
True, you cannot underestimate the Hullabaloo, especially with the no attack recovery right there, right? And the max presence as well. So MHX definitely fell victim to Pit Stopper's Hullabaloo. And considering like what you said, 3 ciphers were almost done by the time Puppeteer went down, right? So Paper Moon, in theory, has definitely contained the Hunter for a very respectable time. You can see there, 79 seconds. And everyone else pretty much did. But because of that one rescue, yeah, you're pretty much stuck in between healing and rescuing and running, but no opportunity to finish. As a matter of fact, they only managed to get the 4th cipher done very, very late into the game. So what does this mean right now going into round number 2 for both teams' Hunter, at least?
At least the good news here is that MHX does have Goatman and Hullabaloo, but for Omni's Hunter side, there is no Hullabaloo anymore, so I think we would just have to be a little bit more careful with pit stoppers. Pit stoppers maybe Goatman, but definitely there is an opera singer there too. But with that, there will be a highlight segment here from match 1. Hopefully you'll enjoy.
All right, welcome back to the Call of the Beast 8 NAEU Qualifiers Day number 2. I'm Nello, and that is Kuro, my partner. For those of you who have just tuned in, we just witnessed an amazing 4K back-to-back, making it a draw for the first time in NAEU Division Qualifiers. well, we're definitely gonna be seeing a BO3 right now, and we were talking about the choice of hunters between the two teams, and we saw like Mushin did not use Hullabaloo, did not use Goatman, used the Ivy to secure the 4K, and coming in, Omni has apparently used up their meta hunter, so it's on permaban. So moving on forward, what do you think Omni, like losing the access to the Hullabaloo, right? Losing access to Hullabaloo and probably a banned Goatman, what do you think he can come up with here? Especially because I'm MHX, I believe that's their map selection. So what hunter would work well here on the side of
Lakeside.
Wait. Ah, yeah.
Lakeside. I think we might want to replicate what Aka has done.
Okay.
Because Goatman Lakeside Village was insane from 2 days
Mushin
ago.
Goatman? Oh.
Mushin Goatman is very possible. Because, Nelo, we have to think about it this way, right? Round 1 Omni survivors, what did they do? They chose the 3 survivors that full counters a Goatman and a Hullabaloo. What does that mean now? They're in permaban.
Yeah. God.
So not only does the survivor have a huge disadvantage, it's also the hunters. So now from Omni side, yes, they're able to bring back the 5-5. However, round 2, I think, is where MHX really starts to shine. Because your puppeteer is permabanned, your first officer is permabanned. Now all what MHX's hunter has to do is to ban the seer, ban the psychologist, and then who else now can you play? Yes, you can't get that coordinator out, but as we have seen before too, right? Excitement is all what we need to counter that Cordy.
Okay, so here's the thought. Patient, you can't even escape the cage with Patient, right?
No.
You can't escape with a toy merchant's catapult, right?
No.
Okay, so okay. Good luck. Good luck. Definitely good luck. Have fun right here. But hey, maybe they have some plans going in because they could just ban out the Goatman and deal with the Hullabaloo, right?
Yeah.
So that's an option.
Yeah, and that's what they did here, because we see the Antiquarian and Puppeteer first 2 bans. That's followed up by the Mercenary and Psychologist immediately. We might want to try to go off to use the Hullabaloo now, because Omni did ban out the Goatman. However, also at the same time, Musing doesn't really have to go Hullabaloo. We do ban the mech here in exchange. However, Survivor's decoding speed is okay, but they do need another good container too. So Acrobat is definitely not a bad option, especially at small boss and big boss.
Yeah, and now with the help of a few characters that can actually gain distance, at least, hey, we're gonna see the Acrobat here, so I'm definitely loving that. I feel like Acrobat is one of those characters that's all well-rounded, right?
Yes.
You can do a lot of things, with the exception of the slow opening of the gate. So that's pretty much his downside. But I like this pick. But do you think they need a decoder here? Because getting the mechanic ban might be an indication that Mushin does not really want to deal with Cypher Rush. So
yeah, the only good possibility here is them running Lawyer if they want a decoder, because Hullabaloo is available, ready to go, and it is Lakeside Village after all, so if you put the Lawyer into story, it's not too bad. However, it seems like we want to opt out for a secondary rescuer here who does not have any decoding debuff until there's someone on chair. So it does seem like we are kind of, opting out for a decoder, but we also kind of want to guarantee a rescue too, so that's why Cordy has been chosen out instead. If they did want something a little bit faster, there's always the Aeroplanist, and there's always, Fire Investigator, who gains decoding speed when you're near the hunter. So with this, it seems like Omni kind of just wants to play a little bit more safe and stable.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be a Hullabaloo pick here, right? Because he's just so good at traveling the distance here. Or do you think we might see another surprise Mushin going with the Geisha here? I mean,
it is really possible, because Psycho is such a great choice for Geisha to chase against, but maybe for Acrobat it's a tiny bit hard, so we'll just have to see what Mushin decides to go here. If Mushin is very confident, Excitement Geisha can always be possible too, but there's still the option of Nightmare against this team comp, there's still the option of Wax Artist that works really well. We know that Mushin has his own Opera Singer too, but honestly, Hullabaloo just seems a bit better because of his own movement speed. It's more or less just map control. In a map like this, you do need a bit more of a map control.
That's true. And we're still waiting for the decision of the hunter. But while we're at that, just a quick shout out to Mary. Thank you for tagging us in your Instagram story. And of course, Lumos Man always tagging us in a story as well. But hey, the surprise factor, I knew it. Mushin was going for the geisha. It's like, what hullabaloo? What goat man? It's as if the meta does not exist for Mushin right here. How much do you like this though, Kuro? Because excitement geisha?
Yes, excitement geisha. Please, if possible, from the survivor side. Like, if we're trying to counter hullabaloo, survivors usually would run a flywheel quite a lot of the times because that's what we've seen Omni doing last game too, right? And we do know when it comes to kiting against a geisha, flywheel tight kiting will always be the way to go because of geisha's hitbox range. So like right now, if survivors do decide to bring out that flywheel, it'll be so advantageous for the survivors. For Muxin, it's like a challenge for himself, but does he really want to go excitement against an acrobat, against a psychologist who can contain you for quite a long time if the flywheel is up and ready, is also another issue at hand.
Wow, I mean, again, just moving on to the spawn selections right here. The same thing. We're welcoming you. Omni saying they're welcoming him to position himself between Juan and Lace. But Mushin's just gonna be like, nah, I prefer my own spot. And this is exactly what's turning up. Mushin again and again just keeps keeping our minds boggled, right? Just trying to make us second guess what exactly is he going for. But one thing's for sure, the personas on the screen, Kuro.
That is not good at all from the survivor side. You've triple knee-jerk reflex. Not a single one has brought a flywheel. Last game, everyone, at least the majority of survivors had a flywheel. This time,
it worked. The mind game worked.
Oh, this is pretty bad from the survivor side, but we'll move on straight towards game 2 first half then. The persona points is going to be Trauma Detention, Alongside the Wish, Desperate Fight, Announcement, Berserker, Rage, and of course, Mischievous. Our first chase will be Omni Fluff, who's currently playing the Acrobat.
Yeah, well, Acrobat, like what you've mentioned, could be a little bit hard to chase. I don't know, with the bombs and whatnot. But Mushin does have the butterfly to work with. So Lady 13 is showing her presence in front. Okay, the first dash did not really get value out of it. Fluff is still trying to rotate around the area. A second bomb will be ready to use. Oh wait, the fail dash! Oh, that's gonna buy so much time. Okay, 3 ciphers are being decoded at the same time. Mushin? What?
Nice mind game.
Yeah,
nice mind game.
Okay.
It's not too bad, but we did miss the hit right there. However, we were holding on towards the ball. We'll just leave it go right now. The good news is that we do have Blink here in exchange. Acrobat is a really good character to counter Geisha because he can just hold the balls and look back just to counter the dashes. However, right now, Mushin, you teleport out. That's not teleport. You blink out. That blink wasn't really the best one right there. As long as Acrobat continues to hold that ball, there's nothing much you can do. But like looking at the Cypher Machine decoding progress here, it is very slow compared to before, but at least we did manage to get a skill lock. But I do think one charge attack hit will be able to take this home.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good kite so far, right? Very respectable. A minute and a half in, and Mushin has already gotten Fluff down. Fluff will still have another red bomb to work with, and that just shows how long he has been containing the Hunter. Unfortunately for the Cypher's progress, well, 1 has been done. 2 is still halfway, and you can see Juan already in position. He's like, yeah, I'm here. Tinnitus is here. Mushin, oh, don't go anywhere. Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh, hold on, drop down hit.
Nice. Okay, avoiding that possible double hit from the drop down hit, right? So Fluff has a chance to kite again. Okay, not falling for that that red light trick anymore here. So this rebound kite is going to be super, super important, especially if Omni wants to capitalize on this. Oh, Mushin getting silence right here. Fluff still making use of the windows, still making use of the walls. And this is where you see typically Geisha struggles, right?
Taikash.
Okay.
Oh, we jumped over once again, but there is a butterfly dash. However, it was cancelled by the Acrobat just by looking back towards the Geisha here once again. This is such a successful rebound kite that we didn't really expect to. But that's why Acrobat will always be the king of small bow here. He does not really have much balls remaining.
No.
At least the good news is we were 3.5 cipher machines done. You know, if we just have to talk about this, right? If the cipher machine spawned normally, because we saw how Mushin rotated his camera, there were no cipher machines at middle, so Mercenary was forced to rotate. Big Ship cipher machine was locked because of constraints, so Lace, the psychologist, had to rotate as well, which is why the cipher machines were so slow. However, if they spawned normally, this definitely would have become such an easy 4-man endgame there, but
Oh no, Mushi did not spot out. Yeah, Mushi did not spot. Oh my god, a free rescue at that. Oh my goodness, and the free flare gun ready to use in case he really needs it. Okay, he's just gonna use it right now. He knows that Mushin does not have excitement. No way you're gonna use your trump card to change your excitement at the very last minute. And now, helping Fluff. This is a typical strategy that survivors do. One teammate will be anti-dash checking, and the other survivor will just, calmly moving. Mushin, what's he gonna do here? Oh, wait!
Hold on, can we get it? Can we get it? We got it just about on time.
89%!
Aqua needs to force heal. Aqua needs to force heal. Aqua needs to go up. Musi, you need to go. Okay, never mind. I guess that works too. The Hyper Machine's running at 98%. Can we get it open? We can't get it open on time. That's barely a clutch tie here, but you do have to pop with the Cypher Machine no matter what. Cordy needs to use that movement speed to get away from this area as soon as possible, but there's no one at the exit gates here just yet, and teleport is ready. If Cordy isn't careful here, this could end up as a 3-man elimination.
Yeah, I mean, one should be pretty safe, right? He still has one more elbow pads to work with. But Lace, on the other hand, a different story. Like, even with the stress, it doesn't really matter because late game, one detention hit and you are going down. So this still opens up an opportunity for Omni to get 2 survivors out. And quite honestly, after the 4K in the first game, I think Omni will take this.
Yeah, I think this is really good as well, because like Mushin is renowned for his geisha, and like kiting geisha with just knee-jerk reflex really isn't the way to go, but Acrobat did manage to do it as well. We'll have to congratulate here Omni for the tie game 2 up against Mushin's specialty hunter.
Yeah.
But with this too, I would say like it's also really unfortunate for Omni. It's just a cipher machine spawn location that was really bad for that game.
Yeah, but you gotta give props to the acrobats kiting just now. They, like what you mentioned, the small boat is the bane to the geisha's existence, right? Because he was just kiting, he was just making use of all the bombs perfectly, rotating, and when it doesn't work, he transitions to another area, and he just bought so much time. I'm not even surprised if the containment time is around 100 seconds later on, but we'll have to check that out later. But you also have to give props to the backdoor rescue of Coordinator, because the Coordinator was so stealthy, right? I did not see the Coordinator, where the direction of where the Coordinator was coming. I mean, of course we see it based off the spectator view, but I think back to back, everything was perfectly executed. I think it was just the drop down hit, right? Because you and I, we were pretty much like, okay, you gotta fly to the sky and do that. But Mushin decides, yeah, I'm not gonna waste time doing that. I'm just gonna hit, and it sort of caught them off guard, right, over there.
Definitely, yeah. And I do think it's also, like, I think Mushin did kind of half panic there. Chasing after Acrobat early game really wasn't the best to do, and that's what Acrobat has shown us as well, how you can contain a geisha, contain a veteran geisha, with such good precision and with such good containment too. That game, we would say that brought about a lot of confidence from Omni survivors. However, right now, Pit Stoppers will be facing up against MHX's survivors. For MHX right now, last game they did do pretty good until they rescued. This game, since Hullabaloo is gone, you can just ban one extra survivor, not survivor, hunter, thankfully.
Yeah.
So at least that's less pressure on the survivor side, but I kind of do wish that Mushin maybe tried to leverage the fact that he had a Hullabaloo to use, but probably just wanted to try to catch the survivors off guard again.
Yeah, so I'm kind of expecting Pit Stoppers to sort of just ban out those drawable characters, because he really wants to go in for the kill, right? He really wants to go in for get as many eliminations, as many KOs as he can get, and that's the deal. But you gotta wonder what exactly can he play here, since his Hullabaloo has been banned. You can expect the Goatman being banned, and that was probably what Mushin was expecting to play, probably. he probably wasn't as comfortable playing Hullabaloo, and that's why it probably got insider tips, right? Like, oh, okay, yeah, Mushin probably does not want to play Hullabaloo, ban out the Goatman. So, what do you think Pitstoppers can pull off here, especially since his options are no longer available to him, Hullabaloo and Goatman?
If he wants to, he does still have Dash Opera Singer and Ivy.
Dream Witch?
But
Okay.
Yeah, Dream Witch is also possible too, but I do think it now depends on the team comp in which the survivor decides to run. In a map like this, it's very strong for Goatman, so from survivor side, Goatman does have to be banned no matter what. But Dream Witch is really strong here, as you've mentioned too. The map control is insane. You could potentially say Wax Artist is not a bad character to use as well, because if Pitstoppers want to prevent what happened with this game, where Acrobat was able to successfully loop the Geisha at Small Boat, all you need is one Wax Artist to lock a window to prevent this loop from happening ever again, right? So I guess Pitstoppers does have quite a lot of options, but mainly now it depends on the survivor's team comp.
True, you don't get the cage, but you get the wall, right? So I like the idea. The ice cream man with the ice cream walls, just blocking. I don't know why I'm thinking about ice cream right now. It's it's early in the morning and I'm thinking about ice cream. So sorry, my bad. But yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that you sort of have to do something about the window vaulting, especially if they decide to bring out an acrobat, right? But don't you think they could have just bring confined space as well, like?
It is possible, but I think the biggest issue then would be if you bring confined space, then you don't have that trump card remaining left to kind of maneuver around depending on how the game changes too, right? Because it could work with it could work with Wax Artist. You could just bring confined space detention with Wax Artist and just run Blink all the way. But then I do think there are certain times where you want to use Peeper's early game instead. So, to prevent a loop Big Boat, to prevent the loop in Shack, slow the survivors down as much as possible. But not only that, on a map like this, it's more or less just saying if you're going to run fully teleport with confined space attention, you cannot teleport as flexible as it is warp. But if you do decide to run warp fully, you can't really warp from one gauge to the other as fast. And I mean, the distance is limited with that warp too. But if Pitstoppers really want to go for that map control, Nightmare is still really good down this map with confined space attention, so that is an option that the hunters could play if they really want to prevent a loop.
Yeah, I mean, playing the unexpected has definitely paid off for Mushin in game number 1, but I would say Geisha is also an unexpected pick for many people. But because it's Mushin, I feel like it's sort of like a direct hit, like, oh, okay, we kind of see this coming, but chasing after the acrobat first, I mean, just recapping a little bit about the game and what happened just now. Do you think it was wise that he just insisted on locking in, tunnel visioning onto the acrobat right there? You know what I mean? Because she had teleport. She could have just, sorry, she did not have teleport. She could have easily just changed target, right? Any way that you want.
I do think early game, I think it's more about confidence of Mushin as well. He definitely could chase after an acrobat, right, under the right circumstances. However, an area like Small Boat is just, it's basically Acrobat's forte to contain inside Small Boat, to contain near Small Boat. If it was anywhere else, it definitely could have been a lot more different. But the Acrobat Chaser wasn't the best option, let's say. It's not really something that we want to go for. Maybe even Cordy would have just been better as well, because yes, even if you do get the gun on you, at least you're not going to face off against four acrobatic balls where they keep jumping around the place for you not to be able to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's sort of like a confidence thing. I agree with you. Because sometimes, you get too caught up and you don't realize that, oh no, the ciphers are actually moving really fast. I actually spent more than 3 minutes chasing down this one character when I could have probably done something else. So tunnel vision is not the name of the game when it comes to playing this game. So I think that's about that. But for the survivors of... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, it's also the fact that Acrobat rebound kited really well right after that rescue too. Yeah.
True. So don't give up on your teammates. Even if the Acrobat did not kite really well, let's say circumstantial, usually in a game, right? Even if they don't kite really well, you gotta recognize that rebound kite potential. And who knows? I mean, this applies to rank as well. Like, sometimes you don't give up on someone and they reciprocate and they're like, save me, and I'll show you the best 100-second rebound kite of the game. And sometimes things like that happen, or they could just die again. 5 seconds after this.
It's always a 50-50. It's always a 50-50.
True. Yeah,
But,
stay away from me. That's the most common one I see. But yeah, it's a team game after all, and the stakes are really high because, again, ladies and gentlemen, 1,500 people watching in the stream right now. It is a single eliminations format, and it's do or die. You do not get a loser's bracket, and for context, all the teams only get one chance at this. I'm starting to sound like an Eminem soundtrack. One chance, one shot at this, right? One shot, one shot, one step closer. And yeah, Omni versus MHX. So far, second game, first half, it goes to the, I would say Omni, it was MHX map selection, right?
Yes.
So I would say Omni kind of won that, even though they draw. Do you think?
I do think they won it, yeah, because it's also Mushin's Geisha too, so they should be very happy about themselves with that type of team performance as well, right? But with this, with a map like this, I was pretty surprised too that we decided to choose Lakeside for, it seems like this Lakeside page was for the survivors and not for the hunter. Mushin kind of insisted on wanting to go Geisha, but in this case scenario, I do think Omni can now take their map selection into their own advantage, right? So for pit stoppers here, Ivy is very doable, Opera is very doable. There's also a Hermit that's also doable as well if you want to perform a little bit more of a map control.
My God.
Yes, it's still like a lot of different changes too, because we have seen a lot of different Hermit strategies where it's all about changing targets, damage control until you do get someone down indefinitely. And some Hermits like Warp, some Hermits like Teleport. It just depends on the Hermit main at the end of the day. But for pit stoppers, there's a lot that they can play with. So I would say right now, it does seem like MHX kind of lost their advantage in which they gained from game one.
True. They sort of have to lock in right now, right? Because if in round one, MHX survivors did not exactly capitalize on Mushin's 4K. So here, I think they should definitely lock in. They should definitely at least try and get a draw against pit stoppers. I mean, pit stoppers is not going to play Geisha, right? That's not going to be his choice. And I think they definitely need to lock in and get a draw, at least in the map that they selected. Otherwise, if pit stoppers gets more than a draw here, well, I would say that Omni would actually stand a brighter chance in the next in the next game, which is BO3, simply because they have the map selection advantage too. Correct? So
yeah. And it's also with the fact that Omni Pit Stoppers has, their hunter pool is pretty big compared to Mushin as well, right? There's the Dream Witch that we mentioned, there's Wax Artist, there's Bonbon.
Alva, oh my god.
Yeah, there's Alva, there's even, that there's still the Opera Singer and the Ivy as well. So I just feel like from the survivor side, there's not enough bands and there's not enough survivors for you to counter everything as a whole. So now we could say, as long as Omni here takes this game and puts Omni themselves in towards an advantage, they have a huge chance of actually taking the game away from MHX and just turning the tide as a whole. But I do, what I would say, last game was still pretty intense for pit stoppers. That 4K pressure on him as the Hullabaloo as well. We will have to bring the adrenaline down just a tiny bit because you cannot really panic when playing the hunter. So I guess right about now we're just kind of composing ourselves, gonna wait it out and talk about how the ban picks will go, because it does seem like on a map like this, Embalmer is a really good choice too. So Embalmer might be one of our priority bans.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to go for a draw. He doesn't want MHX survivors to go for a potential draw, and just puts the Omni survivors redemption, I would say the redemption arc, because they managed to get a 2-man out 2 ways. So
Yes.
banning out those draw characters is definitely super important. Just a little bit of reminiscence of what happened in the first half, as you can see below the screen. You can see Acrobat is definitely the one that's putting up a lot of containment time. And oh my goodness, it's not even 100 seconds, it's 153 seconds of fluff. Omni, Fluff, definitely the MVP of that game itself, kiting Mushin, solo kiting Mushin for the entire duration, of course, with the help of a flare gun, which bought him 5 seconds, basically. But yeah, everything was super, super on point. And Psychologist even, getting the 200% done, while managing to rescue once, even completed 135%, followed by Aqua for the final rescue, 165%, making it a perfect 5-cipher decoding progress. And it just shows how comfortable they are decoding right there, right, Kuro?
Yeah, and of course, just to recap the point systems here as well, like for round 1 first half, it was 4-man elimination for MHX, and for second half, it was 4-man elimination for Omni, and then round 2, it was a tie from both sides. So right now, between Omni and MHX, we do not really see who's on top just yet, and this is still a 7-7, a very tight, even ground between both teams.
Yeah. I would say that Mushin actually had the opportunity to get more points here.
Yeah.
So even though the score seems pretty much tie, a draw now, but you pointed out, Pit Stoppers has the deeper hunter pool. So coming into this, if he bans the Embalmer, right? Just take one ban, for example, the Embalmer. He's putting himself in a very good position. He can play all the characters that you've talked about. He can play Alva. We can see some Alva gaming. We can see some Wax Artists. We can see some Dream Witch. We can see all these disruptive hunters. Even an Ivy or an opera singer that he sort of prides himself playing as well. Everything is very, very possible. But if there's one character you think that's very suitable, right, for him to get to allow him a higher chance of getting that 3k or 4 elimination, which hunter would you think he should lock in?
I would his opera singer. I think his opera singer has to be
Opera
good
singer?
to go. As much as we don't like seeing opera singers, it seems like Pit Stopper is gonna aim for that, because Knight and Barmaid has been the first 2 bans here. Knight fully counters opera singer, especially when you are close towards her as well. The mind games between a Knight and opera singer, yes, she does have dashes. However, I would say Knight mostly comes up on top. For MHX's survivors, it seems like we're going to try counter it with a Psychologist and an Anti-Curium. Because of the speed reduction, the dash reduction that Opera now has, it just allows Anti-Curium to disarm even easier against Dash Opera. So now it's really just up to Pit Stoppers on how he can maneuver around a team comp like this.
Yeah, he's not banning out the Embalmer yet. So you think WHX can sort of just lock in the Embalmer first here before it gets banned as the last one? Or you think there are better options that they can lock in at this moment?
I guess they're looking for a Rescuer first, because Rescuer has been banned. But for Pit Stoppers here, we decided to ban Fire Investigator instead.
Fire Investigator.
This does change it quite a bit, because Opera Singer isn't afraid of Fire Investigator, right? So this does kind of make us wonder, because like Opera Singer, after you dash, you can charge attack it immediately and then catch up with your Shadow Leaps. So Fire Investigator isn't always the issue if he's the first chase. So now it's kind of like, maybe this could be Ivy we're talking about instead of Opera Singer. However, Ivy is very possible because of the Barmaid ban too, so maybe Pit Stoppers now is kind of rotating back towards the Ivy plays instead of Opera, since Ivy does move faster well onside with the map control, and maybe we just want to replicate what Musing has done in Game 1. But for the Survivor side, I do think they realized this as well, which is why the Cordy was the last pick.
Yeah. But, I mean, they tried to salvage it with the flare gun potential there, right? Just to buy a little bit of time. But it doesn't change the fact that there are a few characters here that's pretty susceptible to Ivy's attacks. And, might not be able to gain distance, especially when he teleports in. So right here, though, just looking at this composition, I mean, with the pick of Coordinator, you think that's going to be a strong will it make this composition strong against a potential Ivy pick? Or do you think Pitstopper's like, no, I'm just playing with you. I'm actually going for Alba.
I think the Cordy pick, will allow survivors to have some type of leeway depending on what the hunter that Pitstoppers decides to choose here, because even if Cordy decides to gun rescue, there's not much that you can do against an Ivy, especially when she just leech and teleports on immediately, right? So like this is pulling might just be impossible even with the Cordy nearby. However, for Pitstoppers, it seems like we will be locking on towards that Ivy. For survivors right now, and that this anti-current cannot disarm, but this anti-current can spin and gain that 5% movement speed boost, so I think that's what we are now looking for. Psycho being able to tank 3 hits isn't bad. However, Psycho, after using her whistle, just being able to take 2 hits with no items might just be a tiny bit harder, so maybe that's where we'll see the Cordy shine.
Yeah, and we can also see the scattered spawn locations as well. Yeah, not the usual ones you see, because typically you want to be spread out away from the ciphers. You want to be spread out, especially if you're going up against an Ivy. So Pitstopper is just going to position himself right next to Paper Moon. That effectively takes out the cipher. That's ZZ, yeah. So, well, that's gonna buy him a little bit more time, but careful though, because Psychologist is also a juicy target, especially in that small house.
I would say one thing with Anti-Current's spawn point here is that she cannot rotate back towards Small Bowl, because if Ivy did not leech on towards you immediately, Ivy can just lock one of the areas at Small Bowl to prevent you from going in. So for Anti-Current here, she needs to rotate towards Big Bush, and Cordy needs to get out as soon as possible. But with this in mind, the persona points we go, it will be Mercenary on Tighturner, Psychologist on Knee-Jerk Reflex, alongside with Flywheel, Anti-Current with Flywheel, and Coordinator here with Flywheel as well. Triple Flywheel isn't necessarily too bad, but just not enough distance creating is what I would say. And it seems like Pitstopper's not gonna run Insolence for this Ivy.
Wow, so trusting that he will get that presence unlocked regardless, right? So, hey, I mean, he knows what he's doing, and in the hands of a master, well, we'll see what exactly happened, because right now it's do or it's the chance for Omni to bring the lead ahead, especially if he can get a 3k or a 4k here. That will definitely put Omni in front. So bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and Kuroshiro. Let's get started right here, Kuro.
It seems like we're looking for Paper Moon here. Directly in middle decoding wouldn't really be the best choice, but however, we do have that spin to prevent that 60 stack immediately, which is good news. Now, we see that Cordy has rotated it out, and Yellow will be the one that's lead, so Mercy Cypher Machine will be stopped. I would say for Mercenary, rotating towards the middle would be better just to get rid of that Ostracon. However, Paper Moon, really good containment right now. We just want to see whether or not we can find a vantage point of getting a disarm, but that flip over, we just wanted to buy a little bit more time, but like, it's still a hunt Ivy we're talking. No!
Beautiful! Recognizing that he might get disarmed there, he just instantly sprays and just gets that hit onto Paper Moon. What a play by Pitstopper, and his movement was so fluid as well, Kuro, right? Because he was, before even he flipped, he was anticipating it, and that's why he doubled back so fast. And now, coming back to Paper Moon, he's like, Pitstopper saying, I'm not forgetting about you, I'm coming back to leech you, I'm just trying to create Ostracons here and there, but 100% onto the coordinator. Okay.
We're running the wrong way though from the main body. However, I guess the teleportation wouldn't make it too much of an issue. Anti-Current only 18 stacks, that's kind of the good news. However, we need to try to get a Revelation and the Blink on here. Very nice cancellation! And that's barely 2 Cypher Machines done here from the Survivor side. And guess who's nearby? That's the Mercenary.
I would say that this is pretty much the same time when Mushin down the Survivors of Omni in the first half, but here, it seems like there's more damage being done because he's also controlling the ciphers at the same time with the Ostracons, right? So it allows him to teleport left and right, especially if he needs to catch up. And the ethereal form, just like, just looking at, he's like, hey, I'm just waiting for you to come in. When are you gonna pad in? Because it's almost half. Has to be really careful because the spray can kind of mess with his timing a little.
Oh, we
Okay,
didn't get a
okay.
revelation there, but it seems like it's a no damage rescue. That's good news. So Mercenary can definitely rescue again while Psycho maintains her full health. But I don't think this is just going to be the end of it, because Pitstoppers wants to look for more. If we can force a few elbow pads out of this Mercenary, it's a win for her. But right now, it just seems like Survivors are able to bring back quite a lot after that early game.
Yeah, Paper Moon just trying to, just trying to go away as far as possible from where the ciphers are. You can see Yinlo just coming back, trying to decode at the front gate cipher, just trying to complete the ciphers as we speak. And honestly, right, Kuro, for me, I feel like even if he doesn't get the hit onto Mercenary, it's fine, because he's probably thinking the same thing. Psychologist, well, if I have detention late game, I can easily just still take you out, so I don't really care. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you have to be really careful though, because it might come back to bite you. He's already infected the Psychologist, creating an Ostrakhan there. Yinlo coming in for a second rescue. Beautiful dash. Okay, just gonna hit him this time. Antiquarian, last kite. He still has a blink to work with. So will he use the blink here preemptively, or will he just try and, get the fear up to 100% and just get that hit?
For now, it seems like Pitstoppers does have Hunter, able to catch up here pretty fast. Oh, that's a nice cancel. Meanwhile, Anti-Current goes down. However, this is where the buyback will come in, because Mercenary did no damage rescue for the first time. Now, all Survivors are currently at full health. We do have Blink, yes, but 4 Cypher Machines are done, and there's only a half a Cypher Machine remaining right now, so map control just might not be possible anymore. Mercenary, only 97 stacks as well.
Yeah, the 3%. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll live with 3%. I don't even need to look back. I'm just gonna keep running. I'm just gonna use my second elbow pad. Pitstopper obviously spotting out the coordinator, but he's like, okay, she has a gun. She's running towards the middle. That's probably where the last cipher is.
Ooh, drop
and
down
the
hit.
drop down hit. What? What a play by Pitstopper right there. The drop down hit and securing the down. So now he doesn't have to worry much about the Mercenary. He can just go and disrupt the other ciphers right now, right, Kuro?
Yeah, he doesn't need... Actually, it's even better. It's even better, right? Because Mercy will be down on the ground and we know where his location is. No one can decode the middle Cypher Machine anymore. Because if you want to rescue, it has to be Coordinator. That's the one that comes into rescue, not Psychologist. So as long as Psycho is in your middle, that's all really what it matters. You don't really mind if Cordy here rescues or not, because as long as you can lock that middle Cypher Machine, that's all what it matters. For now, we don't see anyone else decoding. We do see where Z is, who is currently near the main gate where the big rock is. However, that's a free 100 stack immediately. We're trying to get rid of Ostrakhan, but we couldn't.
Wow, and Z, he's just gonna be infected again. My goodness, Pitstopper, can I just say, the last time we saw him, and compared to now, he's just popping off. He's really, really popping off. And the 100%, oh, nice flywheel by Z to sort of counter the 100% fear. They're still up and running. Well, you can see that the Psychologist has actually rescued
Rescued
and healed. Wow, okay. So Z is actually buying a lot of time here.
Yeah, for now, let's just say as long as Cody doesn't use her gun, that's all we use it
okay,
now.
he used it. He used it.
I guess it's okay. So we're gonna force the
Is it
100
really?
stack here. That's nice. That's really nice.
Okay.
But the last Cypher Machine isn't being decoded. We're starting a completely new Cypher Machine here. Okay, never mind. Psycho is the one that... Not Psycho. It is... Yeah, Psycho is the one that's decoding the 65% Cypher right now. Locking, as of now, might be a little bit too late, because there's also a Mercenary who's outside too. So that's going to be a revelation. We could not get that extra 40 stacks on towards the Psycho, and it seems like she's able to safely rotate out of this area too.
Yeah, I think it's fine for Pitstoppers, because he can just keep continuing creating that Ostrakhan, continue pressuring that map, right? So that's exactly what he's doing now. Z will have the time to find that perfume, but quite honestly, yeah, Pitstopper really cannot be tunnel vision. He's constantly, while chasing, he's just looking back, and the Ostrakhan teleporting back. Okay, Yinlo, don't overstay your welcome. You gotta be pretty careful right there. Z and the Coordinator and the Psychologist probably trying to get each other to heal. Yeah, to get healed up, but wow, I mean, Pitstopper.
We're spotted.
Yeah.
We're spotted. This is really bad now.
He knows. He knows.
100 stack. Double 100 stack. Hold on a second.
Psychologist? Oh, never mind. Psychologist lives. I was like, wait, if he gets that 2 hits with 1 teleport, that's gonna be the highlight of the match.
Yeah, but you know what's even worse? We can actually leech on towards the psychologist because it was Cordy that was initially leeched too. It seems like Mercenary has to be the one that comes into rescue. Psycho's trying to rotate back towards that Cypher machine, but it doesn't. I don't think it matters here too much who goes on chair or not, because no one can decode a Cypher machine at all. We're currently perma locked on the Cypher, and even if Mercenary comes into rescue, we can't get a gun. Yes, no, we don't have a gun. We have a pocket watch in exchange for Cordy, but like, what can survivors do? There's nothing that the psychologist can do as of now.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that Pitstopper still has trump card to work with, so he can work with anything. Okay, getting the psychologist down. He's just rotating the people on the chair, right? Because everyone practically stayed on the chair at least once. So, like I was saying, the trump card is definitely gonna be a factor as well. If it gets dangerously close, you know, abnormal can seal the deal.
Kick it, yeah, kick the Cypher. It doesn't exist anymore. It just does not exist anymore. Not only that though, you have to give Pits officers props. Whoever gets near the Cypher machine, that means I can get you down immediately and chair you near the Cypher. So not only am I near the Cypher machine, my Phantom's near the Cypher machine, there's nothing else you can do. Cordy will be leeched on here, but Cordy cannot decode the Cypher machine for the next 10 odd seconds. Mercenary is not Mercy, sorry, Cordy is nearby. Mercy was the one decoding. However, right around now, whoever dares to come rescue will die in exchange, and that's what Mercenary would be doing in exchange for trying to get the Cypher machine done.
True. And he doesn't really mind that the rescue is happening because he knows his chase potential is super optimal, right? And okay, he's not gonna waste any more time. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna blink in, it's fine. No one's touching the Cypher anyway. And mind you, the longer the game goes, the less resources the survivors have to deal with. But the hunter, ever replenishing. It's always replenishing, so yeah, I mean, yeah, the longer they drag it, AMEY checks, I don't know what exactly they can do here. And also being spotted out. Okay, put down the pallet here, probably. Okay, get through behind the pallet. Okay, nice miss. Okay.
Mind game. We're not looking back right now. No, we're looking back, but that's gonna be Psycho going down there, unfortunately. Mercenary is 99% healed. However, he will be using up the self-heal here just to go in for the rescue, but it's just too close for Comfort as we see where the ETN is, where the Phantom is here too. So I guess it's just we're gonna wait for corruption and transfers. Maybe no, we're not. We just wanna basically chase. But like it's really as you said, Nendo. Oh, okay, we're gonna do what Moosey did game 1. It's my time to shine, the listen switch trade switch. And that will be a celebration here from Pit Stoppers as well with Dash Ivy.
Yeah, it's pretty much like, okay, you did it first, right? This is my response to you. You think you got me? Nope. My Ivy, I know my Ivy's got it. But you gotta be really careful though. Both of them are now up and running. So Pit Stopper, if you gotta be really careful because the ciphers are starting to move. It's already at 51%. So I don't know. Yeah, I hope that the decision to go listen does not bite him in the end. But if he continues to pressure these half-health survivors, I think he pretty much got this in the bag.
Definitely, yeah. But it seems like for Mercenary here, he will be able to leech on in the next 10 odd seconds. Psycho is trying to contain for as long as possible, but Mercenary trying to get that 80% Cypher machine done. What he can't be leeched right now would be Death Wish. He also does have an extra 13 stacks here as well, so he can't really get away from the Ostracon range. That's going to be 100 stack immediately, and that's Mercenary going down. Who dares you to touch my Cypher machine? And that Psychologist trying to just slightly sneak away. But I don't think it's going to be possible anymore, because all we need to do here is to put the Phantom near Mercenary, and once you can leech him again, you can leech him and see where the Psycho is. So right around now, Mercenary no exit path, Psycho no exit path, aside from a knee-jerk reflex and a flywheel ready to go. There's not much left for MHX's survivors.
Yeah, I just love seeing these kind of stories, right? Like, you know, you play this, hey, I can play this too. And that's exactly what Pit Stopper is showing us. I mean, yes, it takes a little bit more time. It's close to 12 minutes right now. But hey, the end game, 4K. That's the game plan. So that's what he's gearing up towards. And MHX Psychologist, that's the last one standing right there.
Yeah, and not only that, right, we have seen from minute 6 onwards, no one was able to touch the Cypher machine, and that's kind of the really scary part about Ivy as well. If you don't have a good enough early game, it's just really hard to rebound against her. So right now it's a lot of mind games, but we will be able to leech on towards Sayo here, so it's just really one leech, one teleport, and she won't be able to contain here anymore.
True. I mean, quite honestly, right? Even if he doesn't hit, I mean, Mercenary is gonna bleed out pretty soon anyway. So, yeah, what an amazing 4K by Pit Stoppers. A statement by Omni's Hunter, like, hey, I can do back-to-back 4K. You bring out Ivy in the first game, trying to make a statement. I'm making a statement right now, and that's exactly what Pit Stoppers is doing. So, I don't know, man. I feel like if MHX wants to come back from this, they gotta go up against Pit Stoppers. They gotta put a full stop onto Pit Stoppers, because right now this guy, he's all gas, no break. Yeah, Mr. Unstoppable. Maybe that's his new nickname right now. So yeah, I mean, it was really.
It is really tough right now for MHX, because the one that really needs to stand up now is Muxing, right? Because game 1, if you remember, it was 4-man elimination to 4-man elimination. However, game 2, it was 4-man elimination to a tie. That means unless the Survivor 4-man escapes or the Hunter 4-man eliminates, there's no way that we can actually move on forwards towards the game anymore. Because if you just think about the point system, if you get a 3-man escape and a 3-man elimination for MHX, the points still isn't just enough to win against Omni. So with this in mind, right, we're gonna have to give a lot of focus on towards MHX's Hunter as of now. Your Geisha pick is banned. Your Ivy from game 1 is also banned. And right now, moving on towards round 2, that's Hula Blue Goatman, 2 Hunters perma-banned. But if the Survivor wants to, they possibly could, not ban the 2 as well. But I guess for the more safer option, just get rid of the 2, because Muxing's 2 good Hunters are also gone as well.
So technically, okay, I'm trying to do maths early in the morning here, so guys, please do help us out. Of course, shoutouts to Melly. Thank you for tagging us again on Instagram. And Yasmin, just a girl, thank you for tagging us. She's actually listening to us like a podcast while she's driving, so please drive safely, okay? But just looking at it itself, I'm just thinking about the points right now, right? Because it's 7-2. It's not exactly the closest gap, right? And if MHX wants to come back in game number 3, they gotta go 8-1. And in order to do that, they gotta have back-to-back 4 escape or 3 escape coupled with 4 elimination or 3 elimination. And quite honestly, if the first half does not work out, like they get a draw. Okay, maybe not a draw, maybe they get 3K.
They get 3K. That would be game over though, Nello. That would be game over, because if you think about this, right, game 1 was 7-2. So that was a 5-point difference. Game 2, if it's a 3-man elimination and a 3-man escape, it'll be 6-2, and the difference is only 4 points. So then, like, the difference between MHX and Omni will be a 1-point difference, meaning Omni will be taking the lead towards finals. So I do think right now the stakes are even higher. It's not a 3-man escape, 3-man elimination. It's you have to get a 5-point somewhere throughout round 1 or round 2, or else you cannot bounce back.
Yeah, first half or the second half, because if you get either one of those results in the first half, well, second half will literally be meaningless, because even if you win that round, the points wouldn't be enough, right? So here's the thought. The next game, it would be MHX choosing the faction that is going first. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? They will be the one doing that, and Omni will be the one picking the map. So let's talk about, who do you think MHX should send out first? Do you think they should send out the survivors first to deal with the first half, get the 3-man escape, break Pit Stoppers' 4K streak? Or do you think they should go with the Hunter first and allow Mushin to redeem himself and get that 4K that they desperately need right now?
I think you need to let the Hunter come out first, because if the Hunter comes out first, at least there's no pressure. Well, there's less pressure than if, let's say, the Survivor
no pressure at all.
4K. No, well, there is pressure,
4K,
but less
4K.
pressure. Just 4K. But there's less pressure compared to if the survivor came out first and got a tie, let's say. So like, if we want to accommodate, whoever we want to accommodate here needs to get the formal elimination. Who has the best choice to get a 5 point? It's the hunter. It's rarely the case of survivors, right? Yes, round 2, round 3s are all based on survivors. However, because it's more survivor advantaged, that's why we say, okay, let's just get moving out. But right before we move on towards round 3, we'll be seeing the highlights from these 2 halves. We'll be back really soon, so don't go.
All right, welcome back to the Call of the Beast 8 NAEU Qualifiers Day number 2. I'm Nello Mello, that's Kuroshiro Gaming. We are your commentators for this intense game between Omni versus MHX. And I know that we talked about this before, MHX being the favorite because they won the tournament, the community tournament held by Persuadable. But we cannot disregard Omni as well, because Omni was also a representative for NAEU division during the previous COA. So right here, the action is intense, right? I mean, for those of you who have just tuned in, here's the context, and simply because we saw some viewers talking about listening to us as if it's a podcast. I mean, you might be doing your grocery shopping, you might be doing your housework while listening to us. So here's some context. During the last 2 games, it started with a 4K by the Hunter of MHX, Mushin getting the 4K with an IV, and then Pitstoppers getting a 4K with the Hullabaloo. Second game, MHX Mushin got a 2K with Geisha, and of course, Pitstoppers just moments ago, a 4K with Ivy. So that's the story so far. And right now, we're going to the round 3 first half, Kuro. I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely. We're now extending the story here. It will be Survivor coming out from, let's see, Omni here. Meanwhile, the Hunter will come out from MHX. It does seem like Chinatown has been banned by MHX, which means that MHX also chose out their Hunter to come out first. Meanwhile, for Omni side, they chose Arms Factory instead. I do think on a map like this, what is Omni looking for? Omni's looking for a Dream Witch. He's definitely looking for a Dream Witch or an Alpha here, because that's what he specializes at. He loves map control type hunters, which is why it's such a small map overall. But then from MHX's side, we can also say that, hey, Muxing has Wax Artist. Muxing also did have a Fool's Gold, maybe. I thought I saw him on the leaderboard some days, but if we can bring that out, that would be also nice to see. But we will recap once again, right? Muxing needs this 4-man elimination no matter what. So you really can't hide anything anymore.
That's true, because even when we say that Mushin, technically the worst he can do is a draw in order to keep the game going. But realistically speaking, in second half, if he actually gets the draw in the first half, well, second half, you kind of have to expect your survivors to get a 4-man escape against Pitstoppers. And I don't know about you, but to do that sort of comeback, it's better to realistically hope for Mushin to make a comeback right here and now. You know what I mean? But what can Mushin play here? I mean, we talk about Pitstoppers loving map control characters. What can Mushin play here? Especially since Arms Factory has already been decided for them anyway.
Yeah, Muxing doesn't really have that much options, but it seems like we're banning out Anti-Current and Female Dancer first. This looks like a sculptor game to me.
A sculptor game?
Really? As shameless as I'm gonna get, this does look like a sculptor game to me. Sculptor or Bomb, because with these two type of survivors, they do kind of hardcore counter the chip hunters quite a lot. Female Dancer being able to slow you down and Anti-Current being able to disarm you. But from from Omni side, excuse me, it will be Goldman and Hullabaloo per map ban. So we're not gonna be able to see them coming out for the side of Muxing.
But okay, taking out the Hullabaloo and the Goatman, it's a very obvious 2 bans, right? But what I'm thinking is, are they not worried about Mushin's Ivy? Because, mind you, they did get 4K in the early games.
However, it is now permabanned. It is now permabanned.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're right. The new system.
New ban system, new system.
Oh, okay. So, oh my god, they're shutting down Mushin's options so much. Like,
they are.
What exactly can he play here then? No Geisha, no Ivy, no.
There's also no An2. There's also no An2 because Omni chose Professor. Professor now counters An. Professor, when you use your shell charge, you don't get stunned anymore. So Omni kind of knows what Muxing wants to play, and choosing that Professor out is a brilliant move too.
Wow, I'm kind of wondering what's gonna happen here, because look at the picks, Kuro. A gun, a wild boar, and the scales, and plus a decoding lawyer, a Freddy, right? So
a Freddy.
Yeah, I mean, no disciple. What else? What else can he do? Because is he gonna force? He's gonna force out the disciple.
I do think he is. The prospector ban there was the last ban that Muxing had.
Kinda, right?
Yeah, I think Muxing really wants that An to come out, but An, against a team comp like this, there's no one you can chase aside from Lawyer. You could try the Professor. However, when a Professor cancels out one of your stuns, it's only a 45-second cooldown. Well, only. It's the longest cooldown, but instead of 70 seconds, it's 45 seconds in exchange. So right now, let's just say Omni knows that they need to run full knee-jerk reflex. No one can bring Flywheel here. I think that would be the way to go, yeah.
Yeah. Unless if Mushin's playing some mind games again and goes with the photographer. I'm just kidding. Oh my god, don't quote me on that. I mean,
maybe
not the fastest decoding. Pretty much just find the lawyer first and injure everyone else. Like, who knows? I mean, Mushin has been surprising us with his picks so far, but now surprising us again. The Clark right here against a slow. I wouldn't say such a slow decoding place, but what do you think about the odds of the survivors here? Do you think Clark won't be bullied by this survivor lineup?
I do think Clark will be bullied by a survivor lineup because if you think about it, right, there is a wildling who can just get on board and continuously body block and push back. That's a coordinator that with a gun. Yes, if Clark brings excitement, great, but that's only a once-off excitement. How are you going to counter the wildlings harass? And then, like, for Lawyer, let's be realistic. You can see hunters from across the wall. So, like, being able to see the hunter globally just allows you to do so much and rotate so much. And I don't even think that this Clerk is able to catch up. And then Professor being Professor counter single hit hunters. So, I mean, this Clerk might be really hard to be played out.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about getting cooked or cooking. I mean, it's all or nothing now. The choices have been locked in. The spawn locations are being shown right here. One will be in the middle, Aqua will be on top, Lace covering for the lawyer, which is in the factory. So realistically speaking, Clark can only position herself on the top left, maybe next to the coordinator, or she could bring confined space and position himself on top of the lawyer, which he's doing right now. So, do you think he's just gonna go and straight and chase the lawyer here? I mean,
I
could
don't
just
think.
bring
Well,
confined space. That might work.
Yeah, she could, but you know, a Professor being able to spawn next to Lawyer just means a Professor can get a scale then for Lawyer to pick up. So I think Lawyer might just rotate towards where Professor is and then run straight towards Junkyard, which is bottom left. However, moving on straight towards the Persona points we're going to run a double knee-jerk reflex flywheel here on both Coordinator and Professor. Lawyer, it seems like he's going to run the flywheel instead, and of course that one and only Tightener on the Wildling. It's as you said here as well, now confined space. But it's trump card no detention on this Clerk.
Yeah, she's planning to go full aggressive mode from the very beginning because she's thinking, if I can't do anything in the early games, I don't think I can do anything in the late games. That's probably the mindset. Just go full aggressive in the early games. We'll see how it happens because there are a lot of survivors on Omni's side who did not bring borrowed time, so they're probably accounting for the late game as well. So yeah, Mushin's not bringing detention probably plays well into the persona builds of the survivors. But do or die for MHX right here against Omni because Mushin needs to get at least a draw or more if he wants to survive in this tournament. So Kuro, take it away.
We're going to be able to see Clerk there locking the window first. However, we do have another window lock since we've just used one. Lawyer right now is trying to wait, but it seems like because of the fact that we don't get terror shocked, Lawyer isn't too afraid of you after all. What's more surprising is that Lawyer is not going to go towards where Professor is, and I do think that's simply just because we want to continue the decoding progress as soon as possible here too. We're going to lock Professor here as we did get stuck there a little bit, but Lawyer right now, it's all about the mind games.
It is, and he's just going to try and play through the pallets. Okay, putting it down, opening, getting that first hit. This is exactly why you have to be very careful of a Clark, right? Because you kind of have to pallet stun him, play the mind game no matter what, because the moment you put it down, he's just going to lift it back up and hit you through it. So Lawyer's still trying to, trying to buy more time. Fluff, the acrobat that we knew, kited Mushin's geisha just now, just going to use the flywheel in advance just to stop any attempt of getting hit out of the blue. But Clark, no blink right here. How are you liking the odds right here?
Oh, we could possibly speaking counter any of the harass that is coming in, but the survivor's decoding speed is going up pretty fast too.
The
Lawyer
mind
does
games?
have that 3.5% movement speed, but can we get the mind game here? We did not, but that's also still okay. Even if we get it down here, right, it is around 100 seconds by the time we do get the lawyer on the chair. There's going to be around 2 cipher machines that will be fully decoded, and you know, there's a professor that's nearby that can come in to give a scale for the lawyer, and then maybe body blocks just once. And look, we know that blink hasn't been used just yet, so it's most likely going to be either a warp or an excitement. So I don't think Cody will be using that gun anytime soon.
True. I mean, Juan, he's just playing a little bit of mind game here. Yeah, it's fine. I'll take that hit. Rescue and then get on the board. Maybe provide some body blocking, because you know, if he does that, at least he'll be able to have Fluff survive a bit longer. No, actually, he just wants to get out of there safe and sound, right? So Fluff trying to do the musical chair right here, trying to circle around the tank until his last moments. He's just gonna choose to expire here. But fortunately, he still has another chair to work with. But here is the problem against a Clark that's constantly disrupting decoding as well. The last 2 ciphers are relatively new. So would you say Mushin has a chance here? Because the ciphers are not as fast as indicated?
I think we could sell here, but it seems like Aqua decides to come in instead. That's gonna be a normal hit, normal rescue, but I guess the moment the gun comes out, we will know what the ending will be. A double down would be really bad here, but it seems like we got the hit on Lawyer. What was that? What was that hit? Cody has to be very careful here because there's been no trade that's been used just yet. That's a brilliant fly. We managed to get the ball over, thankfully. However, is there a knee-jerk reflex that we can use? No, there's not. And there's also not a window lock here just yet. That's gonna be a knee-jerk reflex from the window, and that's gonna be Cody out of this area. However, right now Cody and Wani has to meet up on heal, or else it will be a very bad endgame here because Mushin still does have excitement. We could possibly, speaking here, teleport if we find dash coordinator immediately. Now, the game will be slowed down. The momentum will be 50-50 from both sides. But as long as we don't show ourselves and just get Wally to give the tinnitus, I think the game will still go towards a tie.
That's true. Mushin definitely needs to be on his toes. He's got one objective done. He's already eliminated 1 survivors, but he still needs to get at least 1 more to survive, 2 more to actually give them a shot, and 4K to help boost the win that they desperately need. Mind you though, they need to get an 8-1 score, and that's only achieved if any factions get 3K above, coupled with a 4 escape. So here, Mushin trying to find where his next target is. I like how Omni is sort of just, you know, yeah, let's play it a little bit slow. Let's heal up first. Juan. We've seen Juan, amazing, right? He was an amazing character as well. The last time we saw him, and now transitioning to a rescue main. So let's see if he'll be able to kite a little bit longer.
I don't. It's a little bit unfortunate, but Boar was still on 2-second cooldown. But if we just take this across, Cody might be able to come in for the rescue, but it seems like Professor will be the one doing it instead, since he does have a body block potential. Laze right now is going to try loot from the back, but even if Laze does want to come in, you can't only body block once, so there's also that too. It's a good news that Cody isn't coming in because it's an excitement, but we see Cody here, right, very smart as well. One cipher will be invalid. You can just decode another one, which is very close and nearby.
True. I mean, yeah, he's definitely eyes on the target, right? He already has a recording of hitting the chair done. Okay, he's just gonna farm off 1. Very, very well played. Mushin recognizes that he's done enough cipher control to do this, right? So he doesn't really mind not farming off the walling. Because technically speaking, farming the walling would be the optimum choice. You just have to deal with 2 survivors in the late game. And the rescue was kind of slow, right?
Yeah, I think Professor got stuck there somehow because he should have been able to go in straight towards rescue immediately. This seems like a 4-man elimination game here because the cipher machine just isn't enough. We're running straight towards coordinator here, and excitement still just hasn't been used yet.
Wow. Yeah, and we were actually thinking that Clark would have a pretty hard time, considering that, you know, she does not have blink, that's one. And of course, she is pretty much susceptible to the scale stuns of the Professor, which we did not see yet throughout the game. So now it's basically 2v1. I mean, the end is kind of inevitable here, right? Because the one person who touches the cipher, that's going to be recorded, and he can just chase the other with ease.
Yeah, I do think it's also a slight bit of an. I do think it's a bit unfortunate, right? Because Professor definitely could have came nearby and gave a mini shell towards the lawyer just for him to contain a little bit longer since he doesn't have any maps remaining. Like, there's a lot of small soft support opportunities that Professor could have done, but in the eyes of the prize, because Clerk has excitement, I think they're just a bit wary of what will happen. But that failed flywheel as well, though. It's now just another nail towards the coffin.
True. Speaking of nails to the coffin, she's like, okay, here's a little bit of moonwalking going on. The pallet slam did not register, unfortunately, just a little bit off the mark. But the second time, a charm. Wow, Aqua, swerving left and right, breaking knees. But Mushin again with the moonwalks. Wow. Okay, so Aqua just needs to keep this up because Mushin is kind of tunnel visioning now. Lace having free access to decoding.
Bob, I don't think it's too much of an issue because, it's still a professor outside and there's still a one full cipher machine remaining. However, right now, if Aqua vaults over that one, the cipher machine will be not cipher, the window will be locked and still no gun used. I mean, it is kind of understandable as well since...
Teleport?
Since teleport changed to teleport here instead, we probably want to force the self-heal from the core D, but right now, that's going to be a failed window lock there, unfortunately, and Professor on the run here once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, right? Because now that they know he has teleport, Aqua holding on to the flare gun seems genius because he'll be able to use it after he uses the self-heal, right? Using the exit path. So Lace, he's got to do the layup right here. He's got to contain so much longer here. And he has the skills to work with too. So he needs to time it correctly. Oh no, going down. But it's okay because he also has exit path and he also has access to flywheel, especially when he gets up. So right now, the danger really is on the side of Aqua because despite the flare gun, he does not have exit path anymore. If he goes down, that's it. Lace has to play this one-on-one.
I also do feel like, if Lace was able to get that shell shock, Cody definitely would have been able to decode that cipher machine, but it seems like for now, Lace just gets up immediately because we want to try at least guarantee the one-man escape. We know that excitement has been changed towards teleport too, and now can we get the gun from Cody? That's going to be a flywheel there used first. It's a little bit tight here, but we're still trying to play mix and match, and Cody will go down because of the pallet drop down.
True. And the gun is still there. Okay, so it might not be so ideal anymore. Because right now, she's at the mercy of her sole remaining teammate, which is the professor, who is also desperately trying to keep himself covered. Okay, hiding behind the big rock. Mushin, unless... Mushin? How does he know?
Pallet stun is good there though. However, in exchange for that means Mushin can now pick up 2 pallets or drop down 2 pallets in order for us to get Professor down. Professor may still have a flywheel, but no exit path on that corner simply just means that it's a death sentence. But we are still resisting. It seems like Omni isn't willing to go down just yet.
Yeah, beautiful. He put down the pallet. The Clark put down the pallet, right? But he responded with a stun of his own, and he just pushed the Clark back so far. But quite honestly, this is sort of like a death march, because Coordinator couldn't stand up, and ultimately, yeah, it's gonna be a 4K for the side of Mushin. Congratulations, the first half of the objective has been accomplished on the side of MHX, with the 5 points to start things off. But Kuro, before we talk about what the impact is going to be like in the second half, like talk to us, like what's the moment that really defines the Clark taking over?
I just feel like with the survivors rotation, what we saw early game as well. With Lawyer being a character that is more focused on transitioning and running away from the hunter, he was stuck in factory in exchange. I feel like if Lawyer maybe just ran towards where Professor was originally and then go towards junkyard rooms, there's like so many windows on Palace that you can use as well, and you're able to pick up a mini shell shock for yourself just to be able to self-contain for a tiny bit longer. Lawyer did go down 90 seconds in towards the game, in which, honestly, It is good. It is good, right? 90 seconds is more than enough when all survivors have started to decode their cipher machines when the game immediately started. However, I just feel like even with that in mind, Professor should have came in to either A, give a mini shell shock, or B, to even provide maybe one body block or like one stun, just so we could allow Lawyer to pull a little bit of a distance away. However, for the conclusion of round 3 first half, it will be a 4-man elimination here for Mushin. He is able to stabilize and reclaim what he has lost in round 2. So right now it's up to MHX's survivors to either to get that tie or a 3-man escape.
3-man escape or the tie up against Pit Stoppers, who has consistently been getting 4Ks back to back. But we'll put a pin on that and discuss that even further later on, because right now the stats: 137 seconds by Aqua, 105 seconds by Lace. Everyone kited respectably high, like above 60 seconds, even Fluff 95 seconds, like you mentioned. The decoding progress as well is pretty respectable, like 193%, 244, 103 seconds. No problem with the cipher decoding, except that the Clark was constantly disrupting the decoding. So all of this decoding progress was done over a significant period of time of 10 minutes. So the longer you stall it, the more advantage Clark has over the survivors. But hey, I mean, I agree with you talking about the beginning, where he definitely should have rotated to where the professor was. I believe that area is actually a much stronger area to kite, right? Simply because there's so many windows, and for the factory it's only 2 windows. Technically speaking, it's just 2 windows. And if it's blocked, well, I'm so sorry, the pallets outside is not going to help you, because unless you stun the Clark. But yeah, I mean, that's not the only defining moment, right?
Cause like a lot of things that happened throughout that game was all about the early game. Because like the thing is, Mushin was very smart there. He realized that okay, Lord decided not to pull away. Lord decided to stay inside factory. What does this mean? This means that I have confined space. I have trump cards. So all what I need to do is to continuously lock the cipher machines outside. So then that when all the pallets and the windows has been consumed, since we also do bring fast builder breaking as well with confined space, we'll get a free hit anyway. So it doesn't really matter much whether we save our scrolls or not to get the lock on towards Lawyer. And like to around the 30-second mark, that is what Mushin decided to do. He decided to go towards where Professor's cipher machine was and then lock his cipher for a consistent 2 to 3 scrolls, which is also why Professor's cipher machine was the slowest there. So like with that, the biggest mistake is still early game. We cannot deny that they did brilliantly mid to end game with, you know, all the other survivors containing. However, because Mushin was able to capitalize and leverage from the fact that survivors kind of did get a little bit greedy there with staying in factory and not rotating out, he did garner out that 4K through with his own skills.
True. And if you notice, right, the Wildling actually got her cipher done before all else. So it says a lot about how much Clark has been slowing. And he has been slowing the correct target, because it was the professor, so he bought a lot of time there. But I agree with you. I definitely see your perspective. The first kite definitely should have been much better, considering you are the lawyer, you're not afraid of Terra Shocks, and you have the support of a professor in the form of the scales if you need it. So, one is
you know if you think about it as well, right, Nello, it's professor, it's wildling, it's coordinator. Those 3
support
are
heavy.
meant to. Yeah, they're meant to be your escorts. Like, if you run towards this cipher machine, it doesn't really matter. Because, like, let's say you go towards Professor first. Okay, you get a mini shell shock for yourself. You can block 1 damage. And then you go towards middle. Wilding gets on board. Wilding can just stand in between one of the pallets. So then Clerk has to go through around the long way to even catch up towards the lawyer. And then the lawyer can rotate towards the coordinator, in which Cordy can gun. But even if excitement comes out, guess what? I still have a wildling. I still can get on board. I still can harass even if my lawyer goes down. So, like, that game definitely could have taken multiple different turns. However, I feel like for Omni, they were more worried about, cipher rushing compared to proactive supporting the lawyer.
We can see that too, right? I definitely see what you're getting at. Like, the supports are there for a reason, right? And even if you get the excitement off, that's great, because heck, you already know there's no blink. There's no blink, and okay, you can kite more confidently around certain areas, right? So Interestingly, you brought up the point that they are more focused on the ciphers, and I was like, okay, if you
Yeah.
were gonna do that, you might as well choose more cipher rushers, right? Instead of the
Yeah,
lawyer,
yeah,
get a prisoner.
yeah, everyone's been asking for mechanic as well. Like Prisoner Mechanic, you can
Yeah,
even bring
mechanics
out.
also good.
Yeah, it's all a good option too. But like I guess
It
with
can be
that in
recorded,
mind,
right? It can
it
be
can,
recorded,
it
right?
can.
Oh, you mean the bot can be recorded as well?
Yes, the bot can
Oh,
be
okay, okay.
recorded, but I just feel like with Prisoner being out there too, Prisoner does as you said, the link does you can't push the other cipher machine as well. So even if it's locked, it doesn't really matter too much.
True, true. Like he can just pretty much push it from another way, connect it, and let the other teammate push that cipher, right? So definitely see where you're coming from. And I think MHX survivors heard you there and decides to go with Tracy. So another hand at decoding, right? So definitely looking for a cipher rush here. I like that. I like that simply because quantity here also plays a great deal, right? So maybe anticipating. You think this is in anticipation of what pit stoppers might be bringing out here? Because Hullabaloo, Dream Witch has been banned. Sorry, that's the Goatman.
That is Goldman.
Goatman and Dream Witch has been banned. Hullabaloo has been globally banned. There's no Ivy as well. What else can pit stopper play here? Opera singer, but
Yeah, it seems like Opera Singer might be the way to go because we banned Knight there as well, even though Knight is a universal ban too. I guess we just want to get a 3-man elimination, maybe, because like if Pit Stoppers here gets a 3-man elimination, they still win based on points as well. So I guess we just want to go for our pocket pick from last meta, from the previous meta as well, getting the Opera Singer out. It's not too bad. Look, there's a mechanic out on the field, there is a cheerleader, you are able to catch up, but I guess just a tiny bit slower compared to before her nerf.
true. And we can see the cheerleader up as well. So this definitely looks like a repeat of the picks, right? Because we've seen the cheerleader in the first game. We've seen the first officer in the first game. So yeah, I think it's an indication that he really wants to go to Opera Singer now that his options are severely limited. Because the last ban will be the forward prior and followed by the first officer pick, right? So yeah, I think we can expect to see Opera Singer here. What traits do you think he should bring right here? You think he should focus on the 612 or the normal 3-6? Blink?
Usually for a team comp like this, I would run. You know what? Usually I would run Warp on Opera
Warp.
Singer on a map
Okay.
like this. Yeah, because like if you think about it too, right? Cheerleader after 2 pom-poms, movement debuff, so you just warp and catch up immediately. It's kind of the same as mechanic too. If the mech stall is spotted out pretty early on towards the game and you hit it, her location will be revealed, and it only just takes 1 warp to catch up towards her as well, in which you can use it as a blink. But there is still a potential that Pit Stoppers wants to maybe choose something else, but because there's a mech on the field, you can't really play the Bombon that you want to play. You can't really play the Alva that you want to play, because if the mech spot has been found, it's kind of like saying it will allow you to body block, but then I guess it's a double-edged sword too. But like having 4 survivors out there decoding against an Alva, it just hurts more for Pit Stoppers if he decides to play Alva.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it itself, like, there's not a lot of team fight characters in the composition as well. So technically, you are pretty much on your own when it comes to the containment time, right? Because this is a total opposite of what Omni was trying to do just now. Omni support heavy, like what you've talked about. We've talked about the 3 supports revolving around Freddy, but Freddy went down first, and it sort of crumbled after that. But here, it's like, yo, you go after the mechanic, the other 3 can decode pretty well. So yeah, I guess that's the threat of that. Mechanic gonna be spawning in the middle. Okay. No. Yeah, okay, great. I was kind of worried. Yeah, I was thinking, wait, what? Shadow mechanic middle play? What? What's going on?
It's a bit risky if they really decide to do that, but it seems like for this selection how they go, it's going to be first officer spawning right in front of the Opera Singer, who spawns on top left. Meanwhile, the cheerleader in middle, mechanic at the entrance to the junkyard, and of course Acrobash cipher machine will be locked at factory. I guess overall there would be quite a lot of clashes. Well, not clashes, but meetups between the survivors, because everyone has to rotate. With this kind of spawn point, the Z spawn point is usually all about rotation and getting away from the hunter. But But you know, with a game comp like this as well, Cheerleader does support Acrobat really well with the item reset. However, for Mechanic, it's a different story. You can't really do that with Mech. But if you do decide to leave the Mech out, she's just gonna decode. So it's better to not do that.
Imagine if you reset and the mechanic bot actually replenishes. Oh my god, that would be so OP.
Yeah, she will be SS tier. She will be up there. She will be my permaban.
Triple S tier. Like, oh my god, please don't. But hey, after all has been said and done, the persona builds are here in front of everyone to see. So let's see if that's actually the case. Pit Stoppers is actually gonna go not with the warp, but with the abnormal to start things off. So how do you like this abnormal coming in? Just a quick thought.
I do think that he wants to stop Mechanic from decoding. However, from the survivor side, triple flywheel doesn't really work too well against against
Sangria,
the
right?
opera singer. Yeah. So with this in mind, let's move on straight towards the game. This will be the second half of round 3 between Omni and MHX.
Yeah, Pit Stoppers, wasting no time trying to look for the first survivor. I think he was trying to look for the first officer first, give some pressure, and then force him to use the watch, but it's fine. I did not find him, but Paper Moon already ready with the bomb. With the red bomb, he's like, okay, yeah, I'm just looking around. Please don't mind me. I'm just scouting. But the bot is still safe and sound. Kuro, he's still safe and sound. Everyone's just rotating away. And Pit Stoppers, okay, still has the Nidus being breached. Oh, and did he not spot out the bot just now?
Oh no, I think the bot managed to fully hide themselves really well. Pit Stoppers thinks that there's a mech nearby, but no, it's the mech spot instead. So we're going to go back straight towards middle, look for Paper Moon again. He did use one acrobatic ball, however, there is still 2 more left and the third one coming very, very soon. The mechanic spot is already decoding, however, mech would be kind of annoyed here for a little bit, but that's okay. As long as Acrobat and Kite, the doll can just do all the decoding work that is necessary.
Yeah. Okay, going through the window, continuing the chase, Paper Moon. You know, against the Sangria, right? You really just want to keep... Oh, wait! What?
Oh.
He was holding on to the bomb, and then he used the flywheel, and then he still get hit. What? Okay, that's kind of unfortunate right there. But, you know, we'll be there to provide the support. But what? That was over the window! He was already over the window! And he's gonna disrupt Yinlo's Cypher. That normal is ready to use. Oh my god, Kuro. What a disaster. An early disaster at it.
Yeah, that's a huge nail towards the coffin as well, because that 50% Cypher machine is now gone.
68%.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, take away the 8, it's 6% now. So very unfortunate there. But at least Yinlo will be able to rescue here. Okay, let's see. Okay, getting the hit onto the first officer. It's totally fine. Paper Moon ready with the bomb, ready to do a rebound kite, and we can see that they can pretty much know that, yeah, they can safely vault through windows here, right? Especially since there's no bling, so can be pretty careful. Paper Moon though. Okay, nice. Nice awareness, recognizing that Pit Stopper might go for the teleport back trick. Breaking off the pallets, Pit Stopper is just going to continue on. Paper Moon has to be really careful because he has no more bombs to work with, and unfortunately going to go down. But a little bit of time, but with the mechanic up, you would kind of expect the Cypher to go a little bit faster, but it's 3 minutes in, and only 2 Cyphers have been done. So cool.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
I think MHX survivors are now trying to bank for accelerated decoding. We have to sell here no matter what, but I don't think Pit Stoppers will allow you to do that too. So you know what, the first officer here will be stopped immediately towards the middle. That middle Cypher machine is only at 27%.
Okay.
The X-Spot is still out there. The good news is that at least Mech is nearby wanting to come into the rescue. However, if you do decide to chase after that Mech, that will be 2 survivors injured, and you can just change the teleport to get any of the 2 down. So right now, it does seem like we want the full-on sell because Mech is not going to make her way in. But the doll is still outside decoding the Cypher machine. But Mech just isn't willing to touch the bot just yet, because if you do, there will be a sound effect given. However, Inglo is now too close for comfort. The first officer will be swapped out. We won't look at what's remaining. And it's already being forced.
Yeah, I mean, he should not even be there anymore, you know what I mean? He should probably be looking for a teammate, try to get the heals up, because if if you hear half health, you're forced to use up the watch, and that's exactly what he did. And once the watch is over, the effect is gone. Pit Stopper is gonna get you, and you have nothing to work with. But Yinlo has the pallet to work with, slamming Pit Stops into a stun state. But Pit Stopper, I guess that's enough to put a stop to his chase. He's like, okay, thank God that pallet slam stopped Pit from chasing me further. But it does leave the other two teammates in danger. Oh,
Okay, that was barely a hit there, but if we get a hit on Mech, I feel like we might just teleport out towards First Officer again if they aren't healing. But, I mean, it seems like they are right now. First Officer did manage to meet up with the cheerleader. However, Mechanic they were going to be able to get a second pallet stun, and that just bought so much time. But it seems like Cheerleader has other options here. She decided to decode instead of healing the officer. So right now, Mechanic still by herself. She's containing really well here. Aspartame, we finally got the hit, but it was exchanged for a pallet stun.
and while all of that is happening, the fourth cipher has been popped. Pit Stopper, he really needs to calm down a little bit because maybe the adrenaline is making him a little bit panicky here. Like he's just desperately trying to get that down, right? But Mechanic doing that kite so well, okay, just missing. That's not supposed to happen. That was supposed to be a down long ago. But hey, the Terra Shock to finally bring the pesky Mechanic down. And Pit Stopper is gonna chair the Mechanic, but has to be really careful because the last cipher is already at 67%. And he has enough normal to work with, but Yinlo's bot is going to heal up the first officer. And Z, I mean, yeah, Pit Stopper has to know that this is the last cipher, right? He's just gonna kick it off.
But it's only 30% though, so it's not too much, especially with accelerated decoding started as well. Now, First Officer doesn't really have any items, that's kind of the good news. However, a double down is still pretty hard to come by for a single head hunter like Opera. Right now, we're just trying to see how much time we can buy. If we can get a charge shot, that'll be good, but it seems like we're going to kind of force hit instead. And with that, I do think we want to try map control a bit more. We're going to go after First Officer.
Nice!
It'll go down immediately.
Beautiful hit on the first officer, so pretty good stuff. Recognizing that the more people are injured, well, the Mechanic couldn't really decode, right? So the cheerleader's the one doing the recording. But unfortunately, for Pits, the cipher is actually decoded and almost prime right here. Okay, wait.
Oh, we managed to get the backdoor rescue, and it seems like First Officer will be able to pop open the cipher machine here. First Officer taking up borrowed time. That's going to be a lot of movement speed who's coming in through. However, we do not have teleport ready just yet. So right now, Pit Stoppers, we just need to look for a tie game here. If we can go for a tie game, we can go for extra rounds. It's still okay for now, but it seems like we're going to double back here, trying to look for where Mech is. But Dungeon is nearby, so we still have to be very careful. You cannot have First Officer hypnotize you again when he has no items left on his hands. Mech is now trying to make the rush towards endgame, but it seems like Zed is going to be able to get the gate open.
Wait, and the dungeon as well. The dungeon is nearby. It's at the factory, right? So
hold on, the First Officer is at the gate. Hold on, Pit Stoppers, we're gonna go towards the exit gate.
wait, Pit Stopper knows what's up. He's going towards the other gate. Oh my goodness, Pit Stopper absolutely cannot allow Yinlo to get out. Okay, he's gonna get that kill. And ultimately, what a comeback by MHX, getting that draw. And now we are gonna go to overtime. What? That's
finally
crazy,
the
man.
overtime. Yeah, finally the overtime is gonna come in true, but like that game, initially early game, it was supposed to be fully, Pit Stopper sided. It was supposed to be fully Hunter sided because we did get the Acrobat down around 60 seconds in, which and abnormal on our hands too. But like we do see where Mech does come in clutch as well, right? Mech stall being in factory, not only did it decode, it also healed 2 teammates as well.
True.
So now we can actually see why Mech has been one of the characters that has been banned up against Hullabaloo, but it also kind of does showcase that now, I guess, against Opera Singer, if you don't chase Mech, it's kind of too hard to stop that Cypher Rush, even with Abnormal.
True. I mean, Abnormal can only work to a certain extent, but you cannot forget that the Mechanic was also doing a pretty decent kite. There were a lot of swings and misses by Pit Stopper. I'm not really sure what happened, but probably just a little bit panicky. It feels a little bit like a panic swing right there, and unfortunately the hits do not register when he intended to. Not to mention, like you pointed out, the the bot of Tracy has been doing a lot of work. And even though the ciphers were not exactly the fastest in the beginning, they somehow persevered through and pulled it all the way to late game. And with the help of accelerated decoding, my goodness, can they really make up for the lost decoding progress by the abnormal the second time? And it was prime. They couldn't do anything. And quite honestly, I think there was a moment there, right? Like, cheerleader was the only one decoding there, right?
Yeah,
Why didn't he just hit the cheerleader? Why didn't he just hit the cheerleader then? He opted to go back.
Yeah, I think he was worried because cheerleader was full health during that Cypher Machine Prime as well. So I guess it's more or less just worry, I guess. Because like
I mean, he could
teleport
just stay
isn't
there.
ready as well.
You know what I mean? He could just stay there and wait for his skill to be done.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It could be. I think the other side that well, I guess on the other side of the mirror, you could possibly say that if we do wait there, then you'll have a first officer at the exit gate immediately, and cheerleader with double pom-pom. Even if your skill is ready, how fast can you really catch up towards that cheerleader with 2 pom-poms, 8-second movement speed boost, and then for first officer, you're already at the exit gate. It will only take 18 seconds to open the gate as well, right? So like cheerleader can definitely contain 80 seconds with that pom-pom. So I guess it's really just two sides of the story for this one. I don't disagree with you. Pitstoppers probably had a better chance if you waited. Right, but
it's pretty much like pick your poison, right?
Yeah.
Both are equally dangerous, both are equally risky. And it's very unfortunate because ultimately MHX locked in. What's there to say? Like they locked in, they managed to kite longer. And you know what? Let's have a look at the highlights just to look back at the game. So do enjoy. and welcome back to the 1,500 people watching in the chat right now. I'm Nello, and that's Kuroshiro Gaming. Again, we are your casters. And what happened so far? Let's do a quick recap. Back-to-back action, back-to-back, the comebacks, the roller coaster rides, all the way from BO1 to BO3. And now, the scores are practically matched, evenly matched. We are going to a BO3 overtime. What a match, Kuro. What do you think about the match so far?
I think there has been a lot of push and pulls from both teams as well. Like this time for round 3, it does seem like Mushin did get his composure back, being able to return a 4-man elimination against MHX. And of course for MHX's survivors as well, being able to guarantee that tie against Pitstoppers from let's say not so much of a great early game with the Acrobat Kite. However, moving on towards overtime. Overtime is all about who either gets the most eliminations, or if it's on a even playing ground, let's say game 1 gets a tie and game 2 is a tie, then it's which one is the fastest survivors to escape. If it's a 4-man elimination game, then it will be how fast the hunters eliminate the survivors. So I do think for now, when you move on towards overtime like this, it's kind of rare that hunters do get a 4K, right? Because now you have 3 hunters perma-banned, you have 3 hunter slots to ban, so let's just say now it's more or less of how can survivors carry this on forward for their hunters.
Yeah, and you can pretty much see the shift in the dynamics, right? The power dynamics, because in the beginning it was the hunter, the meta hunters dominating, and the survivors were unable to fight back, right? So, I mean, we really have to see what's going to happen next, right? Because right now, we are going to be going into Leo's memory. So apparently that's going to be the pick of map, Leo's memory. How do you like this map? The snowy map.
The snowy map. It might just be a little bit hard here. I think we want to give all advantage towards the survivors, because like if you think about it this way too, the only good the only good hunters that work well on this map is, you know, the likes of Lucino, the likes of Goatman, and the likes of maybe Gamekeeper, in which he is able to lock 2-story area, you know, using the trap to prevent the survivors from going through. For now, let's just say on a map like Leo's Memories, probably we're looking for a Cypher Rush team comp, right? We saw a female dancer yesterday alongside with a puppeteer that did perform pretty well inside the 2-story, inside the factory. However, in our case scenario here, because it's all up to how fast the survivors escaped, we could potentially see a double decoding team coming out from the survivor side.
Yeah, I mean, Leo's memory, that's the strongest kiting area is definitely the middle factory, right? And with a little bit of support coming in, I think the kiting can be extended a little bit more. But honestly, I'm kind of dying. I'm not dying, but I'm kind of hoping to see a little bit more team fights, especially coming towards the end, right? Because now, like what you mentioned, 3 perma-ban hunters, 3 hunter slots being banned. I want to see the batter. I want to see the forward. I want to see some action going on, especially in the factory area, because it's such a good place for these characters to shine, right? And why are we not seeing entomologists so far? That's also one thing. But yeah, there's a lot of characters that are still viable. But unfortunately, on the side of the hunter, there's so limited choices here. Okay, let's talk about the hunters first. Like,
let's do.
Mushin.
Mushin.
Okay, Mushin.
Okay.
No Geisha. No Ivy. No Clark.
Yes.
Definitely no Goatman. Definitely no Hullabaloo. And what's the other character that you think the survivors of Omni will ban?
Alva.
Alva,
Mushin
okay.
brought out Alva before in Lakeside Village, and I do remember he did pretty well. So Alva is honestly a good option too, because you can immediately change targets where you're on the stairs, right?
All right, but while we are waiting for the players to get ready again, for those of you who have just tuned in, big news for the community: Identity V Asian Games version has been officially included in the esports events of the 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games. How exciting is that? Wow, what a big news. And we definitely want to thank the Asian Olympic Council for recognizing Identity V that we all love throughout the years. And we definitely appreciate all the visitors, the supporters, the detectives for the continued love and appreciation. Identity V will strive to showcase the charm of asymmetrical 4v1 competition to the world. I'm so proud to be part of Identity 5 right now. I'm so proud, and I think everyone in the chat, everyone in the community is super proud of this as well. And Kuro, Asian Games, here we go.
Here we go. It will begin next year in Aichi, Nagoya for 2026.
Is it near your place?
That will be more content for us as a community, and just to see more teams strive as well.
True.
So like with this moving on forwards, especially being selected is a huge prestige and an honor too for us as a community as well. But that is still something for next year. We will just have to bounce back here a little bit, back to our overtime, because from MHX and for Omni, it is a tug of war. It is still just a tug of war right now. All teams are now on an even playing field, and now I guess it's the final decision round. Will it be MHX who takes the victory home, or will it be Omni who will continue to strive and to continue to grow their strengths and qualify towards the finals and become our second representation for NAEU?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, we were saying that, oh wow, MHX probably favored because they've won convincingly in the recent community tournament. But Omni has been showing strong standings in the beginning, up until the very end of BO3. And mind you, though, two eliminations is still actually pretty good by standards of a hunter, right? Because Pit Stoppers has been getting 4Ks non-stop, BO1, BO2, and then in BO3 he got a draw. He has never lost a game yet. Right? Technically, he has never lost a game yet. And Mushin as well, 4K in the first game, and then a draw in the second game, and then finally redeeming himself with a 4K. So technically, I would say it really, really comes down to the survivors to make a stand right here. Because just look at the band pick screen now. Like, why?
We do see the
what can we do here?
There.
Okay.
We do see the mechanic band there, so I think Mushin is a little bit worried from what he's seeing last game, right?
Yeah.
Which that Opera seeing a great early game and the mechanic being able to bounce it back because the survivors were able to contain. And I do think Andy Curran there does showcase that Mushin doesn't want to go a chip hunter. Mushin wants to go a different type of single hit hunter. This is most likely not Wax's 2. However, it does leave out Embalmer and Nice in exchange for that as well.
Nice. The knight finally comes into action. Can't wait for the rock, paper, scissors to happen, Just guessing. But yeah, I think considering how little choices that the hunter has, I think it's a pretty safe option and a pretty wise decision to go with the knight, especially since the remaining hunters is probably pretty straightforward, right?
Yes.
So taking an Embalmer as well, you think the game plan here is like right after the 4K by Mushin, they just want to get a draw here and probably expect Pit Stoppers to come clean shot?
Possibly, yes, but also at the same time, it just feels more like with the post-one pick, they want to speed up the cipher machines here too. It's like a semi-containment / decoding comp in which with the post-one coming out, there can be a lot of support as well to be provided. I do see where Omni is coming from with this team comp too. It seems like they want to continuously cipher rush and just maybe guarantee the tie. So then for Pit Stoppers next game, even if he does get a tie, as long as he can prolong the game longer than how long Omni will play here, then it's still just a win from Omni overall. But with the Pharaoh Lady there last ban, Mushin, that's quite an interesting ban there, because the one who is afraid of Pharaoh Lady is Nightmare for me, because Nightmare can't really leech on towards the Pharaoh when she's invisible.
Ooh, so maybe this might be an indication of a Nightmare. And if we know Mushin, if you don't know Mushin by now, well, we've seen his unpredictable picks so far. Just like a little bit of mind games here and there. And mind you, not a single meta character yet, because obviously it's a bit bad, right? But hey, looking at the bans, I mean, I see what you see. Probably a strong Nightmare play coming in. We might expect it. And but if it's a Nightmare here, will this composition be enough to stop the Nightmare?
I think Leo's Memories is one of those maps where it's so easy to cut corners, regardless of what character you use, as long as you have items. That's really, that's really all what you need to do to contain against the Nightmare. However, like, if we just run through who who counters the Fire Lady. Like you have the likes of Alva, you have the likes of Waxardus who counters the Fire Lady. You could also potentially have the Gamekeeper that counters the Fire Lady. So like with Mushin banning out the Fire Lady, I'm quite sure these 3 hunters might just not come out from his hunter pool. So like it is a big mystery in which what Mushin really wants to play here. But we will go for the Opera Singer instead, which Opera banning a Fire Lady, it doesn't really, let's say, make too much sense, but I guess we are worried about a 2-story area where she could throw down her cane to, you know, drop the snowflake trails. So I guess that's maybe what we're worried about, but with Opera Singer here being chosen, Night will still be an issue for Opera.
True. Because technically speaking, you are really afraid of the white dashes, right? The crazy dashes into a connecting attack. So, well, I mean, perfect sense of playing a knight. Definitely going to help the team out a little bit. And I like this composition that Omni survivors are coming up, because compared to last game, well, it's pretty flexible. You get the decoding power, you get the mobility power, you get the survivability power, and the support power coming in. So Mushin, I don't know, man. Considering how Pit Stoppers has kind of struggled with the Tracy here, taking out the Tracy might have been a really good choice for Mushin. But yeah, I mean, looking at these 3 people, delicious target in front of him, who do you think Mushin should chase first optimally?
It should be Embalmer no matter what I feel, but there is a chance that we could go after Postman, but we cannot forget that this is a map that fully counters Opera, especially after her nerf too. Her dashes inside Factory just isn't going to work. Now that we move on straight towards the Personas though, it will be a double flywheel on both the Knight and the Postman bringing in that knee-jerk reflex as well. Embalmer with Borrowed knee-jerk reflex alongside which finally that Aeroplane is Tide Turner knee-jerk reflex. Mushin here will be playing Trumpet Attention alongside with Blink. For this game, if Mushin can get a 4-man elimination, next game Omni has to return one as well, but it's really up to how the survivor plays. This will be Omni versus MHX overtime in Leo's Memories first half, and we'll be moving on towards the game shortly.
All right, Mushin making a dash towards where Fluff is. You know, that's where the Embalmer is, right? Just for context, the coffin has already been placed. Fluff, obviously, he just needs to get away from the coffin as far as possible. He's probably running towards where the Moon Gate is. And Mushin just teleporting back. He's like, okay, is he still trying to hide in the shack area? And Mushin's probably thinking, yep, Tinnitus is still here. That this is probably the location of the Embalmer. So Mushin chasing the Embalmer first. Let's see if the kite is going to be long enough. Postman already has a decoding letter for his teammates. Oh, nice! What? I thought it was gonna connect, but he whiffed too. Yeah, he whiffed. And he Palace Slam in response. Wow.
But like, because of that, it does seem like Fluff is able to contain for just a tiny bit longer. We have so much pallets here left to use, even with a charge attack yet. Here, like, it doesn't really matter. It's already 60 seconds in towards the game. We also do have a coffin as well. From the side of survivors, it does seem like Postman already has given out his letter for decoding speed, but right now, still pallets nearby. Get a precise blink down. But we cannot forget this is Embalmer who can self-heal right now.
Yeah, he knows that Mushin has already used up his trait, which is a blink, so it's fine. I'll rely on the power of my coffin to keep me alive. And quite honestly, he is invulnerable for a short period of time, which allows him to do a second kite. Yeah, and I like this idea, right? Don't need to wait. Don't need to wait at all. And Fluff, wow, making that comeback. You know, just U-turning like, okay, I know the shadow's coming back. And Mushin obviously does not have Blink to work with anymore. So, Embalmer lives to fight another day. And that day is now moving towards the next available palette. And Fluff has no flywheel to work with, mind you, but has the knee-jerk reflex. Wow, buy time. But Fluff is gonna go down really shortly. And 3 ciphers kite right here. Kuro.
Yes, it is a brilliant 3-cypher kite as well. Even with a basement nearby, if Mushin decides to chair near basement here, it can only guarantee a tie. Survivors, they could potentially speaking come in to rescue, but that's not what they need. What they need is continuous cypher rush without any stop. So we do see who's nearby. We do see the Aeroplane is nearby who has that tie turner. So I guess maybe we will actually go in for the rescue, but however, afterwards you can't rescue anymore since Aero is the only one. Which, well, Aero and Postman is the ones that without borrowed time, so we still do have to be very careful here no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, look at the speed of the decoding. Lace is already at 50%. Two ciphers are being worked with. This is a normal situation, right? This is a normal situation where you see the ciphers are being rushed regardless. And that's exactly what Omni needed to do. And they are doing it now. So, Fluff, goodbye. He will be sent back to the manor first. He knows that he has no more coffin to work with, no rebound kite potential. So, yeah, okay. But Aqua seems to be the next target. And knowing the knight, right? I think it's a really hard target to chase here. Because he can just disarm. He can just disarm and just buy time to rotate to the next pallet, to vault windows. Yeah, I mean, okay. So
it is hard,
Mushin's not
yeah, because like,
pursuing.
I think it's
he is.
also, as you said as well, in the heat of battle, sometimes AbyssⅧ might not just be able to react on time, so we could catch AbyssⅧ a little bit off guard if she decides to use her dash right after we predict her too. Right now we're able to see finally Postman finishing off his own cipher machine. There is a teleport, but at least the good news here is survivors can't decode an extra cipher machine. Aqua still trying to contain for as long as we can. We did manage to finally get that ability locked there, and Juan will have enough time to rotate out because of this too. Very nicely done by the knight, but now it seems like we're going to go for a bit of a hide and seek and see how much we can waste from this opera singer.
Yeah, probably just needs to start another cipher right here, right? Because one, wow, he's the response. Can I just say the response of the knight? The moment he sees the dash moving just a little bit of distance away, instantly cancels it off. Wow, what a foresight to do that. And Mushin also still trying to trick the survivor that's here to sort of like, hey, I'm already gone. I'm already gone. And only to come back and return. And Juan use the first pack, probably. Okay, nice. Mushin. He's bringing Mushin away, man. They're going back to the cipher.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well. You do see Postman's cipher machine is already at 50%, so even if you do teleport out here, guess what? Aqua's already on the other cipher machine here. Nice. Does not actually need to worry too much. However, there's no borrow time here on Lay, so we do need to contain for the next 20 seconds without getting a hit, or else it will be still pretty devastating here from the side of survivors. That's going to be a brilliant backdoor bite. However, the hit will still land. Mushin there being able to grasp at just about enough on time. Lays needs to run here for as far as he can, and the good news is that there's no teleport, so even if Mushin gets the the Postman down here, it doesn't really matter. He does not have that much time to catch up, and Omni will just rush out here trying to get a fast escape as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I think that's the best case scenario here, right? Because they know that he does not have borrow time. So they're just gonna try and stay here. Knight can easily disarm. You know what I mean? He can disarm, so they can definitely secure this two-man escape. They might not even need to use the disarm because the gate has already been opened. So two of the Omni survivors are gonna escape, and looks like Mushin is going to have the mirror results of what Pitstoppers have, a draw. So Kuro, looks like Opera Singer really felt the nerf right there.
Definitely, yeah. And I do think as well, right, once we move on towards the Smash stats, now we know that what Pitstoppers, not standards, but requirements are. Because from what we've seen on screen, it was 5 minutes and 40 seconds just when the game ended. So that means as long as Pitstoppers is able to either win the game against the survivors or get the tie but prolong the game after 5 minutes and 40 seconds, it is considered a win here for Omni. MHX is going to have to try and cipher rush this hunter as much as they can, because if they don't and it ends up as a tie, you will be, it will be MHX who is the one that moves on forward too, right? So now what you might say is, do we want to move on towards second half? Do we want to ban all decoders, or will we try to play Anne to maybe paralysis, stop them from decoding, play Hermit to stop them from decoding, or just to slow down the decoding? Or there is still a possibility of Joseph, but that is still pretty rare.
Oh my god, let's not tease the chat with Joseph, because they're like, oh my god, the commentators are teasing us with Joseph. Don't give them hope. But you know what? Hope is always there. Hope is all around us, and we are gonna tease you with the Joseph regardless. So it's still a viable option, honestly, because you want to technically waste the time. But honestly, I feel like if you go for this kind of play, you want to prolong, I think it should always be the last sort of resort. Because you know the popular saying, aim for the stars. That way, even if you fall, you still end up on the moon. So you technically need to aim higher, because if you just aim for a draw, chances are you might actually end up at a worse situation. So I think back to your question, I think definitely he has to take out the decoders, because the decoder pushing power was what actually helped Omni in this game, right? If you notice, Embalmer pretty much used up the coffin, 3 ciphers kite. By the time Mushin was ready to move on to the next survivor, 2 of the last ciphers are already 50%. So I think that speaks volumes about the danger of cipher rushing. And I think if Pit Stoppers wants to have a better success, probably needs to watch out for the combination. Like the first 2 picks will pretty much tell what MHX wants to really gun for, right? And maybe from there he can respond with his own picks. I mean, let's talk about what he has. He no longer has access to Hullabaloo. Goatman's gonna be banned. Yes. He does not have Ivy. He does not have Opera Singer.
Yeah.
And one more. What's that?
One more. We could, well, the thing for Omni right now is 3 of their meta hunters are now gone, aside from Goatman, so they can ban Goatman from MHX's side, and then 1 extra hunter, possibly Dreamwitch. They could aim for
Dreamwitch
that
again, yeah.
But like with the conclusion of the first half though, for overtime first half, it is 2-2. We see here as well, right, the survivor team comes, as you've mentioned as well. Embalmer is an issue when it comes to Cypher Rush, and you do have to chase after the Embalmer no matter what. Because if you just leave the Embalmer out there, and then the Embalmer gets the face of a survivor that's on the chair, you could just place down the coffin inside 2-story, inside factory, upstairs, and then just allow for continuously even more rebound kite and decoding progress for the survivors.
Okay, so we make up our mind. Embalmer, Tracy Van first.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But
okay.
we do see here as well, right? 5 minutes and 46 seconds. That's how long Omni's Hunter is going to have to stall. That's how long MHX's survivors needs to escape before that timer reaches that time. So I would say from both sides, it is still a 50-50. 5 minutes 46 seconds is kind of, the average game time. Right, so like if you run Anne, it's usually 5 minutes. If you run, let's say, even just a Geisha, it's 5 minutes. But if you play Dreamwitch, you play Breaking Wheel, if you start just playing the Slug, it will prolong the game. So now it's just like, what will Pick Stoppers choose, I wonder?
Yeah, what will he choose indeed? But one thing that we definitely need to acknowledge is the score right here. Can you see how neck and neck it is? So honestly, both these teams really deserve our praise, regardless of who moves on. Omni, MHX definitely has proven that they are top tier teams. They definitely deserve to be here, and any one of them representing NAEU division, moving on and potentially representing NAEU division as the second team, is definitely very worthy of this. So 16-16, next game is gonna settle it. If you're tuning in to the podcast, I'm just kidding. If you're tuning in to the stream of Identity 5, Call of the Abyss 8, NAEU Qualifiers, this is day number 2. We're currently at BO3 overtime. This is still game number 1. So very, very exciting. Hell of a match. We're definitely looking forward to see who is the one moving forward, because wow, that's one step closer to being the representative of NAEU. So coming in, I would like to just suggest one hunter that maybe Pit Stoppers might play, because we were talking about that. Antonio. Does he even play Antonio?
That's a brilliant question. That is a brilliant question. I do think Antonio, after his recent buffs, we still don't get to see him in a tourney setting. However, it is kind of doable as well if you think about it, right? The Demon Notes being able to throw it out to stop this, well, not to stop, but to slow the survivors from decoding by like a maximum of 30%, if I'm not wrong. So they're forced to kind of pray and to get rid of the Demon Notes. But also, at the same time, it is pretty difficult to play Antonio still, since the strings hitbox is still quite thin. Right, but it's not a bad option. It's definitely not a bad option if you want to guarantee that tie, because he still has a chair cam potential in which it is pretty strong too.
And even if you end up in a draw situation, right, you technically don't need to really injure anyone, because if it comes to worse, if both of them are incapacitated on the ground, they can just surrender to quickly, end the game, conclude the game in a faster time, right? So maybe that's what he wants to avoid as well. But I just have to say, both these teams are really neck and neck. So Pit Stoppers, he can really only be stopped if the team of MHX replicates the success in the previous game, which is strong kiting characters in the beginning. Maybe just go with the acrobat again. Maybe work to the patient. Maybe characters that can actually have good mobility and kite on their own really well. I mean, that's my opinion, right? Something that they don't really need support to work with. But they can still function very well, at least until the items are depleted. Right?
Yes, I mean, it is also a really good opinion as well, because it's as you mentioned too, right? There is still a patient out there that we kind of have forgotten to, since now it's all about the fine investigator, now it's all about the aeroplanist and the acrobat.
Yeah.
But patient is still, you know, a really good character in Leo's memories too. You're able to get easy access towards the stairs and easy distance pulling away from the hunter anywhere you are, really, since there's so many stairs. However, if you think about it as well now, right, if we're aiming for more of a solo, well, aside from solo container, there is also the possibility of toy merchant. That is one good character to use if you want easy access or long containment times. But I guess you are just a little bit worried about being the first chase. However, from the side of Omni, Geisha is now permabanned. No more Geisha, so Toy Merchant is also an option too when it comes to providing some type of assist towards the survivor, or even just becoming a secondary rescue too. So I would say as well, like for... No, sorry, not Geisha. Who is banned? No, Ivy. Ivy has been banned. So like, yeah, so like you can't really catch up even after the leash. Sorry, I was thinking about Mushin for some reason. So like there is multiple different characters that you can use now moving on forward, but it just depends on what the survivor wants to do. You're also not wrong, like, on saying, possibly speaking, let's just Cypher Rush, right? Because realistically speaking, three meta characters are gone, as we see here, right? The Hullabaloo, the Ivy, and the Opera is now permabanned, and survivors do also get 2 extra slots.
Yeah, 2 extra slots, and obviously they have to make a decision. Like, are they gonna ban out the staple characters of Pit Stopper? Which is very likely, right? But well, we're starting with the ban of the survivors here, and you can see that Pit Stopper is, well, he's taken out the Seer, he's taken out the Knight, because we saw how annoying Knight was in the last game, right? With the silence, with the disarm. So good choice right there. But it does open the opportunity for MHX survivors to go with the Embalmer pick, right? They can definitely pick up an Embalmer here, can buy time. Unless, wow, plot twist again. Unless if he plays a Hunter that is very mobile and has no worries about catching up to the Embalmer coffin either way, and he can use the Warp and whatever, because the Hunter is just that good combined with Warp, right? But yeah, the first 2 bans, it's kind of early to determine. Yeah, it
is still decent bans as well. I would, as well, you could assume too, because like with this, right, we decide to ban out to go ban Andy Dreamwitch, as we said before too. Just don't want to give him the map control, and don't want to give him his pocket pick as well. But I guess from MHX's side, do we want to get Embalmer out right now so we can replicate what we've done last game, or maybe do we want to maybe get Prisoner and Lawyer out for a Cypher Rush team comp?
Plenty of decoders, honestly. I mean, even if you don't have the Prisoner, you have the Postman. Even if you have the Postman, you have the mechanic. So I think they should definitely try and prioritize Embalmer, because Embalmer is one of a kind. You know what I mean? He's the only one who can rescue himself. Oh my god!
Oh, Perfumer!
A Vera? What? A Vera! Guys. Everyone in chat, make some noise. Vera has entered the building right now, alongside Florian. What does this mean? What does this mean?
I'm a little bit worried that MHX really wants to force Pit Stoppers to play a Bonbon. We do see the first officer banned there, so the next one has to be a rescue main no matter what. Wailing will also be a really good choice here, or even coordinator if you really want to try to get a little bit more assistant. However, I think you'll have to prioritize the rescuer. No, we're going to prioritize patience.
Oh, okay. So I guess the idea is okay to force Pitstopper to maybe go Bonbon because he might think Bonbon is a great choice because he gets to deal damage and he also gets to waste a lot of time of the survivors, right? But now the survivors are sort of picking mobile characters in response, like Patient and I mean, what's left? Wildling? Mercenary?
Wilding, yeah.
No,
Oh
no,
no,
no rescuers!
lawyer.
No rescuers! They're going for the sacrifice strat, Kuro. Is that it?
This does look like the case, but also at the same time, we can't forget that Pitstoppers can bring abnormal on any of the hunters he plays, but like a lot of these now rely on early game. Because if this guy actually plays Bonbon and you go down immediately and there's no one coming to rescue, or even if you do come into rescue and you fail rescue, that is going to be a long day for MHX. But I guess for Pitstoppers as well, like, will we try to take the bait here? Because I do feel that MHX is going to run full knee-jerk reflex on everyone here just to pull distance away from our short-legged king.
Yeah, short-leg kings. Shout outs to all of you out there. I mean, I'm short legs too, but I'm so sorry. But yeah, I mean,
Well,
Bonbon's the only one viable here, or do you think there's something else he can play? I mean, Sculptor?
He could go Warp Bonbon, but Sculptor could be possible because we've seen Pitstoppers play before, but I think it's too risky with Patient being on the field as well. Yeah. Bonbon just feels like a better choice. But Bonbon, honestly speaking, just feels like a better choice here. Unless he wants to go for something that we don't know. Because if you go through all the other hunter pools, not a lot of people can counter Perfumer aside from Chip Hunters, and then the same goes for Florian as well. Not for Florian, but the same goes for like Explorer as well, because you could just lay down bombs to find the Explorer that is in hiding.
Oh, what about the Gamekeeper? Oh, the Disciple. Okay, scrap that.
Scrap it.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a counter to Vera's Perfume.
It is, yes. I mean, you get the cat on, you burst the cat out, and then you jump Vera, cannot perfume back. However, if Vera knows, you could perfume first, and then when the cat gets on towards you, you can't just perfume back, so then the cat gets off you. A little bit of a tongue twister, but if you perfume before the cat jumps on you, you can come back where the cat didn't jump on you. So like for Perfumer, if we can utilize that to your full advantage, that would be nice. However, as we've said before too, to counter Bonbon and the persona is really knee-jerk reflex, so it really depends on what Survivor wants to do here.
Yeah, this is kind of scary, and I'm talking about the survivors because and the Disciple, you pretty much can get anywhere you want, especially if you're good in jumping, right? Like the jumps just help you get to the location you want. Not as fast as I would say as when you're playing the Goatman, but here no rescuers. I'm kind of worried, not gonna lie. I kind of fear for MHX right here.
Yeah, but also at the same time, I do see where Pitstoppers is coming from. We're trying to lock the cipher machines with the cats. However, Anne is still a really easily cipher rushed character, so unless the early game is really well for Anne, I don't think you're able to see good results.
True. But again, they do have a little bit of fighting power here, right? Especially with the hooks of the Patient. You can basically gain distance. A lot of the characters here, they either gain distance or they're good at hiding. And I'm talking about you, Explorer. Don't look at me like that. I'm talking about you, Kurt. Yingluo definitely being the only person who actually has the ability to hide, minimize himself and hide. And in the snow, it's so hard looking for anyone, even if you have the top end phones, right? With the graphics, very detailed, super hard to spot out. But also the Vera, though. I mean, we haven't seen her for a long time with the flywheel as well.
Yeah, it is very unexpected too, but like I just feel like with this team comp, having Explorer on the only tie turner, if Explorer actually gets found, well, I don't even think Explorer can rescue, that's the thing. Unless he's able to sneak peek himself in towards the back of the chair, then yes, it is definitely possible. But like, Explorer rescuing an Anne is just too hard. All what it takes is for one cat sweep to go out, and then once you're found, you can just jump on towards the Explorer immediately and bring the cats back to Sun for the second time. So it just seems a little bit impossible here for the survivors to actually perform a rescue. However, once again, it's all really about that early game. All survivors here actually did bring Flywheel too. But then, like, if you think about it, once you paralysis the survivors, once you item block the survivors, not even Flywheel can save you because Flywheel will be locked alongside with it. So now it's kind of like saying, was this really the persona that we wanted to go, or is there something else in our minds right now in order to counter this Anne?
Yeah. And it also brings back the question, right? Not question actually, but the statement that I've said earlier on, like, yo, the batter. If they actually picked the batter here, the disciple would have been kinda having a hard time. You know what I mean? And I mean, I get the idea. A flywheel cannot help you gain distance against an ant, but it does help you from the silence stat. And maybe that's why. I mean, maybe that's the point in Vera having a flywheel right there. And not to mention, this Vera is the same person who played Mechanic last game and slayed. So
Yeah.
who knows? Pit Stopper. And I like how Hanako is bringing out in the chat, Anne has been losing a lot in IVL. Sorry, IGL. I have to look back. But one point is Anne has not seen a lot of success. So Pit Stopper bringing it out. Hopefully this will be the character that boosts his team to move on.
It's now more or less just about how well we can perform the perfect execution for early game, especially with Explorer spawning in middle 2. Can we find him early on with the first cat sweep, or will he be able to hide away from the grasp of Ant's cats? Right now, it is still pretty intense as we just review it. It is 2-2. Our escape time should be within 5 minutes and 46 seconds in order for MHX's survivors to win. However, if it's any longer than that and it's a tie, then Omni will be taking the win home.
Okay, so it looks like the hunter has surrendered. Congratulations. Nah, I'm just kidding. We are probably seeing a remake of sorts, right? Because it's early in the game, so technically, based on the rules and regulation, if the officials see fit, they do allow for a remake. So guys, it's not Pit Stopper surrendering. Okay, MHX still needs to earn their way to the next stage. So yeah, I mean, probably a little bit of technical issues that they will be solving. So hey, at least you'll have us to yap for you guys here. So just looking at the chat real quick. Cielo, hello, shout outs to you. Hua, I'm looking at you right now. I'm looking at the chat. Venus, Dreamflakes, Kaneki, the usual names, and Melly and Blush and Cookie and Mia. Oh my god, why Cookie? You're making me hungry. Anyone you see in the chat, because I think you have some fans there too, like your supporters coming to call on you.
I do see some familiar faces. Some familiar faces. It's nice to see everyone here. But yeah, it's kind of like everyone's now gathered, right? It's so intense as well between the two games. We're meant to move on towards second half of the overtime, but now they're just keeping us on edge in between our seats as well. I also do see that we're kind of talking about Anne not being able to see much success in IGL, and we're picking her out in NAEU division here for our semi-final brackets, not upper brackets, first brackets. So like I do think it's now like just opinion wise, right? It does seem like for this Anne to come out, it seems like it was a little bit unexpected, because we saw some bans in which we were like, hey, look, because there was a ban like this, it seems like it was supposed to be another hunter, but for Pit Stoppers to bring out the Anne, it does seem a little bit more of a surprise pick. It could be also because of the fact that we saw, a lot of the hunter mains in IJL where they prioritize their bans and make it seems like you're going to play an Anne, which is why it's pretty easy for the survivors to win. However, in this case, it might just be a whole lot more difference too. So with that, right, I do think the survivors now are trying to prep themselves to go up against this same Anne. However, Explorer spawning in middle just hurts too much. It just really hurts too much.
True. I mean, I would never in a million years be confident enough to spawn in the middle with an Explorer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm a seer, I'm fine. I can see where the hunter is coming from. I can run away. I can see the lawyer. I can run away. And yeah, I mean, you gotta be pretty confident in your hiding skills. And that's coming from me, who really likes to hide in games. I really like to hide before the game starts, just in case, But yeah,
but Nello, I do feel like it's also the fact that on a spawn like that, Explorer always spawns near the staircases, so like even if he does want to hide, it might just not be possible because of Ant's cats being able to locate the survivors that are like within the vicinity, right? So like with this in mind as well, we're just now trying to think, okay, is Explorer really going to run? Or are they going to hide? Because if they hide, it just seems like it's not really worth it at the end of the day. So now it's kind of like saying, hey, Explorer's in middle, Explorer has Tide Turner, Explorer has basically nothing aside from a book to use. It doesn't seem like there's much, it doesn't really seem like there are much options for that Explorer to go through, especially with that selection mode. It does seem like MHX put themselves in a disadvantage instead.
True, I agree with you. Like it's sort of like, hey, you're in a race against time, and now you're kind of putting yourself in a disadvantage. What? But speaking about advantages, though, and speaking about support, we have so many people in the chat and calling Kuroshiro. We love Kuroshiro. And
no, we know Leno too. We do know Leno too.
Oh my god.
You're one of the most important members we have here.
Oh my god. I'm just happy to be your sidekick, honestly. Yeah, it's okay. A little bit of love here is also okay. But a lot of shout outs to you, Kuro. And Kuro, I just have to give this shout out to you, man. You obviously did your homework, and this is the community you're commentating for. And I really love it when there's a representation, for the divisions that we're working with. And I'm glad you and Eli, you guys are representing NAEU, and we're here, me, Poch, and we're just here along for the ride and just
well, it's more than just that, being here is kind of the most important thing as well, and especially from the community's perspective too. We are here just for more about, just for more to coming together. But however, for COAⅧ support events, let's just not forget about this once again, right? The event period has started at the beginning, well, not at the beginning, at just recent times, February 19th. I will end at May the 4th. We have two events. One is the support event for illustration content, in which there are players who post illustrations on SNS. We need to submit a tag which identifies COAⅧ support, and we will be considered as a successful submission if you include the tag. And of course, at total of 5 players will be selected to receive a NetEase Game Club gift card of a total of 99 cents. Well, I'm not sure what that is in pounds or dollars, but it's a total of 9.9. And of course, there's another one for the TikTok call, in which players are supposed to choose a famous shot in the matches. So anything that you think is a highlight, and then post it towards with a tag of Identity COA support on TikTok. And once you submit that, another 5 players will be selected to receive a NetEase Games Club gift card again. So don't forget about these 2 events. One's for illustration, and another one is for a TikTok video, in which it's one of the highlights that you think is the best throughout this COAⅧ tourney.
Yeah, I mean, 99 cents or equivalent to 60 echoes. I think that's the best reference we can have, right? So, yeah. I mean, please do show your support. I mean, I know there are a lot of amazing artists, a lot of amazing content creators as well, influencers as well. And can I just give a quick shout out to Z's? This guy, man, he's doing a watch party now for the Call of Abyss VIII NAEU Qualifiers, and he's gotten his community to be excited to lock in with this event as well. So just a big shout out to this guy, and of course to his friend Santi Devil Hikaru, who's also helping out and commentating on his channel, and of course our very own Kuro and Eli, who's also doing the analysis in their videos. So please do give a support to them, okay, alongside with all you amazing artists. Please show your support for this event. Win the gifts as well. That's a bonus, but honestly, just seeing your art on the screen, acknowledging your talents, that's one of the greatest acknowledgement one can ever have.
And of course, with that as well, right, we can't just allow, CN and JP players and Southeast Asia players to have their art. We want to see some from NAEU too. And not only that as well, it's also, if you can show appreciation for the commentators such as, Nello, such as Posh as well, alongside Chocho, who has been with us here since day 1 too. And, with this supporting event going on, there are also, multiple repostings with messages for the support of your division's team, like for NAEU, for whoever team whichever team you love and support, please make sure to include a tag with NAEU Qualifiers, and there will be a total of 5 winners for this event too. So like there's a total of 3 events in total. However, we would also love to see all your submissions for the global COAA:y qualifiers during the group stages as well, because we can't just be, you know, left behind without any submissions and only see things from CN and from Southeast Asia, Korea, and Japan. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't see it. I'm saying that we want to see more of you people from NAEU to join the fun as well.
Exactly. True. And yeah, just lock in, just join in, have fun, let everyone enjoy the content that we bring, and of course the content that you guys bring to the table as well. And just looking at Nelson Chavez, Kuro and Nello say hi to all Mexico. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this. I'm not sure if I have the knowledge to say this, but hola, mi gente Latino. Is that correct?
You are on your own.
Oh my god!
Spanish.
Oh my god!
It's not my major, unfortunately. But you know what? It sounded correct. It sounded
correct. I'm so sorry.
It sounded correct. It 100% sounded correct.
This is your El Chapo.
As long as it sounds correct, that's all what matters. As long as it sounds correct, that's all what matters as well. I'm more on the French CN and Irish side myself, so unfortunately can't really help you with the Spanish part, but it sounded really good.
Cool. I mean, we're coming back to the game very shortly, so guys, please do bear with us. As you know, this happens every COA, right? Sometimes we have some technical issues that we need to work through, smooth things through, and that's where you get to hear the yapper and the rapper, right?
Oh, well, I'm struggling sometimes with sirring, but I will just say it that way. But however, we cannot forget, once again, we need to thank the Asian Games for selecting Identity as one of the representations for next year. We'll be officially included in the esports event of 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games. We, of course, thank the Asian Olympic Councils once again for recognizing Identity V, and we appreciate all the visitors for their continued love and support. So for everyone here, thank you all for joining us here once again. The 1.5k of you, and of course from all the other collab streamers streams. And of course for IDV, we will strive to showcase a more and charming asymmetrical competition towards the world as well. So not only is this game growing, it's also the community that follows alongside us too.
True. I mean, this is one of the things that I really look forward to, like, because it's super exciting. Like, all this while, we always hear other titles, but today, our title, NetEase Games Identity V, has been acknowledged. Our love for this game has propelled it to a higher stage, and I cannot say how proud I am to be here, and we being here, just to witness this happening. And I hope that doesn't mean that we sound too old.
No,
because we're here for a long time.
Never. We will not go there just yet. Never, never too old.
Sorry. The El Chapo is a little bit busy right now, but I'm sorry. I just got the references from Fluffy, by the way, so that's where I get my humor, a little bit of the humor from. But yeah, Asian Games, Aichi Nagoya. I even have people, friends from Japan reaching out and saying, hey Nello, did you see this happening? Did you guys see this happening? I actually live nearby there. We guys, what's the plan? We can bring you out on a tour. We can bring you guys for a tour at Aichi Nagoya. This is happening next year. We're so excited. They're already talking about it. So yeah, I hope everyone is also excited, but a short break so that we can take a little bit of breather. So don't go anywhere. Be right back.
The stairway to omniscience is long and hallowed, as bards of old would sing in verses mellowed. Stories slowly fade, their whispers mist, becoming echoes in the dark abyss. When fingers touch the heart tree's ancient bark, they sense the essence in its rhythmic arc, and the owl bestows its grace, guiding me to that sacred gate. Visions that once clouded my sight now fade away. Sacred sounds fill my ears, resonating clear as day. We bask in wisdom from sagacious words, yet with our hands, we laid waste to all we've heard.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Clark. Through your esteemed wisdom, we averted losses beyond our imagining. We will always cherish your divine benevolence.
Stay away! No! Pledges of the past have turned to chains, dragging the exalted nowhere to dark plains, never to return. Beneath an unseen gaze's might, consciousness, a silhouette in glaring light, slips into the void, out of sight. The prophecy was clear and bright. The hour comes. I take my flight. Ascending past an unchangeable fate, the road ahead is fraught with peril great. My silent old friend, so true and kind. Would you accept this invitation of mine?
I am away to carry myself further. There's something in the water. I don't care for what used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These streets are filled with greed, and I wanna lose my guess tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Dragon venom with the snakes bite. No way too high, but too far. All the chains I bear, leave me to escape. So I found a new fate in darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Was it haunted now? Haunts with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She wants that the blue is
This is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo.
Come on, friends, join the hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. The show never stops, and the joy is set.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
I don't care for what used to be. My heart is locked with the key very deep. These trees are filled with greed, and I wanna lose my guess tonight. They play the game, I play mine too. Dancing with the devil is nothing new. Tracking venom with the snakes bite. No way too high, but to fight. All the chains I bear lead me to escape. So I found a new feeling, darkness and rest. In the shadows, my methods unfold. Once they hunted, now hounds with a new song. Oh, now's the time for your desperation. Hostile face to your devastation. Let me guide you to salvation. No regrets. She once had the blue sky in her eyes, but now the actual blaze had died. She once had the heart of the blood, now she wants to pull your strings and take the trial. Burn the past, I found the ultimate solution for our fate. It's so sad. to carry myself further.
Well then, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back to Best of Fours, and with me today is a surprise. A surprise for you. Posh Boys will be with us today. Posh, how are we feeling?
I'm excited. I'm sorry I had to cut in the tandem of the yapper and the rapper. I'm so sorry. Vanel got globally banned. He'll be back for sure for more qualifier action, but I'm gonna jump in because the action is too exciting for me to just stand on the sidelines. I gotta chime in here because there's so much at stake, and it's all relying on the lineups that we did see. We're gonna have the first overtime, by the way, just putting the stakes out there. And what was the time that you mentioned that Pit Stoppers has to abide by if he's gonna get a tie?
It seems like he needs to stall enough time for the survivors. He needs to stall more than 5 minutes and 46 seconds. If he can go past that time mark, we'll be able to see Omni taking the win if Pit Stoppers gets a tie here. So with the choice of Anne, it does seem like it could be potentially possible, you know, if Anne can get the paralysis on the survivors to prevent them from decoding every 10 seconds.
Wow. Okay, that's some maths right there, chat. And saying what's up to everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I know there are some technical difficulties here and there, but again, we want the best possible conditions because there's so much at stake. And Kuro, I have to ask, you know what? This is like the first overtime. Whoever's gonna win this has to face the winner of KON or AMEY. What's gonna be the mentality of that? Because this is very exhausting, especially if you're you're a single hunter, by the way. There's no substitutes.
Yeah, that's definitely true as well, as you said as well, right, Posh? So like I think for the winners of this game, they're gonna start to pray that also AMEY and Con moves on towards Best of Fours. However, we cannot forget as well, right? Just straying away a little bit, we cannot forget who's in AMEY. There is iAlien.
There's
the
someone
hunter that had.
I was going to mention like a UFO joke there, an unidentified.
There you go. I lost the game.
No, it's okay. No, please tell me. iAlien, that is a name synonymous to the NAEU Identity 5 community because he is back now and he's back in full form. So, I mean, KON is a bit of a mystery to me. Me and Eli were talking about it yesterday. We will be covering that match, but I mean, maybe to have that element of surprise. But iAlien making their way to the mix to AMEY or AMEY, as I like to call it, so it's quicker. I don't know. Yeah, it could be another battle of the hunters if AMEY moves on.
Yeah, and I would say as well with that matchup, it'll be really interesting to see whether or not we can put any resistance up from Khan. Because if they don't, then that simply it just means that whichever is the winner of this Best of Fours, they don't have that much time to recuperate and to recover moving on towards the game as well, right? And like playing 4 intensive games is kind of a lot in a scenario like this too. So with just 1/2 hour break just isn't enough.
On the flip side, if we look at it glass half full, they're super warmed up. Like they don't gotta get the engines running. They're like, all right, this is how we go about things. Everything's still fresh. Because I do know some players, if they sit on ice for too long, they tend to kind of go cold. Look at how IVC was kind of played out in the past, like IVC 2022 and 2023. The ones that won, they came from the lower bracket, so it's like they had to go through an intense like fight towards the lower bracket to get to the grand finals. That could be the case, but I don't know. The way you saw this matchup, right? Just the survivor team and also the hunters really going back and forth here. At this point, do you think it's a mental warfare, or is it still like a battle of like, oh, you know, picks and bans?
I think it's kind of a bit of both as well, because like from the hunter ban picks we have seen, it seems like whatever they decide to ban, it's not the type of, you know, hunter that they want to play. Especially with last game too. Pharaoh Lady was banned, but instead it seems like Mushin decided to play an opera singer instead. And you know, we do know that opera singer is notoriously known to counter Pharaoh Lady because of how fast she, well, not how fast she can dash, but how much she can dash too. So like, well, when we were commentating that game and when the viewers were alongside with us who were watching it, we thought this could be potentially a single head hunter who is afraid of Pharaoh Lady. Maybe something like Gamekeeper, maybe something like Rip. Well, maybe not Ripper, but maybe something like Bloody Queen. So like with these things in mind, it seems like for the NAEU division, we are moving more towards a ban pick phase where it's all about the mind games rather than oh, this is who we're gonna ban, this is who we're going to play, and the survivor knows it anyway. So like it's as also someone said in the chat as well, and hasn't been that successful. But another factor of that really is that, you know, when the Hunter was banning whatever survivors they don't want in their game, it usually pivoted more towards but for NAEU, it just seemed a lot more different.
True. And I love that you mentioned chat, because I just saw in chat right now, Nello Mello is there. Thank you so much for your excellent commentary. I know they had emergency to attend to, so we'll be holding down the fort. Guys, show some love to Nello Mello. You'll see him again in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. Do tune in next week. We're talking about the different schedules. But before we get into that, just saying what's up to everyone, saying what's up to Naderbug, saying what's up to Lexi, saying what's up to Aoki, Cami, Mary, saying what's up to everyone. And Kuro, I know you have some fans here. What do you call your community that's actually here? I know you have a name for them.
I do have a name for them. I call them sugar buns. That's kind of my team. However, it seems like we're gonna go abruptly in towards the game here. Instead of looking for the explorer, we're gonna go straight towards the coordinator here instead. It will be, let's revise, trump card attention, Max Pala breaking alongside with Berserker, and Zed here as the Flying Bay investigator will run for it first, with tonight is here being lost as well.
So it seems like, having the Explorer, we talked about how in the previous match they just allowed the mechanic to just double decode, so you got to be very careful. The longer the Explorer stays here, the bigger of a threat it actually presents to pit stoppers, so definitely doesn't want that to happen. So now it seems like he is gonna lock in here to the Perfumer, but the Perfumer is gonna get locked in with a cat. But it's the Perfume back. Unfortunately, the Jukes will actually delay the inevitable, which was a hit onto the Perfumer.
Yeah, for this Perfumer here, the Perfume coming out was good. However, I just feel like she couldn't pull enough distance to get it back. But however, in this case scenario, Flywheel is still available, ready to go. That's very brilliant lead on by Perfumer. The pallet drop down there was brilliant as well. However, if you just look at Explorer, he's only just started digging the page 60 seconds in towards the game. This decoding speed might just be a tiny bit too slow. The jump here, we could not Perfume back on time as Aspartame could not react as well. So for now, it is still a 50-50 opening. Explorer does have Tightener, but the question is now, can he actually rescue?
That is the goal in question, but now we see the warp to actually stifle the fire investigator here. Z has to actually stop, go away from from his Cypher and continue on the chase here, and now he's actually going to cut off, the Explorer, which, like you said, has the Tide Turner, so it's going to be a very dangerous game he's going to be playing. He's going to try to stop him right before he's able to get the Terror Shock as well. Oh my god, okay, here's the halfway mark. Can't get enough just yet. Able to get the hit, and now that was actually, I was holding my breath there. Not the Terror Shock, but still get a rescue here. The Tide Turner is going to carry Aspartame away, and the Explorer still sitting on 50% of the page, but unfortunately the last effort does pop.
For now, it does seem like what might be a better option is just to leave this Perfumer and let her return back to Maynard, because we do know that the warp has been used now by the Ant, so as long as Explorer just goes out and get his next page, even with only 2.5 Cypher machines done, there is no Tide Turner though, so there really isn't a reason for us to come in to rescue and to deteriorate our health anymore. So for now, Pit Stoppers just trying to throw a cat out. We're going to scout and see whoever is nearby.
Okay, it seems like Wilo is going to be spotted out, but Pit Stopper is just, it's securing some ties here until he can mount up more offense, because the Tide Turn was already used. It's going to be, like you said, a big gamble if they try to go for a rescue now, because the Perfumer has nothing to work with. Fire Investigator does get locked out of his skill. Yulo is going to be in his Lilliput form just to see, but he's actually going to get caught out in the corner here. But the cat is actually going to silence him for the hit and the down. The Perfumer is gone, and now he's working on his second survivor on a rocket chair.
And it's also the fact that Explorer was half health as well, so like it's really easy for Pit Stoppers to see where Explorer is with that blue sticker on the ground. That sticker will only come out when you are half health. However, we cannot forget that Explorer, I'm quite sure he did have pages on his hands before. For now, we do see where Z is. We could not get any of the cats out, but not the cats on, but I don't think this distance is enough for you to actually make it towards the chair anymore. That's going to be a brilliant 360-degree turn, and goodbye to you. Just barely missing it there too.
But yeah, like you mentioned, just cutting off any attempts to get the rescue, and the Explorer is about to hit halfway mark, so yeah, Pit Stopper is showing excellent map control, even though he missed that charged up hit because of that flywheel. He's still in control here because objectives are still 2 Cyphers. There's 2 survivors remaining, but the resources aren't looking too good. It's only the patient that's actually capable of rescuing here. Paper Moon has to be very careful, not get stuffed out early, as the cat actually lands where he needs to go, and this is the stuffed rescue, Kuro.
This is really bad as well because Omni, they initially only needed a tie game and just to prolong the game anymore, but it seems like it's going to be a tie game here, definitely guaranteed. However, because of the fact that they do need to escape within 5 minutes and 46 seconds, it is already 4 minutes in, and Patient will be able to go on towards his chair. It seems like Pit Stoppers will be able to secure the win here with this Anne.
Yeah, with that being said, Omni, congratulations. I mean, it was a well-fought battle with MHX and Omni, but yeah, Pit Stopper securing this patient seems like a checkmate scenario because Z is one more hit from falling down. We're still at 83% on the last cipher. The surrender is going to be called, and we can actually congratulate officially Omni for moving on. The job's not done just yet for Omni because they have to face the winner of the next match, but for now, like you said, Kuro, they can rest a little bit easier.
Yeah, because like for the next match moving onwards, it's Khan versus AMEY. It could be a pretty tense matchup since there are still some good players. Well, not some good players. They're all good players. However, you know, it is still going to be pretty interesting to see. But we'll once again congratulate Omni for winning finally up against MHX. There was such a tough battle between the two teams. It took a war between the both. A 5-5 in round 1, and then a 5-2 round 2, and then another 2-5 return from MHX round 3. However, it does seem like Omni is able to return that game with a perfect format elimination as the Anne as well.
And I love this matchup because it really showed the depths of both the survivors and the hunters and how interesting this game can be, especially once the hunter pool starts to thin. And then you get really creative with the survivors and with what hunters do come to the table. And it just shows also, like, you know, the changes of opera singer. And I mean, Ivy was a threat at the start, but you saw how like opera singers are kind of struggling, and that's just the meta now. Hullabaloo and Goatman are really dominating the first and early rounds, while you see the hunters kind of, you start to see more specialists come in round 3 and, well, overtime.
Yeah, and like, it is kind of just unfortunate from the side of MHX2 because we saw how well Perfumer actually contained up against that, and that Perfume coming out just to, you know, go back immediately or just to prevent the Anne from locking you as well. I would say more or less in a scenario like that, it's for Perfumer, the biggest unfortunate thing is that we can't pull distance because, you know, in that game, everyone brought Flywheel. It was knee-jerk reflex, could have been so much more different. However, Flywheel isn't one of the personas that allows you to counter Anne, and I do think that was the turning point. Well, it was a turning point from the start, but like throughout the game, as we've seen, that was the biggest nail to the coffin.
Whoa, and the disappearance. Oh, we're back. Oh my gosh, the blink off of Girl. Don't jump scare me like that. I thought I was trapped in Goatman's cage there. But yeah, I like that you pointed that out because once you see the overarching picture of the 5-0, it starts out there with the picks and bans. And they played that masterfully, or was it a gamble that they know, or they thought he was going to bring something else, but he went with an Anne just to counter all the flywheels because you really want to pull distance away from Anne since she's very territorial. So looking at the overarching picture of this, you can kind of see the keys to success of how Omni, or Pit Stoppers in particular, the hunter, was able to secure that checkmate scenario. So again, a well-deserved victory, but guys, please show some love to MHX because they really performed. They really pushed Omni to like their limits, and Omni is a team that has seen the bright lights of Call of the Abyss, and for them to take it all the way to overtime is definitely a feather in their cap.
Definitely, but like if we see the match stats here as well, the empowering Anne here, that I mean, we thought that, well, we didn't think Perfumer definitely contained well. However, it just wasn't enough there. You did have 3 perfumes, but however, because of the paralysis, you could not just contain for any longer. Perfumer, total of 52-second containment time here. Meanwhile, the other survivors, you do see Explorer here, 106% decoding progress, 35-second containment time with 1 rescue, alongside with Patient here, 215% decoding progress, 13-second containment time because he wanted to initially rescue, but Pit Stoppers got the upper hand with the chair camp, and then MHXZ with 139% decoding progress, and then 46-second containment. His rescue was also prevented by the Anne as well.
Yeah, and we talk about, I mentioned territorial, right? The fact that he brought Warp. even though he didn't get any hits off that warp, the fact that she expanded her like radius of just making sure Cypher progress doesn't move forward, and like you said, stuffing the chair rescues was just so important for him to actually secure this game. And in this meta, you know what, she's solid, not necessarily like the 4K hunters like the Hullabaloo and the Goatman, but in this scenario, you definitely see the prowess and the 180 and the full 360 degree hits that he was able to accomplish. It's just so masterful. I think, yeah, it's really cool to see. Again, as casters, you really want to preserve your voice and not push to overtime, but that match was insane, especially like the Leo's memory match, but the back and forth between these two teams. So here we have it, folks. Match results. Omni with the win here, pushing things to overtime, but MHX, you fought very valiantly, and I see a lot of love in chat for you guys. Hope you guys still stick together, because I can't wait to see what else the future brings for Team MHX.
They have also performed really well last year too, so
Right.
like they are a really strong contender moving on forward. Because like it's just unfortunate there's only 2 representatives. However, we cannot forget about the IBT NAEU will be starting soon in around the summertime. But the whole scenario here really does just show you that you can push any professional team that has been within the COAAT qualifiers rounds, and make them take up the challenge, make them work to get back and to represent our region once again, right? So like with this in our minds, yes, it's a huge congratulations for Omni. They are able to finally make the push through with a point difference of 21-16, if I'm not wrong there. That final 5-4 elimination from Pit Stoppers did show why that he is still a really good consistent hunter.
However, the job is not done just yet. Congratulations, but here's some water and like a 5-minute break, because you gotta game time again in a couple of minutes out. Well, I don't know how long the next match is gonna be, but I hope they still stay warm, because like Crow said, the next match is KON versus AMEY. And this could go the full overtime, or it could go to 2-0, could go 3-1, 2-1 I mean. So I hope that they're gonna be ready for that. And I'm excited to be calling that action again. Kuro, thank you so much for keeping the fort down, and how was your experience coming into this with an overtime? This is the first overtime for NAEU.
I think it's good that it's the first. I think it's good that we do have an overtime for NAEU, because it just shows how competitive the server also is as well, right? But it's also really interesting too, because we saw the bickering, let's say, from the two teams. Game 1 was Mushin's Ivy coming out, getting a format elimination, and of course showing you trade to the listen. However, Game 2, Pit Stoppers can also do the same thing alongside with that same hunter as well, which is the Ivy. However, once again, our best deduction will be given towards Omni Pit Stoppers here with an average deduction point of 11,512, average knockdowns of 7.5, average pallets destroyed of 4.5, average terror stock is 0.75, average eliminations of 3.5, and best deductions of 1.
Yep, and I think Kuro transcended. I hope he comes back soon. Well, I could hear him for sure. He gave us a sign.
I'm definitely here.
You're still there. That's good.
I am 100% definitely here. You know what? I think it was such an intensive 4-hour battle that my camera battery suddenly just died.
Oh my. Okay. That's unfortunate, but at least we hear your voice, your golden voice, and thank you for breaking down the best deduction. Yeah, there were a lot of also survivors that were really good, but yeah, Pit Stoppers pulling out all the stops, quote unquote. There. Okay, you're back. Thank God. Hey,
we're back.
Don't disappear like that, my guy.
It just got brought by Goldman. Look, whatever Goldman does, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do after all.
You gotta wait for AfterCo, and maybe the patch notes come out. We'll see.
The 10-second needs to reduce to 9 seconds, so I'm really gonna stay out of here.
We'll see, unless they do another picks and bans thing where you can ban a hunter in round 1. But there's that. And yeah, it was quite the intense back and forth, but ultimately it was Omni to move on and Pit Stoppers to get the MVP. So congratulations, Omni. Your job's not done yet, so I can't wait to see how you're going to fare in the grand finals of this bracket. So take that as a break, and MHX, can't wait to see more of you guys. And I mean, they performed very well as well on the survivor side, really pushing Pit Stoppers to that limit with that mechanic play.
Yeah, definitely. It's also with the fact that, I think I think it's also a really good sign that now the teams are, it's not only focused on the hunters, the survivors are also now putting their weight in which, like, you know, we saw in game 2 fighting up against two again, fighting up against the geisha, the acrobakai was brilliant, and then in game 3 it was up against opera as well. Like, it's from two different teams, two different perspectives, and it's really nice to see how now the survivors are able to somewhat leverage the ban pick systems and use it to their own advantage too, even though they do still have those, you know, 3 permabans per round as well. Like, it's still kind of hard to, you know, it's still kind of hard to keep tracking what you have and what you don't have. So sometimes when you do your ban pick base, you might just forget, oh wait, this survivor is now permabanned. I can't actually use them. How can I, you know, how can I maneuver? What leeways can I take? What other routes can I take, instead of, you know, making that slight mistake and give the hunter a bit of a vantage point picking a survivor that is easy for the hunter to chase too.
Yeah, and that's a lot to compute. I mean, us as commentators are having a hard time tracking all that and the stats. What more like in game when you're in with your team and it's like, okay, who do we play here? Or like the coaches. So shout outs to all the coaches out there, and shout outs to all the team, like the shot callers for drafting accordingly with all that. Well, I would say in the equation. So I did see someone in the chat saying this is the first overtime of NAEU. Well, of this COA qualifiers, yes, but in other tournaments, I believe there was one. I think it was Fusion and B4U. I think they went the overtime, but there have been other overtimes. But this is the first one of Call of the Abyss 8 in this new pick and ban system. So I think that's why we give it that much more extra weight, because of what Kuro said. There's extra stakes. So Kuro, you know, final words before we cut to the highlights.
I hope.
And welcome back, folks, to the Call of the Abyss 8 qualifiers for NAEU region. Potch Spice and Eli O, your casters for the second match. And Eli, what a first match we had. It went all the way till overtime. I know you're watching in the background and you're saying this match is on fire. What were your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, it was definitely a very close game between Omni and MHX. And we actually saw a bit of Omni obviously is a team they qualified the last 2 years. So everyone expected them to do well, but I think on paper, definitely an upset victory. I don't think a lot of people actually expected MHX to lose, as they were predicted to be one of the best, if not the best team going into this qualifier. And yeah, just like that, we see Omni with the upset victory, taking down MHX, moving on to the next stage of this competition, one step closer to qualifying for COA. And now we're going to see our next matchup here. We have KON. We have the roster for KON here. Killer Boss originally on a different team and ended up changing over to KON. As of recently, we have KON Guard as well. We have FY, Shevchenko, Rum, and Wolf as the players here. We don't know too much about KON. I do know a lot about Killer Boss. He's a very strong hunter player, does have a lot of options specifically around the meta, but for the rest of the team, unfortunately, not too much information on them.
I'm excited now that we're gonna see them on display here. As long we will refer to Killer Boss or your knowledge of Killer Boss, but like we said, the winner of this match will be facing Omni. And just bring our interview yesterday with Schmitty. He was actually he was like saying he was high praises on this bracket that we're gonna see because everyone is a threat. Speaking of threats, here we have AMEY, folks. Nila, DR Mark, Mocha, Luojo, Maskoff, and Ching Wai. So hopefully I pronounced those names right. And let me just make sure I do, because it's, yes, DR Mark, Matcha, Luojo, Maskoff, Nila. And we have a little like insight on Nila, because this is iAlien.
Yeah, so Nila is Alien. For those you don't know, Nila is iAlien player who's been around the NA region for a very long time. So we definitely expect some good things from them. Currently the first Naiad on the server. I'm not sure, obviously listed as Naiad. I don't know if we'll actually see that today. Could be definitely a round 3 option though. We also Mask Off, also a very good player during rank last season. During COA rank, I got matched with them quite a few times, and they were a very good player to play with. Very strong prospector player, very good kiter in general. So expect to see some good things from them. Not too much information about the rest of the lineup, but I can say a lot of good things about Alien and Mask Off for sure.
Nice. And you said first Naiad. I know you posted a video on the tier list when it comes to hunters. Where do you rank Naiad?
Yeah, Naiad's A+. Definitely a very good hunter, great third round hunter, very strong rank hunter. So Naiad definitely still a very good character in the game, for sure. Looking into our map pick here, we're gonna have KON with map selection going Red Church after the Moonlit River Park ban here from AMEY. This is going to be the map that Killer Boss would prefer to play on. Killer Boss is a player again who does have a lot of the meta, so I'd imagine we'll see Hellable Goatman from him round 1. Very good opera singer player as well. Interesting to see if he'll go either opera or Ivy in round 2. We know he has both of them. I think he may actually favor Ivy. We've been watching a few of his COA rank matches during the qualifying stage, and we did see a lot of both of those characters from him. So Killer Boss has a lot to offer here. One of the top hunters last season. I think he finished top 5 with an 85+ win rate on the hunter leaderboard. So very formidable player. Yeah, up against Alien. This is a great hunter matchup, actually. I'm excited about this one.
Same here. Like Schmitty said yesterday, he's going to be looking forward to seeing who will be also representing the NAEU region in this matchup. Again, the winner of this will be facing Team Omni to get the final slot. RVL, congratulations. They do move on. So now that we're kind of into the thick of the qualifiers, Eli, how has the predictions of the hunter meta been shaping up for you? Have you were you predicting to see the hunters that were shown in the previous match come to play here? Because Mushin did not go Hullabaloo or Goatman in his game.
Yeah, the Goatman, the no Goatman was a little surprising, but the rest of the characters were pretty, I would say, predictable. Mushin's never, he's never been too much into the Hullabaloo character. So I wasn't really expecting him to play that at any point. And the Ivy, obviously one of his best characters. We saw that earlier on. Geisha, he seems to always play Geisha no matter the circumstance. I would have, maybe like to see something a little bit different, but obviously we did see Geisha. We saw Clerk, very good Clerk gameplay. Going into the third round, I was trying to predict. I was thinking, what character is he going to play? He has to get a 4-kill here, and the only things I could think of was Fool's Gold or Clerk at that point. Fool's Gold, we know it's not a very good character. So the clerk ended up coming out. And then as for pit stoppers, a little bit surprised in the 4th round. I mean, obviously we know he has Anne, but picking Anne in a situation where you want to either play for a win or play for a slow tie, definitely not the hunter for that sort of situation. But it did end up working out in his favor there, able to prevent them from finishing those Cypher machines and getting the victory there for Omni.
Yeah, very clutch victory there. We're actually very surprised to see the N, but all's well that ends well on pit stopper side. Kind of popped off a little bit there. Hopefully it'll keep that same type of energy during the final match, and I'm sure that Team Omni will be watching closely as we head towards the picks and bans here. We're going to actually remove the Gravekeeper as well as the Knight. The Knight actually being a really good pick in the previous match, just locking up the Hunter's skills and just able to make him switch targets. So seeing an Enchantress and a Mechanic to start things out here, Eli.
Yeah, this is very interesting from AMEY. Enchantress is actually considered not too bad against Goatman. If they go through the cage, you can kind of stun them and keep distance and keep avoiding hits that way. You can also build up for a 3-stack, which is very good against the Goatman. We see forward as well from AMEY here, it looks like. So a bit of an interesting comp. Yeah, Balmer, Mechanic, Enchantress forward. Those are 4 characters. I guess Embalmer is playable. Not a very good Embalmer map. Typically, you wouldn't see Embalmer on Church, and you wouldn't see the rest of these 3 characters in round 1 hardly ever. So very interesting choice from them. Maybe they're expecting something we don't really know about, but if I know KB is just going to play one of the round 1 hunters here, so yeah, I'm not too much I can say on that.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the first Enchantress we're seeing in the qualifiers, and we don't.
Probably.
The Mechanic was the Mechanic. The first Mechanic we saw was the one in the previous match. So again, they want to go for that Cypher Rush. We didn't see any forwards, and Balmer was there in the mix to just secure a tie, but over here at Church, not the biggest of maps, unlike Lakeside, unlike Moonlit River Park. So Killer Boss, either of the 2 meta hunters would actually be really good to work with. Anything you're favoring for Killer Boss? Would it be the Hullabaloo? Will it be the Goatman?
Well, I think both of those characters would work fine here. Ford doesn't have much harassment potential against Goatman because you can just put up a cage and prevent yourself from getting stunned. Yeah, I mean, I would just play Goatman here. I mean, I don't know. It's hard. It depends on whatever character he's more comfortable with, I would imagine. But Goatman just seems better. There's not much Goatman counter here, at all. So I would just play Goatman here. Yeah.
And I think we brought it up yesterday, or was it during our mini podcast that we had or Sports Center type podcast or conversation that like Goatman could win in any position, and it seems like we're gonna throw that out the door. You did mention Killer Boss has a really good Ivy, and Ivy has been posing a threat ever since. I mean, I think it was mostly Opera Singer that's kind of struggling in the tournament, but the Ivies are still very scary to deal with here.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm trying to think about how this would go, Ivy versus this team comp. Obviously, Embalmer and Mechanic are kind of a tie strategy. Enchantress against Ivy, I'm not really sure how that goes. I've never actually seen that. I don't think I've ever really seen that, to be honest.
If we try to theorize it, right, Enchantress needs to be close to Ivy, and you don't want to technically be that close. So, but we'll see how it goes, because she could just stun her, but before she gets the 100%. DR Mark actually spawning right at the center. Killer Boss might actually go for that, but Eli, do you think Mechanic would be a better target here?
Well, Mechanic obviously is a great target. And, one of the things about Ivy is you can kind of pick and choose who you'd like to go for. And Balmer would also be good as well. It's sometimes optimal not to chase the Mechanic first, because Mechanic does decode slower when somebody else is getting injured. So it might be better to go for the Embalmer. I'm not really sure here what he'll prefer, but interested to see how the forward actually can come into play here. We don't see forward hardly ever in the current meta, so an interesting choice from AMEY here, and we'll see what they're able to do with it.
Do you miss that meta where we see forward every time? Because that was very like support heavy meta.
I missed Triple Rescuer Explorer, where we had Merc, Wildling, and Forward, and then Explorer. And then you'd have to chase the Rescuer because Explorer just hid.
Exactly.
You're not going to chase Merc or Wildling, so you literally just had to chase the Broken Windows forward.
Speaking of, different Persona webs, we do see a lot of flywheels on the table here. And wow, okay, and there's some Broken Windows here. No borrowed time on any of these builds. What do you think of the Personas?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams kind of skip out on borrowed time in a lot of these matches. Now, I will say this for people watching: this does not mean you should play no borrowed time in rank. This is a tournament-specific build. This is a very
PSA from Eli. Okay, go for it.
This is a very tournament-specific build to make sure you try to get ties, try to get at least one survivor out the exit gate. This is not something. When you're in rank, you want to win games as survivors. You want to rank up. You don't want to be tying and getting 3 killed by the hunter. Okay, so this is not. You should always have borrowed time in rank. Borrowed time is good for wins. These players are not trying to win. They're trying to get ties, or at least secure a one escape with these sort of builds. So that's just something to keep in mind. We're gonna see the bot get down for the second time here, and I don't know if he'll actually chase the mechanic now. Now that the bot's been down, he may just change targets completely, because now the mechanic is kind of useless. She already is gonna decode slow if somebody else is injured, and she doesn't have bot to deal with anyway. So you might as well change to a new target. Looks like it's gonna be the Enchantress here.
Yeah, so now, like he pointed out, just
he cancels the bow.
Whoa! Oh my gosh! Yeah, he did, and now he's actually able to get that hit. Only has 1 stack left, 62% on Revelation, and he's almost at full presence. So Killer B really hunkering down to take out this Enchantress before she can become a big threat to him. I mean, just having the ethereal form just constantly like cut off areas, and DR Mark not wanting to kite in front of ciphers, he's got to have to take a hard right to the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to blink here. Unless he can fly with the blink. No, not able to do so. There's the blink and the down secured. But Embalmer was able to get face of the Enchantress here, which means that she's going to be able to get coffined at some point. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and use it now. I guess it depends on the forward's decoding progress and where the forward's at. We know he did spawn in Reception. Embalmer is just going to continue to decode here. Not going to worry too much about the Tombstone. It's going to fall down anyway. Looks like forward is going to come in with the first rescue. They'll save Coffin for second time on share.
Yeah, so forward, hopefully the Tide Turner will come into play here. Chingyu will get a possessed, moving him away, gets the stun to start things out. So this actually at least brings the Tide Turner in effect and has a full stack of a stun here. Has to make sure this one counts, but he's actually just going to go in the ethereal form to try and get the scare just to cancel it out.
She needs to flywheel. Oh, she doesn't even need it, it looks like. I was going to say she needs to flywheel because the forward... or sorry, the hunter already has full presence. So yeah, she's gonna get knocked down here. And the thing is, they're gonna insta coffin, and the reason why you insta coffin here is because you can see the ghost that's on the ghost mark on the Enchantress's name. He cannot put a tombstone on that Enchantress till that ghost mark disappears. There's a cooldown on that because she just put a tombstone on her. So it's going to be a little while before he can use that. That's going to get her some distance here. The problem is the survivors are a bit behind on ciphers here. Does have 5 stacks to work with and a flywheel. So there's definitely a possibility of a rebound kite, but survivors really need to push cipher progress here. I'd like to see the forward actually come in and support here and just let the survivors push ciphers.
True. Okay, so now 3 ciphers remaining. Still not much of a threat here, but like you said, Enchantress has all the makings to make this game last really long, but she does get stunned. Oh my god, the 100%. This is going to be really bad. I don't think the forward's in the area to get that stun, so she's actually going to be sent back to the manor with a full stack.
Yeah, that's a massive missed opportunity for AMEY here, and you can kind of see why Enchantress is never really considered a strong character against a lot of the good hunters in the game. Is that she's just countered by all of them. Opera Singer, she's countered by if you stun an Opera Singer, she doesn't have a cooldown or a dash. She still gets to continue dashing. If Ivy's just going to stun you before you can even stun her. And Hullabaloo is just going to turn off your ability with the red zone. The only hunter that it could actually be kind of effective against is Goatman. Which even then it's not as easy as it looks just because of how good Goatman is in general.
Yeah, so maybe we got to give it up to the hunter here, Killer Boss here. Maybe he realized, all right, maybe this will be a worse matchup for the Enchantress, because right now it seems like he's working on his next target, but Cypher progress is looking kind of good. The next kite needs to last a while though, but Killer Boss still has not found a survivor optimal for him to chase. Seems like it's Chingyu that will be taking this next kite, and it is the mechanic with no items on him. So seems like they're pushing the second. The second cipher. 2 more ciphers remaining. So 1 at 77 and 1 at 38.
It's actually more optimal for the survivors if the mechanic gets chased, because if someone else gets hit, mechanic's decoding's gonna get slowed down anyway. So
true.
They'd actually prefer mech gets chased here. Looks like she's gonna vault into the hunter here, making sure she's not looking at the Ivy. Is going to most likely take a hit. He may try going for a scare, wasn't able to get it. Again, mechanic doing a good job of just not looking at the hunter here. Going to get this speed boost to transition away. And now at this point, the forward and the embalmer need to do 2 different ciphers. You see forward's doing graveyard. You see embalmer's going to start a different cipher. They're going to split it up. So no matter what the hunter does, who they go to, they're going to have another cipher machine available.
Yeah, split pushing ciphers is definitely the way to go, even though Killer Boss does have... he could actually have a lot of map presence, but the pressure is actually really being applied now to Killer Boss. Like this mid game, they were really able to spread the attention. I mean, that was insane. I thought he actually went through the pallet.
His toenail. That's insane. We're gonna see him teleport onto the forward here. Only 58%. That's not an optimal percentage. The ghost scare is not gonna, again, yeah, 98. That's not gonna send him all the way here. Let's see what the forward's gonna do. Trying to just get out of range of this Ivy. He's gonna flywheel. Oh, he's gonna go into the tombstone, flywheel through the tombstone to reset reset the scare percentage. That is an excellent usage of the flywheel there. Will he cancel the vault? Not able to cancel the vault. We're gonna see the blink to secure the down. Okay, it's looking pretty good for Killer Boss. He can share here. He can bring the ghost to the injured embalmer. And maybe he could work something into his favor. Keep in mind, these survivors don't have borrowed time.
Yeah.
And this might come back to hurt them a little bit here.
Yeah, good mid game, I have to say. But, you know, one had to fall. It was the mechanics. So now they're still trying to get a foothold into this match. One is going for the rescue. The other is trying to push a Cypher. It's at 66% already. Gets the scare and gets the hit just to stop the Cypher from moving. But this allows the mechanic to get rescued. He can just switch on over to actually chair the embalmer. Mechanic does have an elbow pad to work with. So that can provide them, but right now, Eli, it's like the survivors just on defense mode. No one's really attacking Cyphers, but one is actually moving. It's at 50% now.
I think they just need to push it. Let the Ivy teleport to you. Ford can get a free save without getting injured. Mechanic just needs to push this Cypher. If she dies, she dies. But no, she's actually gonna leave and go to a different Cypher. I'd really like to see him just push the Cypher machine. Let Ford get a free rescue. Ford and Embalmer could potentially heal up, or Embalmer could then push top broken. And I don't know if Killer Boss would have enough time to get back there. It would definitely be close, but it looks like Mechanic's going to choose Graveyard instead here. They're going to get a free rescue, though. That's actually really important because it means Ford can now take a hit, keeping the Embalmer from dying here. Embalmer also has a coffin as well, so even if even if he downs the Embalmer again here, he'll still have the coffin. Looks like he's going for forward, though. Maybe going for mech. He doesn't really want to down the coffin survivor. He wants to find somebody else who isn't going to have a self-rescue option.
Well, they definitely have their options about them. They're really spreading all the attention of the hunter. One at the graveyard, one at the church, and the other one at top broken. So
they need to just pop. There's no borrowed time. They have to just pop the Cypher machine here. I don't know if Ford knows that he doesn't have borrowed time, because there's no reason for him to push this rescue without BT. I guess he's pressuring it so that Ivy can't teleport away.
True.
But at this point, you just gotta pop the Cypher, because no one has BT. You gotta pop the Cypher. Ford doesn't have BT. I think they forgot. They forgot that he doesn't have borrowed time.
Oh my, that was not.
And that's gonna cost them.
Yeah, and the gamble of, I mean, this is actually a gift for Killer Boss here. They was waiting for the borrowed time to pop it. And now the Embalmer is the only one that's left, and this is looking like a 4K, because once he gets chaired, we're not even touching the gates just yet, and this is a game for Killer Boss to get 5 points in.
Yeah, now, it's not over yet. The thing is, Embalmer does have coffin. It kind of depends on where his coffin is. It does not look like it's near the dungeon, though, so dungeon is back gate. We're going to see him get down here. He'll go ahead and coffin himself, but there might be a tombstone waiting for that. Yeah, there's already a tombstone on the coffin. He's going to go down instantly. That's going to be a surrender. That's a 4 elimination.
Wow.
I really think if they didn't go for the rescue, they just popped the Cypher and they split the exit gates, that they could get a 1 survivor escape. But
true.
They forgot that he didn't have borrowed time.
Yeah, I understand maybe they did, or I don't know, because they were really trying to split the attention of Killer Boss, right? And
no, they were they just because what you got to do there as a forward is you at least feed Tinnitus. That way, if the hunter teleports away, you can get the rescue, right? So feeding Tinnitus is good, but you can't push the rescue. If you push the rescue, he's just gonna kill you. He's just gonna down you. Yeah, and the game's over at that point. I really think they just forgot. Unfortunately.
That was quite unfortunate. Okay, let's try to recall it from the beginning, right? Because that ending was definitely Killer Boss's way of flexing that, yo, I'm here to play. I have the 5-point game now. How'd you feel about his Ivy's performance from start to finish?
Yeah, really good. Already right out the gate, he was able to get a quick down. He downed the bot twice, so Mechanic became useless. He downed the Enchantress quickly, and he played around the stuns every single time from the Enchantress. And this is another reason why so many people are like, oh my god, I love Enchantress, this is my favorite character, I want to play Enchantress in rank. And then every time I make a tier list, I put Enchantress in low tier, and I get a lot of people in the comments like, oh my god, Enchantress is so good, this is my favorite character. And this is a very, very, very perfect example of why Enchantress is not used in higher tiers, because she is countered by a lot of the main meta hunters. Opera Singer, Ivy, Hullabaloo, not as good, decent against Goatman, but Goatman's just really good anyway, so there's better options. So Anne gets countered by Dream Witch. Those are I just said the 6 best hunters in the game. and she's pretty much weak against all of them.
And
So-
you're definitely running into them in rank, right?
Yeah. Like when I'm playing Hunter and I see someone playing Enchantress, I usually know that it's gonna go pretty well for me as the Hunter. You know what I mean? So like I'm trying to make a point to you guys here. I know some of you guys like Enchantress, and like I get it. It's a very fun character to play, but realistically, Enchantress is not considered a high tier character. I do like that they tried to incorporate it here, and I do like to see a surprise pick like Enchantress. I would love to see surprise characters like this, and I'd love to see it do well. Just unfortunately in this situation, the Hunter was able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and now that you break it down to the ones and zeros of it all, it's really tough to play the Enchantress because she relies on you being in the same radius, and Ivy loves it if you're in that radius because, like you said, plays around that the meter management or like the way he's able to manage the space, and then the stuns. It's unfortunate that this Enchantress failed to actually get one stun because he kept getting possessed. So it's quite unfortunate. I hope they bring that same type of energy coming into game number 2 because it's that type of unfamiliarity or maybe the surprise picks that can get them off guard. I really also think that maybe they were expecting that Goatman because like you saw it on paper, it can work compared to the other hunters, but easier said than done. So we still got to give our props to Killer Boss for him to be able to get a 5-point game, a great start for his team. So now KON could actually just play super safe and try to just get one survivor out the gate, and it should be all right.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Alien here. I wonder what he's gonna do here. I mean, we know that he does play Ivy quite a bit. He has played some Opera Singer, although I don't know if that's one of his main hunters. And the question is really, what does he have Goatman Hullabaloo options? This is something none of us know. The only information we have on Alien as of recently is that he's been playing Naiad and Ivy in rank, some Opera Singer here and there, I think, as well.
Okay.
But he doesn't really. But we don't know if he's playing Goatman. We don't know if he's playing Hullabaloo. So that's something we're gonna have to find out here. Now he is one of those players who always plays the main meta hunters and always learns them. So I'd imagine he definitely will have that as an option. But the question is more going to be about how much does he practice with it, how good is he with these characters, and which one does he go with out of the two, or does he just play Ivy?
Between the two, if someone is not super familiar with either of them or not specialists, who do you think that would come to the table? Because we were talking to Schmitty about it yesterday about Goatman and Hullabaloo. I think is it Hullabaloo that can afford a little more mistakes, or is it Goatman that could afford a little more mistakes?
Hullabaloo can afford more mistakes early. If you get to the end game, Hullabaloo has a hard time winning after the last Cypher Machine's popped, whereas Goatman can still come back. It sort of depends. Hullabaloo's good at can win from any position throughout the majority of the game up until like the end game. Once you get to the end game, it can be a bit of a challenge for Hullabaloo. If the survivors are able to have go strongly into the end game. Whereas Goatman can kind of run it back with the tension. But yeah, for the most part, if Goatman has a slow start, it can be hard for him to come back. Whereas Hullabaloo usually is a little bit inherently stronger in that sense. But yeah, I mean, both characters obviously are very good. We see in NAEU, Goatman has been very common in the first round. So
I think with that being said, and now knowing that he just needs to be able to eliminate one person, I think it's he just needs to at least get a tie, or at least get a one-person elimination for them to be able to get the victory here. I think odds are stacked in favor of Anila over here. So let's head into the second half of round number 1. I think you're looking at chat. You want to give me a shout out?
I said, Elio, the type of guy to say, looks like we got company when he sees the Ivy teleport on him.
Looks like we got company.
I don't think I've ever said that before. There's no way.
Oh, come on, in rank? You don't say that?
I don't say looks like we got company. No, I don't think I've ever said that. I think I've said, what do I say? If Ivy TPs, I'll just be like,
uh-oh.
I'll probably just complain. I'll be like, bro, this is so annoying, bro. Like, leave me alone,
why me? Again, shout outs to everyone in chat saying what's up. Do you want to give some shout outs real quick before we talk about the picks and bans?
Yeah, shout out to Tuberos and Sublime and Paradox for all the Elios, the type of guy to say lines.
Eli, type of guy to raise his pinky when he drinks.
Whispered Cares, and yeah, everybody else. I'm just listing off some names that I recognize.
For sure.
Tacos with Socks.
Hey.
But yeah, everyone else as well. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now let's round out the bands here. Mechanic, Coordinator, Seer, Acrobat off the table. Seems like we're seeing a lot of forwards now. Forward getting locked in first, along with the Psychologist and the Magician. A little abracadabra action on the side of KON. And finally, we have, well, at least the matches that I'm commentating on, we have a Knight to round out their lineup here. So with this being said, Eli, any inklings on what you think they're trying to prepare for?
I guess Ivy, just because it's like we have Psychologist, Magician are very good. Pretty good against Goatman too, I would imagine. Knight's actually pretty good against Goatman because once he puts up the cage, you can kind of just do a swing ability cancel, and he can't do anything about that. Yeah, Magician's pretty against Goatman. We've seen that be decent. Psychologist can take 3 hits. So I think realistically in this comp, they're going after Goatman and Ivy counters here. So this definitely opens up Hullabaloo being very good in this situation. This opens up Opera Singer as well. So we'll have to see. Yeah.
Right, just trying to have rounded out picks since there are no bans of any hunters, and it's hard to prepare for something you're not really sure of because we were talking about Neela and him being away for a while and coming back in competitive, not really sure what kind of hunters he can bring to the table. If ever, it'll be like a debut. So I'm super excited to see if he'll bring out the meta or the hunters that we've known him before.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, we're not really we don't have too much information on him. Looks like it's gonna be Hullabaloo. Look at this comp. This makes sense. I think this comp is built for Goatman. It's built for Ivy.
Yeah.
Against Hullabaloo, it's not gonna be quite as good. Obviously, Knight gets shut off by the red zone. Forward, same thing. Forward can get chased. Magician, Psychologist would be the most difficult chase target for him here, but. Besides that, this is pretty good for Hullabaloo. I think they really are just kind of predicting Goatman or Ivy, and this is why Hullabaloo, we see it a lot in round 1. A lot of teams, they counter Goatman, they try to counter these other hunters, and Hullabaloo isn't really countered by much, and that's why we're going to see it being picked here.
Yeah, usually, and I think we talked about, it was a talking point yesterday, right? You heavily try to go against Goatman, then the Hullabaloo comes out. And this is going to be a first for Neela because we have not seen how he performs in this new meta. It's going to be the first, and it seems like there's going to be a T-shaped spawn here with Fi being at the center, Wolf to the right, Rum to the left, and Shevchenko at the top. Are we going to see a corner spawn, or is it going to be at the red carpet? We just have to wait and see, folks. Again, Hullabaloo round number 1 has been so dangerous as of late. I think yesterday there was a team to get at least 1 survivor out against Hullabaloo, but that is what that's what this hunter. The survivors just need to get 1 out of the gate.
Yeah, man, I'm excited to see how good Alien's Hullabaloo is. Again, it's not a hunter he's played in rank because obviously it's always banned. We haven't really seen Alien in a lot of in the competitive scene. He's been here and there for IBT, but we haven't seen too much of him. So this is kind of a really big showing for him that we haven't seen him play on a stage like this in a little while. So this is going to be very important to see, especially with the new meta, new hunters. How has he adapted? Right. There's a lot to see here. We're gonna have the Peeper build. Looks like he's gonna go Peeper, Insolence Detention. This is the most standard Hullabaloo build,
right?
For when Hullabaloo kind of first came out, and then we saw people sort of switching to Warp for larger maps. Peeper's still got on smaller maps. We've seen the trump card Insolence with no detention, but this is the most standard build, just Insolence Detention Peeper. This is what most of the rank hunters would build. This is what I would play if I was playing Hullabaloo. So, looking at the team composition here, looks like we have 2 borrowed times on the Knight and the Psychologist. Magician is going to go Max Kiting here, and Forward is going to go Flywheel Tide.
Can't wait to see how this one's going to shake out, folks. Once again, this is the second half. Can Neela keep up with the pace that Killer Boss put up with this Hullabaloo? We'll find out. Once again, this is Potch Spice and Eli, your commentators for this matchup. Seems like Wolf might take this first kite, but it's all good because he did bring a kiting build here.
Yep, only was able to get 1 bomb there from two clones, so that's not really a great start. You'd ideally want to get 2 there, but let's see if he's able to turn this around. Still has 2 more to work with now. Let's see if he can get his first hit. There's 1 clone for the second hit. Can he get the last one onto the Magician? Gets it as the Magician uses the illusion. That is a very good start here for Alien. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on this. We'll have Insolence online within a few seconds, so he'll have his jumps momentarily. He's got another Peeper most likely to drop in this area. And Magician already with the 1 illusion down here is going to have to use another one up in this area. Taking a double hit. There's the illusion again. Can he flywheel it?
Oh my god.
Flywheel the white zone. He's not able to flywheel. He gets the perfect placement with the clone there, and that's a very fast down to start this game.
Like you said, not the best start, but you know, it's still able to kind of rally back into this, and this is what Hullabaloo does. He can kind of cover his ground, even though, I mean, no attack recovery. That clone comes out so quick, and excellent clone placement on Neela's side. So the max kiting build could still shine, but it really depends on how the rescue is going to play out. We already see that the forward is making his way for this rescue. They have one tide turner. They have to make this one last as long as they can, but he will get locked. Oh, tries to go for the stun, unable to get it. Magician now. Can he actually find it? Neela able to turn the 180 and finds Wolf.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, forward versus Hullabaloo. That's kind of how it goes. You just kind of get it canceled. And he gets the hit through the illusion again. Magician unable to flywheel for the second time here, and that's going to be another fast back on chair. And yeah, that's the thing. If forward dashes into the red zone, it just cancels the football, and that's just Hullabaloo. You kind of just target your red zone towards the forward, so they can't really stun you, and it's just really difficult. We see 4 ciphers remaining. They're about to go down to 3, but still a lot of cipher progress to be done. He's able to snipe out the knight as well here, very, very early.
Okay. Gets the silence at least, and now he can actually go for that rescue and get a little bit of that safety when he gets that rescue situation. But he has to be very careful because he's already got one, needs one more. And also another one, he has to be very careful. One more hit. It's actually
canceled
the rescue.
He canceled the ability. I think, actually, I'm not sure. Red Zone, I believe, does cancel Sword as well. I think that's what happened. And he's able to stuff the rescue here, get him onto the rocket share. And that's just the power of Hullabaloo. That Red Zone is probably one of the best, is the best thing about him. Being able to basically make a survivor into default. We're seeing the forward come in for the rescue here. Will forward be able to flywheel this? Not able to flywheel this as well. We're going to see a double hit. Can he stuff this rescue as well? No, he gets the rescue off, but downs the forward right away. He may just go back and share forward here. No, he's going to continue after Knight, really trying to secure this down. But this game is looking really pretty much locked up at this point. As long as this, unless this Knight can somehow rebound kite this, which he is not doing with that beautiful clone placement. And there's just no cipher progress. 50% on one, 38% on another, and still a full cipher to go. This is looking very good for the Hunter side.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for the replay to see how that played out. Because again, the Knight, you know, a lot of people are heralding him as a, really good rescuing ability. But like he said, the red zone, probably canceling that out, stuffing that rescue attempt, and now Psychologist eating this hits. So forcing some action, actually forcing the exit path of the forward. And now Psychologist has to be very careful here. He has the stress levels and now able to actually get it. So one more hit and Psychologist is going to fall down. He's in the white zone, but he wants to be focusing on the Knight.
Yeah, we're going to see a Knight is able to flywheel there, though. Does not matter. He's just going to jump the pallet, down him there. Knight's going to be back on the rocket share, and there's still a full cipher machine to go. Even after these last 2 ciphers, there's still a full another cipher after this one that KON needs to decode. This is just complete control for the Hunter side. What a great position.
Yeah, dominant game. I mean, the previous one was also, like, the mid-game was kind of going back and forth, but this one, it is dominant from the start. Once he was able to down the first survivor and then they couldn't rebound kite, it was just insane. So I think at this point, it's kind of a checkmate scenario if he's able to down Rum, since Rum has already used up his exit path. Gets the pallet stun, though, and it seems like the forward is going to try to kite for as long as he can, but looking at the objectives, Eli, it's not looking like the best of scenarios for survivors unless you can keep this up.
Yeah, we're going to see another hit here. Just needs to get a black bomb hit here, and he will get knocked down. Forward's going to use that football. Will we see the flywheel this time around? There's the flywheel. She's able to... Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Wow.
He just gets double bombed there with the clone, and yeah, I mean, that's... and how Hullabaloo games go. Forward does not have borrowed time. All he has to do is down the Psychologist, and this is going to be a 4 survivor elimination with 3 ciphers remaining.
That's complete control on Neela's side. I think if he was going to debut a Hunter, what better way to debut than, have a 3 cipher game remaining. So there you have it, folks. Neela coming in hot with his with Hullabaloo and complete domination for him to be able to get this type of performance.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great start for him, and we saw this is exactly what AMEY needs to see. Obviously, they had a bit of a tough first round in what looked like they were on track to maybe get one out the gate, but Unfortunately, they did miss out on that opportunity, and then but this time around, Alien giving no breathing room to the survivors at all. Just three survivors remaining, complete control, complete domination here, and that's Hullabaloo. That's that's one of these first round hunters that we see getting utilized so much, and it just continues to be good here for a lot of these hunters. It's like, okay, we play Hullabaloo round 1, we get a 4 kill because of how good this hunter is. Goatman's going to be banned next, Hullabaloo's global banned, and then we're just going to play something like Ivy, and we're going to get another 4 kill because it's another 4 kill hunter. And that's just how this meta is, and that's just what we're going to continue to see for the first 2 rounds of pretty much every tournament situation. It's just going to be a hunter battle for this round and the next round, and we'll see how things shape up in the 3rd round. That's really where it sort of is going to, I suppose, shift a little bit.
And with that, the results are in because it's like a 5-point game for each side. We are going to see that battle of that 3rd place game. It could even go the full 4. But what's interesting I want to point out here, Eli, is when the survivors picked out their characters, we were actually, oh, this is good. They're preparing for something. But man, did Hullabaloo just counter the forward stuns, just canceling out the knight. That red zone was really one of the playmakers for Nila here. And I want to see how the match stats shook out because, again, 3 ciphers remaining, complete control of the match. I think it was like 3 or 4 minutes in, and he already had his first elimination at hand.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very good start here for AMEY. But at the end of the day, it's still just tied. This is still just a tied round 1.
Right.
This is still just another close game that we're going to see play out here. And this is how these round 1s go. It's basically, can the hunter 4 kill or can the survivors get 1 or 2 out the gate? That's what it's so interesting how it's like the meta is gone from being round 1, we got to try to beat the Dream Witch, try not to lose to the Dream Witch, but we can still win, and then to now Opera Singer and then Ivy being characters. It's like, okay, now we got to just try to tie or get 1 out the gate, and now it's just like, can we maybe get 1 out the gate? You know what I mean? Like that's just how this game has shapen up to be like, and it's crazy.
Isn't it crazy how we're talking about the shifts in meta, and 1 survivor out is already a victory in itself, right? Before a tie was like, that's huge for survivors, but at this point, just 1 out the gate, that's all we need. Especially in round 1 and round 2, that's already considered like a huge accomplishment with how strong these hunters are. So I'm excited to see how round 2 goes, but if it's going to be the same as round number 1, I won't be surprised because, like you said, we still have the Opera Singer, we still have the Ivy to make its way in round number 2, and round number 3 is where things start to really shake up for the survivor side, at least, because a lot of global bans on the hunter side, and they got to be forced to be creative, which maybe the Naiad of Nila will come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I would expect that to be a round 3 character. Obviously, still has Ivy, still has Opera Singer, so that's what we'll expect here in the next time. I'm just to see where the selection is going to go, considering that this is this map is going to be a little bit more dependent on characters. I think on hunter characters. So
yeah. Before anything else, I believe the highlights are ready, so we're going to take a short break, folks. We'll see you guys after this. And welcome back, folks, to the Identity V Call of the Abyss, a global qualifiers for NAEU. Botched Spice and Eli O, your commentators for this action-packed match between AMEY and KON. And this looks like it's going to go the full 3 games, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. We're off to a very close start between these two teams. Going into this matchup again, this is one of those ones that it's hard to predict. We don't really know too much about either team. We know some of the players on AMEY, and that definitely would give them what appears to be an edge just based off of their reputation. But at the end of the day, it's very hard to say with what KON could bring to the table here, as there isn't too much information about them, unfortunately. But let's see what they're able to do here. This is Abyss:IT Town, AMEY's map selection. Sacred, pretty standard ban, not a map that a lot of teams want to play on. And I don't know if they would have picked it. I don't think Alien would ever want to play on Sacred. That's sort of the thing I could hear his voice in my head complaining about, dude, this map is so bad, or whatever. So, I would imagine that, yeah, that he wouldn't have picked it anyway. But we're going to see Abyss:IT Town here. Pretty standard tournament map here.
If you guys joined us yesterday, I believe it was RVL to get blessed by the tram twice on both the Hunter and Survivor side. So that could play into this game. I'm excited to see if that would come in. Again, we don't really see Abyss:IT Town that much as of late. So at any time a tram hit is it could be possible. I'm sure chat is going to go wild, but it's like a Hunter showcase as of now. And like we said before, we don't know so much about these teams, but hopefully what we do know is that one team does favor a little bit of the meta shakeup when it comes to the Survivor side. The other one really plays into the meta. That's all we know for now. So hopefully the Survivors can kind of flex their abilities in this next round. But I've always wanted to ask you this, Eli, because we were talking about like having similarities of regular sports and or physical sports and Identity V, and it's you want to get down the fundamentals. What character, Survivor and Hunter, would give you those fundamentals here in Identity V? And do you have a suggestion for people that want to, like, okay, I need to brush up on my Survivor fundamentals? Which character do you think they should use?
Well, if you're playing Survivor, you'd want to play a character that isn't too reliant on abilities to practice kiting with. So something like Psychologist would be very good, because not only Psychologist is very good. Psychologist doesn't have any abilities. You're able to take 3 hits, which is very good, but you have to be able to kite well at the same time. So a character like Psychologist would be very good. You can practice your kiting and stuff like that. Now, part of the fundamentals is using your items in proper situations, which is another thing a lot of players miss out on. So then using a character like Aeroplanist or Acrobat would also be very good to acknowledge when would be optimal times for using those items in those specific situations. As for the Hunter side, I can't really say much on that. It's just sort of like learning the meta Hunter, because the fundamentals of Hunters kind of change a little bit depending on what Hunter you're playing. True. Different Hunters do different things. Different Hunters need to leave the chair, go to the last cipher, whereas this Hunter doesn't have to, because they can slow it down like a clerk or whatever. So it's like it depends on the Hunter you're playing.
Okay, well, let's put a pin on that, because I want to talk about the different Hunter play styles. But for now, we do see the Goatman is banned. Hullabaloo is already globally banned, forcing them to pick up the Florian, the Fire Investigator, as well as the Knight. So far, I would say even chat kind of recognized it, that the Knight hasn't cooked yet in the global qualifiers. So for NAEU at least. And I know in the Japan qualifiers, the Knight was just perma-banned the entire time. So hopefully this time we're going to see the Knight kind of have some highlights here.
Yeah, let's see what the Knight can do in this round, and let's see what let's see what Alien opts to go with. This match is going very well. This is definitely some quality gameplay from both of these teams, and seeing how this will play out. But yeah, looks like he's going to go Officer ban this time around. Looking at the band pick, this looks pretty Ivy oriented. I mean, it's gonna be Ivy or Opera. Again, both Hunters are fine for this map. Opera's particularly good on Ever Sleeping. It's very easy to dash in the alleyways and things like that. This team composition as well, looking to go against both of those Hunters. Let's see we could probably tell based off his last ban what he's going to play here. But I mean, I guess he still has Naiad as well. That is his main Hunter. I just don't think he would pick it this early.
Yeah, maybe saving it for the third round. Prisoner being banned, so no Cypher Rush, no connecting ciphers. So it's still kind of up in the air, I think. But I mean, I don't know if this is gonna bring KON to the assumption that he does want to get Cypher Rush, so they bring in a decoder because Wildling being in the mix, their decoding speed isn't gonna be that fast, but having an Acrobat would definitely have that survivability along with the Fire Investigator being in the mix. We have a stable Rescuer in the night, hopefully, because the Hullabaloo isn't in the mix anymore, so it won't get canceled out. But there's always that threat of that Ivy and the Revelation stacks being 100%.
Yep. And let's see what he goes with. Yeah, the decoding will be a little bit slowed down. Typically don't see Wildling paired with Knight. We see Knight with some sort of Rescuer, and this is actually Knight. Yesterday, I think, I can't remember what match it was, but I think Nell and Crow were talking about double Rescuer, which is something that we see with Knight, is that Knight's usually played not as a main Rescuer, but as a second Rescuer with another character. Because Knight isn't necessarily... Knight is easier to chase than most of the rescue characters in the game. So it's not like a safe Rescuer, because Knight could easily just get chased first. But it's good as a kiter / Rescuer in a lot of situations. So that's why we see it paired with the Wildling. That's why we see it as the second Rescuer in the team composition. Now, typically we'd see it paired with something like Officer or maybe Gravekeeper, so the decoding isn't slowed down as much. The overall decoding with Wildling.
Question I want to ask you, because I did see chat like Knight bringing no Tide. How do you feel about that? Because you did say that it's Kiter support first and then Rescuer next. We do see Nilo with the Ivy, but yeah, talk to me about the Knight build with that in mind of it being played like that.
Yeah, it's very common to see that being utilized, just because Knight, when you rescue with the sword, you give a shield to the survivor, so they essentially have a Tide Turner effect unless they're playing against a hunter who has ways of dealing extra damage, whereas majority of the hunters in this meta are just single hunters like this Ivy here, for example. So yeah, you have that shield effect when you utilize the sword, so you essentially have the Tide Turner effect anyways. There's no need to bring Tide Turner with Knight in a lot of situations.
There you have it, chat. And we have an Ivy to make its way to the mix. I think, yeah, Neela has... I don't recall him in that meta of Ivy Opera Singer, him playing competitively. So this is also another showcase of how well he's adjusted to the previous meta. I think... I'm not really sure. Was it Breaking Wheel or Sculptor? I forgot the last time I saw Neela compete. But, you know what, so far with the Hullabaloo, he has... You know what? He was very comfy playing the Hullabaloo. So I would say Ivy, especially with her recent changes on her cooldowns, you definitely have to play her a little more... carefully. You have to play around the cooldowns very well, so I think it'll take a lot more brain power here. So this is a big test for Neela once again.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what he can do here. We're gonna see the corner spawn. A lot of you in chat may be like, "What is this?" This is actually very common against Ivy. We see the survivors kind of spread out. And what that does is Ivy wants to move around the map and pressure as many survivors as possible with the ghost. But when they spawn very spread out, it's a lot harder to do that. Now, let's see if he opts to actually go pressure ciphers or go straight for a chase. He may just go straight for the Fire Investigator here and commit to that immediately.
Can't wait to see who will actually go for first. Run at the corner house, Wolf next to the graveyard, Shevchenko at the corner next to the exit, while Fi is also opposite of Shevchenko. First target, Eli? Corner house? Or are we thinking of something else?
I would imagine Fire. A lot of this comp is a bit difficult to chase, but Fire Investigator I think is just easy. It's right there. You typically don't see a lot of survivor spawn directly in corner, but obviously in this case it's fine because it's an Ivy, and this is a very good chase for Nelia here. So for Aliens, let's see what he's able to do here. We're going to see the Insolence and Detention with Blink. And yeah, getting into our match here. This is what are we in this first half of the second round here?
Yes.
So let's see what he's able to do. Almost gets by the tram right away.
Oh my gosh. Oh, thank God.
So, but yeah, he's good.
Fire Investigator immediately using the balloon just to move on away. Note that they did account for that endgame pop because all of them have borrowed time. So really playing into that meta of, I mean, not like the previous, the other Survivor team where they tried to account for just getting one out the gate. Here, this is, Eli approves of this being brought into ranked, folks. But now it seems like Rum is going to be scared, but I don't know who Neela is going to commit to first. It seems like going back and forth here. And now he's already got the possession already at the center. He's going to move on over to move his ethereal form over here at the graveyard to chase after Wolf.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go onto the Acrobat here. And just try to mind game. Does get the he does get the scare there and the teleport onto the acrobat. Already 67% built up. If you can blink for the first hit, he can then ghost scare for the second one. There's the red bomb. There's the vault. We should expect to see a blink right here. There's the blink. I'm not able to get the flywheel off, and now the ghost is still attached to the acrobat, which means he can use the ghost scare once he's a little bit closer here. And acrobat can't do much to it. He wants to use it now before he gets the bomb off. He does get it before he gets the speed boost from the ball, and there's the down. And for an Ivy, that is a very quick down.
Yeah.
Again, a very strong start here for this AMEY Hunter.
Not looking too good in terms of objectives as well. It's all spread out. They've touched like 5 ciphers and not even close to being popped. So forcing a rescue to happen. Seems like the Knight is already on the case here, just making sure that the Tinnitus is being fed. They're still holding on to that Wildling Tide Turner just in case. So already uses the sword here just to cancel it out. Gonna go for the hit. Oh, wow, gets the rescue. And now this allows Wolf to transition away. So trying to go to that corner house. They're gonna use the ethereal form to try and set up a trap for this acrobat.
Yep. You know, I feel like the airbag should pop if the trim runs over it. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
fair. That's fair.
Woo, oh, we're gonna see the flywheel here from the Knight. Oh, he throws the pound on the wrong side though, unfortunately, and it's gonna get hit there. Yeah, physically speaking, if an airbag gets run over by a train, I mean, what's going to happen? It's not going to just sit there, right?
The train's going to bounce back. I'm kidding. That'd be crazy. Yeah. But speaking of jump, we're actually going to see the acrobat do an amazing jump away from corner house towards the 11 area. So doing an amazing job thus far. Damage is being spread out, so is the Cypher progress, but they still haven't popped anything yet. So Neela still taking his time. Seems like both survivors that are injured are in the same area. Wolf sitting at 96%. Has to be very careful because he can get possessed if he just looks back.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. Although he does have the tombstone already there, so that's going to trap the acro. And Acro's not going to be able to get away from this, so he's going to die to this charge attack. That tombstone being there was actually crucial. If that tombstone wasn't there, Acrobat actually kites for a while, even at 96%. He had a mark on him. He already got tombstone, so it's on cooldown. He couldn't get tombstone for a little bit. And so there's a very easy chance for a rebound. And there's no way for it's hard for Alien to get that extra 4%. But it looks like he's also got to pressure their heals here. He's got a lot of great pressure. There's the scare onto the Wildling. Now, he does not have a tombstone waiting on Cher. He's going to have to bring the ghost back.
So, yeah.
Bring it back in time. He's going to ghost the survivor on Cher, and then he's going to teleport back. Can he get back into... Oh, he misclicks. I think he meant to click teleport, but no, he does make it back before Wildling's able to get the save off here. And that's a prevented rescue, which... And blinks back. I don't really know how the survivors can work out of this. This is a great position for the Hunter.
Yeah, even with all things being said, like with how crazy that scramble was, just saving their I would say resources to not push for that rescue, I think was KON realizing like, oh, let's try to salvage the situation because 3 ciphers still remaining. It's not looking too good. Basement is already here as well, so yeah, Neela is looking like he's in a strong position to get another 5-point game.
With 3 ciphers remaining, cyber progress is just not there, unfortunately, for KON. We're going to see the ghost onto the fire investigator here. He's going to force him out of 2-story, which slows down the decoding even more. Excellent usage of the tombstone there from this Hunter. Let's see if this Knight can make the rescue. Now, Wildling does have Boar, so if Knight can make the rescue here, Wildling will make it out of basement on the Boar as long as it's not a farm. But this is not an easy save by any means, especially considering that Knight no longer has the Tide Turner effect with the sword. We're going to see the Blink, which... And he has a tombstone waiting. There's the teleport back. Can he prevent the save? No, he gets the save off in time, but it's just a farm here. And Wildling actually, I believe he clicked the Boar there, which means it's going to start a cooldown as well, unless I'm mistaken. But no, he definitely clicked the Boar there. The cooldown should have been up. We're going to see the teleport on the Knight. Knight's going to get down here. Still 3 ciphers remaining, and every survivor at this point, except for the fire investigator, is down. This is just cleanup here for this Ivy at this point.
Yeah, definitely curtains are being called here on the side of Neela. Excellent work. He was really able to be super productive and got so much value out of this Ivy. Just 5 minutes in the game and he's already in a checkmate scenario. Just the way he was able to play around. I know at the start he was kind of going back and forth, even though they tried to go for the corner spawn area. Like it was between the acrobat and I believe the fire investigator. Knight having a great job getting the rescue on, but I think it was just textbook Ivy gameplay here with just how he was able to position himself, cut off rescues, And at this point, like you said, it's just a bit of a cleanup here. Rum might have to tank this first hit. He's just going to try to get some scares at 37%. But yeah, it seems like he's already staring down the barrel of 5 points.
Yeah, this is great for Neely. And yeah, we haven't even gotten to his specialty character yet. So he's used 2 of his characters that he doesn't even we haven't really seen him play too much of. And he's getting 2 4 kills with them. So that's exceptional for this player. KON really doing what they can in this spot, but it's really tough. This puts a lot of pressure on Killer Boss to try to turn things around here. We're going to see the Ghost. We're going to see the Teleport. There's the full presence. Fire Investigator will get knocked down here. Now, Knight does still have self-heal, but again, it does not really matter. There's just unfortunately no Cypher progress for KON.
Yeah, it just seemed like with the first share right onto the Acrobat, the ciphers weren't even. I mean, they were really spread out, and the rotations unfortunately didn't work out in their favor because they touched around 5 ciphers. So it seems like he's just waiting for the Knight to actually use up the exit path. Actually, both of them to use up the exit paths, but he's gonna get the pickup already onto Rum. And still waiting on the Knight to go for the exit path. But yeah, it's a foregone conclusion that we can already congratulate Neela with another exceptional performance. But shifting it over to this round 2 Hunter.
Yeah, he does still blink here, so he'll just go ahead and blink this Survivor. Unless he can somehow Flywheel to blink. Nope, he's going to Vault, so because he's in the Vault animation, he can no longer use Flywheel, and that blink will secure the down. That's a 4 elimination here with this Ivy. 2 rounds in a row for Alien, getting a 10-0 for AMEY. And yeah, again, we didn't know what to expect necessarily from him. He's been away from the tournament scene for a bit, and really just came out to play here today. Already off to a great start, and again, if AMEY survivors, they seem to do pretty well against Killer Boss. Obviously, he was still able to get the win, but in terms of who's playing better right now, I would say AMEY definitely has the upper edge as of right now. But yeah, KB still has a lot of work to do to turn this around.
And we did point it out, like round 1 and round 2 is really going to heavily favor the Hunter side. Round 3 is when it kind of is a coin toss between the two, but we already kind of set it up that Neela has that insane well, not insane, but really signature Naiad to come out into the mix. And I think it was AMEY to choose this map. I believe it was.
Yeah.
So they have map advantage coming into round number 3. So that's definitely a lot for KON to think about. Unfortunately, the Survivor's still looking to get some points on the board. They tried their best with this type of composition, but at the end, Ivy was still able to control everything. Any highlights for you in this matchup that turned things in Neela's favor, Eli?
Well, already right out the gate, it was a relatively quick down. With Ivy, to beat an Ivy or to at least tie an Ivy, you got to make sure you are able to kite a lot in the early game. Maybe have some sort of rebound, something like that. Ivy's known for a map similar to Dreamwitch, very good map pressure. When it comes to individual chase, it's not necessarily as good unless you're up to full presence, which is exactly what we see here. But when you're able to get a quick down, which is what Alien was able to do, it's just so hard to come back from that, because then Ivy just takes over the map and controls the game, and that's exactly what we saw here. Also preventing the rescue from the Wildling as well. That was another huge play, and from there it's just Ivy can just control the whole match.
Yeah, definitely a trend that I want to point out here in the match stats is another 3 ciphers remaining on Neela's side, so he's definitely passing this test with flying colors of him being away from the scene and coming back in competitive shape for him to be able to run these type of stats up against KON. So excellent job on AMEY's Hunter side, while KON Survivors still trying to find their way into the mix. The Knight did get a rescue going. I'm trying to think of highlights that the Survivors did have. Wolf having a decent kite, but at the end of the day, you can kite for as long as you can because it's above 60 seconds, and so did Shevchenko. But if you're not able to pressure with ciphers, you're kind of stuck there at a limited time while the Hunter is just playing off the cooldowns and just constantly adding pressure to the Survivors.
Yeah, definitely. You see the first kite there was overall 79 seconds, which is not too bad, but yeah, prevented rescue on the Wildling and just slowing down the decoding progress, getting basement. There's so many things that just went really well for him, and yeah, it worked out quite nicely. Now, there was one person, or I don't know if I was one person, but someone said that I need to be a little less dry when I commentate. So, to be a little less dry,
where is it?
I'm going to do my show my comb. Okay, this is my new comb that I got.
I thought you were gonna
I had a
drink some water,
pink
but-
one before.
You did.
But it's not pink anymore because my mom took the pink one. So
Didn't
now
you
I have a blue one.
You didn't you have a brush too? I remember the brush
I do have a
era
brush.
too. Yeah, you had a
Right
brush. Right there. There's the brush.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I have another one. Wait, actually.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
two brushes. See this? Yeah.
Oh, 2 brushes. Okay.
You know what's
all right.
crazy is I bought those in Thailand for only I think it was like 50 baht. So it's like $1.50 for one of them.
Wow. Okay.
You know how much it would cost if I bought that in America, in California? Like $5 at least. Everything in California is just way too expensive, bro. It's not even worth it.
Sorry, yeah.
You can buy a carton of eggs anymore unless
That's-
you're paying $10. I don't know.
That's wild. So, dry, you say? I thought, I thought you were gonna in the chapstick. I thought you were gonna drink some water or something, but.
Oh well,
Yeah.
I have that too, but
Well, we gotta lock in because there you go. Take a sip of the water.
always prepared, Potch.
Yeah, there you go.
Prepared for
Because
everything.
this could potentially go the full like overtime game, and I hope you guys are kind of locked in with us because we still have to award or at least crown another representative of the NAEU region, and both KON and AMEY are not holding back. And like you said, KB, Killer Boss, is gonna have to step up to the plate also and kind of perform at the same level, if not. AMEY kind of has their window of opportunity there for them to get the W, for them to be able to move on to face Omni in the last game, and that potentially could also go to full overtime game. And I was asking Kuro this question: what do you think Omni is feeling right now? Because they had such an intense game. Kuro was like, I think Omni's praying that this goes to the full overtime as well, so they can kind of recover. But if you were their coach, how would you think Omni's mental would be after facing that intense overtime situation?
Well, I think what they need to focus on is they need to focus on the survivability of the Survivor team. I think what's happening is Pitstoppers is playing very well, and that's what we expect. But he's playing even better than I think what a lot of people expected. Being able to defeat a very good Survivor team like MHX.
Right.
The biggest problem for Omni is going to be, how consistent can their Survivors stay? We saw the Survivors did struggle throughout a lot of that series. We saw them struggle the Ivy matchup, the Clerk matchup. Clerk's not really a hunter in this meta that should be winning all that much, but even then they had a bit of a difficult time. So it's very, very important for them to focus on their Survivor side and being prepared for this next matchup, whether that's Killer Boss or whether that's Alien that they're going to go against next.
So, with that being said, we'll put a pin on that because we'll be talking about who Omni will be facing once we settle this matchup. So, Killer Boss here batting out the Knight as well as the Gravekeeper. So, 2 rescuers and 1 off rescuer or secondary rescuer. It seems like forward is something AMEY really wants to use. And also, I think, KON also using the forward in the mix. I'm not sure because we did note that maybe Opera Singer will be making its way to the mix, and not to mention Goatman as well, because Goatman was not banned. It was the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, also, no, I don't say holy guacamole. That's more of a psyche thing.
Holy guacamole.
I just wanted to clear that up.
What's an Eli line? What would you say?
Like if I'm surprised about something?
Yeah, what would you say? Great balls of fire. No?
No, definitely would not. What the heck, man? Like, what is that? What's happening?
What's happening, bro? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What the heck, bro? I don't know, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a psyche. That's more of a psyche. That's not me.
I can imagine him with his hands up. Holy guacamole! Like
that would actually be a great what are those things like the emojis you use in like the streams and on Discord?
Oh yeah, emotes. Yeah, emotes.
Yeah, emote. That'd be. I don't know.
Like
it'd be a great emote for that. Yeah.
Like a pog face of like psyche.
There's actually there's a lot of psyche emotes. I'll send you. I'll show you.
I can imagine. He's quite the animated character, guys. Do subscribe to his YouTube. He's quite the animated fella. But talk to me about the picks and bans here. So forward, I'm thinking like Goatman's still on the table, so Killer Boss got to be thinking about Goatman. Do you know if he's capable of using Goatman here?
I would imagine so. The problem is this composition is going to be this composition is not only good against Goatman, it's also good against Opera. We're actually going to see Pharaoh Lady here, which I know. I'm sure as soon as this shows up on the screen, the whole chat's going to lose their mind. But Pharaoh Lady is not really. It's not a character we see getting utilized every day, but I know this is a character that everybody's been talking about over the last 48 hours, and if it's actually going to get played or not. So, and it is. There you go, guys. Everybody happy? Yay. Wait for it to update slowly.
Go wild. Yay.
Reactions. Yay. Wow.
Pharaoh Lady. First time we'll be commentating a Pharaoh Lady match in this qualifier, so I'm excited to see how this fares out. Oh, I did a pun there, but Puppeteer, Forward, and Psychologist. And you said that this kind of counters the Goatman. Do you think Killer Boss is going to be bringing anything else to the table?
Well, Psychologist and Puppeteer are very good against Goatman. I guess in theory, Pharaoh could be good, but it's a little bit luck-based. Forward is not particularly good, but the rest of the comp's pretty good. Opera is also not great here because Puppeteer is very good against Opera. Singlet Hunter, Psych good against Opera. Pharaoh is actually considerably good against Opera. It's probably the one character that's like... The one character that Pharaoh's like good against. I mean, there's a few, but Opera would be one of them. Small hitbox, and it can waste a lot of time. But it's gonna be the Goatman here from KV. We'll see how this works out for him. Again, this is fine. I mean, you know, you counter forward by playing Goatman here. You can chase any of these targets, although Puppeteer and Psych aren't the best, I would say.
Yeah, and this is still that new meta, so their Killer Boss can definitely find ways. Even though on paper there could be certain counters with Puppeteer, with Pharaoh, with Forward inside the zone. He could actually use the ball, but it's easier said than done for you to be able to use that stun. So now, not going for the corner spawns, we're going to go with a straight line and a DR mark on the center 2-story building here. So is Killer Boss going to go for the Psychologist first? What are we thinking, Eli?
Interesting spawn from... Yeah, I think probably interesting spawn from the Goatman, though. You typically wouldn't spawn top left here as a hunter because you're not locking any ciphers. The cipher you're going to lock is the Island Cipher, which Ford doesn't even spawn at. He spawns at Fake 8. So Island Cipher is bottom right here. Bottom right square for anyone wondering. That cipher's going to be locked, but Ford's not even there, so it doesn't matter. And you're only putting yourself in a position to chase one survivor, so a little bit of an interesting choice, but I guess, yeah, really just wanting to... Really gonna go tunnel down this Psychologist. Psychologist does have max kiting here. 2 survivors, no BT. That's gonna be the Pharaoh and the Psych. We're gonna see an Abnormal and Trump card build. So this is a very aggro build from Killer Boss here. Really saying I need to get it. Every time you bring Abnormal as a hunter as your first trait, you're playing very, very aggressively. It means that you really need to win as a hunter. That's the case. Does need to get a 4 kill here. So this is the second half of the second round of AMEY versus KON. For the Call of Abyss NAEU Qualifiers. I'm Eli joining the Pod Spice for the live commentary for this matchup. We forgot to do that. We gotta start doing that more.
Yeah. Usually the action is just so fast, but there you have it, folks. Let's head into the match. All right, Killer Boss spawning at the corner house, already making his way and marching his way down towards Mocha. We did note that his trait is the Abnormal, so in a big map like this, you know, bringing Abnormal is such a big risk because Goatman, when it comes to teleportation, it's not going to be a thing, but we're going to be teleported to the caster screen because in the next episode, we'll figure out what happened. So seems like there's going to be a little pause in the action, folks. Again, we want the most optimal conditions for this team because a lot is at stake. So what we can recall there is that he caged towards the graveyard area. It was Mocha. Let me try to see who Mocha was. Mocha was the Psychologist, like you pointed out. And it seemed like he cut off the graveyard area. So he's kind of out in the open. I'm a little scared, but he can tank 3 hits. Mocha does have access to nothing because he has his cage.
Goatman. Oh, the cage actually disappears right before he can get the hit here, but it's Goatman, so he can choose another one.
And the train also kind of cut off Mocha from taking a hard left. Thank God he didn't still get hit, but yeah, like Goatman said, the cages keep coming in because the resentment keeps building up. So
and he'll have another one within 2, 1, 0, another cage.
There it is, like clockwork.
Yeah. He's going to take down this pallet first. Good job from the Psychologist actually utilizing this upstairs area. It's a lot harder to use a cage in a 2-story area. We're going to see her drop down here. Does get a drop down hit, but it's actually fine. Keep in mind it's only a chip hit if Goatman does not use the cage, so that ends up not really mattering. And even though he just used the cage, he already has another one because Goatman is incredibly good. I also don't talk about skins a lot, but this is actually one of the best skins, one of the most underrated skins in the game. I don't care what anybody says. I really like this.
People say this is a bad skin. It looks pretty good. Pretty good.
Everyone's like, oh, I don't really like it because it's not pretty and blah, 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 blah. This is very detailed. This is a true horror skin for a horror game. I think this is an incredible skin. This is my opinion the best limited S tier.
Oh, there we go. Abnormal already, just to prolong the game. Yeah, I'm all for detailed skins, and this is definitely one of them. Especially, we're gonna see a lot of Goatmans, right? So this is one of the skins I'm looking forward to seeing because of all the detail of the flares and also the intricacy of the hair. But now, forward, trying to make his way towards this rescue, uses the football just to make it faster. But like you said, it's just chip damage, not in the cage area. Luoje trying to break it, but no, do we have another cage? Just for Psychologist to go for the flywheel, but now it seems
she's
like
able to avoid it.
Yep.
And he doesn't have a cage that's on cooldown, so he has to just go for a chip hit. Wow, excellent job from the Psycho. And the forward coming in for the stun. Excellent gameplay from the survivors of AMEY here. I mean, this is going very well for them so far. Let's see if he's able to catch up. Has to use a cage to catch up. It's going to be on cooldown. Psychologist make the window. She does make the window just barely. What a high skill game we're seeing here.
I know.
From both sides. There's the switch on the cage. Psychologist able to avoid. Goes for the break, the switch, the swing. Unable to get it again.
Look at the jukes! Look at the ankle breaking, but
Finally
Mocha
going down.
unfortunately had to fall down there. Forward is still here to kind of harass because he can still eat another chip damage. Has to be very careful because when the cage is up, it's going to be a lot harder. But he could still tank
He's
one
put a
more
cage
hit.
in front.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's gonna go for a hit. Huh.
Oh.
Typically we would just see. Oh, now his
he
cage is
did
on
ca-
cooldown.
yeah.
Oh, Ford could have stunned there, but he was a little bit too far away. We're gonna see the chair here though, and that abnormal was really crucial because if he didn't have abnormal, this game would be over. Survivors would win this game. But that's not gonna be the case anymore because he abnormal that cipher. They're forced to do. There's still one full cipher remaining instead of about 50% of a cipher.
So it seems like they are doing a rotation here. Puppeteer is going to go for this rescue. I think forward here is just to feed that tinnitus, while Psychologist has done their best to try and buy enough time as possible. But Killer Boss here still holding on to another abnormal. Let's see if he'll actually put use to this. There is one cipher remaining, so this abnormal could be possibly game-changing if they don't open up another cipher. They already heard the abnormal being used, so hopefully able to get it. Puppeteer already using the puppet form there just to tank that hit.
Yep. Interesting they didn't go for a save. I would like to see them maybe push a rescue there. We're going to see the switch here, but again, these survivors, excellent predictions on the switches there. Oh, this is going to switch again. The cage is going to drop soon, and he's able to avoid the hit. Wow.
What? Yeah, this is just an amazing... Oh, he's able to actually just keep the mind games going. So it's like the survivors are juking really well, but he's out in the open, but he's still able to use the puppet form. Forward is here for that stun, and right now he's being preoccupied by the survivors, and DR Mark is pushing that last cipher at 63%. But no, it's actually the 40% one. Forward actually eating that hit. Might have to use this forward ball just to get away from the caged area.
Yeah, well, they have two ciphers here, so this should be tied as long. I mean, they just keep these ciphers split up here. And we see the Pharaoh Lady 80% on that cipher. Forward football away, but does get down here. But keep in mind, Puppeteer can still rescue. He can just use the puppet ability to make himself save at half health here. The cipher machine is going to be primed and ready. Puppeteer will come in for the save, and all of these survivors that are going to be in the vicinity have borrowed time. He's going to chair all the way on the cipher, but I don't think that does anything because they can't abnormal or else they'll just pop. You can...
Hang on. Oh, Pharaoh Lady's just going to go for that pop. Yeah, and then goes for the rescue as well. So it's a 3-person endgame. And unfortunately, Pharaoh Lady gets caught off guard here and now is going to get the down. So they would really have to make haste here, Eli, for them to at least get 2 survivors out of the gate. Chingy is actually here at the gate. He's able to actually cut him off and not much to work with. No, he's able to actually tank that hit. Nice work there by Chingwei. Really making use of his skills, and now it's a double down situation. Pharaoh Lady is using up the exit path and forward, trying to make his way out.
Yeah, and that's why Puppeteer is very good. You can take a detention hit there with the puppet, which he did do, but it doesn't matter. Goatman's just too good. He just downs the survivor anyway with the second hit. We're going to see the teleport to the gate here. This is the location of the forward. Pharaoh Lady has self-healed. He needs to try to down forward before Pharaoh Lady can make the save. Uses the cage to block the forward from moving. That is a very good utilization of the ability. Can he get back before the rescue gets pulled off here? And no, they do get the save off in time here. Pharaoh Lady able to... avoid. They're both trapped and Fairly needs to break the cage. Oh, she wasn't able to break it. Gonna see the down here. This game is not over just yet. Here's the chair onto the Puppeteer. Fair Lady needs to pressure save while Ford self-heals and does the execute. That's what they need to do in this situation. They need to make it so KB has to... They have to keep the Hunter at the chair here. Fair Lady... Oh, he misses the cage! That's a big miss. If he got that off, Fair Lady would have been stuffed, and the game might have been over, but no, that rescue is crucial.
Uh-oh, and the trap, though! Able to actually stop the one of the survivors, gets the hit, but this is actually what you're talking about. The exit gate is being opened. They just need one survivor out, and DR Mark doing a great job. He is actually gonna get hit, and it's a down, but all that matters is that the Ford was able to exit. Wow, it all came down to that cage, Eli.
Yeah, pretty standard Feral Lady moment. Feral Lady, again, is just one of those characters. It's like, it's very fun to, she's very fun to play, but you know, against a lot of hunters does kind of struggle, but either way, it ended up working out for the survivors here. They were able to get one at the exit gate, which is all they needed. And AMEY is winning the second round here by a score of 6-3. So things were looking very good for the Stars. I'm surprised we didn't see a second rescue on the first kite.
Yeah, yeah. It was more of them camping it out, right, with feeding that tinnitus. I think they were still in a good spot to go for that rescue, and I think the psychologist definitely had a lot more to offer, and the forward was doing great harassing the hunter, so I think everyone kind of played their parts very well. Feral Lady was decoding, Puppeteer did not waste a single puppet. But let me ask you, Eli, before we talk about like maybe the rescue attempt, Abnormal coming into this matchup, did it kind of shine at one point, or do you think maybe he could have went a little more conventional?
Not really. I mean, Abnormal is a very good trait for trying to go for a win. Unfortunately, he only got to use it like I think once that match.
Yeah.
I guess it would have been the difference between a win and a tie or a one kill or a three escape or 3 kill, whatever. I'm just saying everything that's not right. But yeah, I mean, because think about it, the first kite was very good. If you didn't Abnormal that Cypher machine, they would have had enough ciphers to probably go for a second rescue and win the game. But unfortunately for the survivors, he did have that play available, and you know, that made it so he was able to not necessarily lose. But the problem here is that he really needed to go for a 4 kill in that spot. Obviously, Killerbot's doing what he can here, but the first kite was just very easy. My Psychologist is such a good character against Goatman. Any character that can take multiple hits against this Goatman is considered very good. Because Goatman is just not really kiteable. It's just you put up a cage and you can't really do anything about it. You know,
tank those hits. Puppeteer, Psychologist, really shining through on this match. And also you got to give it up to Feral Lady for the just trying to just go for the heals and go for the saves, and also the forward going for the stuns. So I'm excited if they're still gonna play. Well, I don't know if it's actually globally banned because they picked the forward first in this one. It's a 3-1, like you said. It's 8-11. And AMEY. Oh, sorry. It is. Sorry. Yeah, AMEY to lead this charge here.
Yeah, definitely pretty good for AMEY here. I think the biggest thing to keep in mind is that this was their map selection. They're able to win on their map selection. That's very important. And on top of that, Alien still has his specialty hunter, which is Naiad. And, you know, that's a hunter we were thinking, oh, maybe he's going to play it in round 2. Obviously, in round 1, we'll probably see one of these S-tier hunters. But, you know, he's got it all the way through to round 3 here.
Right.
And think about how the bans will go. Let's see. So
let's save that for a bit because I believe the highlights are ready, folks. So more when we come back after these highlights.
Okay, welcome back everybody to our last game of this series.
Potential. Or
Potential.
You think? If they duplicate the same type, yeah.
6 to 3s are not that common, so it's a little bit unlikely, but it's possible. Yeah, definitely possible. Potentially the third and final round of this series. Not the final match of the day. We still have our qualifiers matchup between Omni and TBD. TBD, of course, will be the winner of this match. And yeah, so pretty good game so far that we got. We saw a tied first round. We've seen a really Hunter-favored match so far, which is typically how a lot of these games go, but especially in this meta. So it's been very, very high skill.
Oh, yeah.
Very fun to watch. Very good quality gameplay. And I hope all of you guys are enjoying the quality gameplay that we have in front of us.
Shout out to everyone that's watching. The 1 million to 12K that's watching. So shout out to each and every one of you that's joining us, whether it's morning, afternoon, or night. We welcome you all here. We're gonna crown one winner, but that winner will be facing Omni. So we're gonna shift things over. It's KON to actually get the map selection here, and they will be using their Hunter first over at Chinatown, Eli.
Yeah, so Chinatown here, we're going to see AMEY is banning Middle River Park. Keep in mind now, we have had some changes to the map pick selection.
Right.
It used to be where you could not ban a map in round 3, and now teams can ban a map here in round 3. It's going to be Middle River Park ban. And yeah, Chinatown for KON. Chinatown, pretty standard tournament map as well. Not sure. I guess Killer Boss, we've seen him play Ivy. We've seen him play Goatman, so both of those are unavailable. Hullabaloo will probably get banned. Opera will probably get banned. So we're gonna see some real round 3 hunters here. We don't really get to see that too much. We're gonna see some real round 3 hunters here. For KB, I'm kind of interested in what he's gonna play. In rank, he's pretty much. I've always seen him be playing Opera and Ivy, things like that. So he used to play things like Percy and other stuff back in the day, but that was a long time ago. So nowadays, I'm not really sure what he's been on. As for Alien, we know he's got that Naiad. Of course, he got some other hunters like Dream Witch as well. So should be exciting third match here. We'll see some real diverse hunter gameplay.
So while we're waiting for the picks and ban to start, I know we were talking about like hunters, and they have different sets of fundamentals, right? Are there different play style? Well, actually, we're about to get started. I wanted to ask you the different types of play styles you think people would gravitate towards, like chair camping or map pressure, and which do you think best encapsulates that play style for recommending, since you did recommend survivors, psychologists in particular, if people want to brush up on their fundamentals. Real quick, do you have any in mind?
Well, for survivors, psychologist is very good. Acrobat and airplane is still very good. Characters, you got to understand how to utilize abilities is important. It's very crucial. Even playing decoding characters isn't bad. Something like Composer or Prisoner. Although I wouldn't necessarily recommend it if you're trying to improve your fundamentals. Those are characters you want to play once you're already very good at kiter. So for everybody watching, if you consider yourself to be someone who wants to improve with kiting and improve your overall skills when it comes to containing the hunter, I would recommend do not play decoders. Decoders are characters you want to play once you've really mastered the art of kiting and containing the hunter. So if you're struggling with kiting, something you want to improve on, I would definitely move to something like Psychologist, Acrobat. Very good, versatile characters, very well-rounded, have the ability to contain hunters for long periods of time. And if you want to improve your rescuing, then as well, playing rescue characters is very good. I would not play something that's a bit complicated. Knight's a little bit complicated. Maybe stay away from something like that. Something like Gravekeeper, something like First Officer is very good.
Okay.
Something else I wanted to say and I totally forgot, but yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that later on, because it seems like they ban out the Hermit. So banning out the Hullabaloo and Hermit, but the global bans Goatman and Ivy. So Opera Singer's still on the table. I mean, you mentioned Percy, but I'm not sure if Killer Boss is going to bring out a Percy in this match, because KON are put in a really tough spot. They need to win this next half, but by a certain margin of points. So Killer Boss might lead the charge to that, so we just have to wait and see. If the survivors win this half, I think it might be a GG, right? Or will we still play the second half?
No, if survivors 4 escape, it would be.
4 escape.
If they get a 3 escape, then the survivors of K1 would have to 4 escape.
Oh, what about a tie?
Yeah. Tie. The only way that for a tie, it's still
Survivors have to get a 4-man escape, right? Yeah.
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 So essentially, what happens here is that if Survivors of AMEY get a 4 escape, then it's over. Anything else, we would play the last half of the round. Yeah.
Copy. All right, that is what's at stake. And what's interesting is that the Coordinator and Mercenary get picked up first. Again, really solid characters all throughout. Coordinator been making there's way to priority picks at the start because of Goatman and just getting those stuns going on. We did see a lot of utility on the flare guns at the start of this qualifier, so hopefully we'll see some highlights coming out of AMEY's Survivors here. But Killer Boss still has his work cut out for him because he's still got to face off against these Survivors. But he does ban out the Knight. A lot of movement or ability Survivors here with a Toy Merchant with our recent changes, a Priestess, and also the Antiquarian.
All right, I need a lip on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see Seer's last character. I still don't know what Killer Boss really wants to play here.
Nope. Hang on.
Oh, I thought that was a Seer.
Yeah,
that doesn't look like a Seer.
I'm tripping. I thought that was but it turned out it's a lucky guy. So adding another flare gun to the mix, adding a bot to the mix, it's up to chance. But let's see what they're gonna do with this lucky guy. Remind me, does lucky guy counter any specific hunter, or is this more of like they just want to go prepare for whatever?
I mean, not exactly. I mean, I guess in theory it's pretty good against something like Opera, which they did not ban. They actually gave him Opera Singer. So that's kind of interesting. We weren't really expecting that. We would expect an Opera Singer ban here. But yeah, he'll have that as an option if that's what he wants to go with here. Seems to be the most logical for this situation. But who knows? We're gonna find out in a moment here. But yeah, the lucky guy is interesting. I guess the lucky guy is their character for going against Opera. Everyone has their own sort of veterans bonus character with it, but then Gardener's available. So you're worried about that. You just play Gardener here. I don't know. Very interesting. See the lucky. I'm not really sure the idea behind this.
Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to make sense of it as well because Gardener with that bubble, veterans bonus, just gives so much speed and just transitioning away from the Opera Singer. Kind of makes sense. The Acrobat just pull away distance as much as he can. Coordinator as well. Mercenary is just there for the really safe and stable rescuing. So it really depends what Killer Boss will be bringing to the table, because this is also uncharted territory, because we label Killer Boss as a hunter that just sticks to the meta. And it seems like, Eli,
he's going to go with the Percy. Yeah.
Very interesting.
There you go. That was his old character from 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Wow.
And or 2 years ago. Now we're going to see him actually play it again here. Well, that's not the game. Or it is, but just not the screen we expected. There we go.
Transitions.
So we're going to see a Percy here. This is not a character we see utilized ever in tournaments. Percy's a character that even if you get a very fast down, you can still lose just because you can't share survivors. So very interesting choice here from Killer Boss, but especially because he really wants to 4-kill. I mean, you really want to get a 4-kill here. Your team is pretty far behind. If you get a 4-kill, it makes it so your survivors only need to get a 1 escape to tie. If he gets a let's see, if he gets a what did we say, a tie, 3 escape, those would all be bad position. They need a 4 escape.
They need 4 escape, and then if they get a 4 escape, we're not going to play the second half. But it'll put a lot of pressure on his survivors if he doesn't get the 4K at least, or at least the 3-person escape. I think
even if he gets even if he gets a 3-kill, that makes it so K1 survivors have to 3 escape.
Yeah, so it's 3-3. So both sides have to win in this for them to be able to be the victors here. They can't just win by winning the round, the 2 halves. They have to win by points.
Not exact. Well, yes, but if Killer Boss gets a 4-kill, then no, because if he gets a 4-kill, the survivors will need a 1 escape to tie. But if he only gets a 3-kill, then the survivors need a 3 escape. Anything else they wouldn't get there. Looks like we're gonna see this is an up-down build with warp. So I suppose this is pretty standard for Percy, and we see 1 survivor without BT, which is fine. BT is very important against Percy. It looks like the lucky guys without borrowed time, though. And here we go. This is the first half of the 3rd round of the KON Hunter versus the AMEY Survivors of the Call of Abyss 2025 qualifiers for NAEU. I'm Elio, joined with Podcast bringing live commentary for this matchup.
Here we go, folks. Killer Boss bringing out his main, or a person he mained 2 years ago, I believe. That's what Eli said. And what's interesting here is that we also commentated a match with Seven Lua, and he went with a BQ. So you got to give it up to these third rounds. Give us a variety of hunters here. Able to actually get the coordinator. So now, continuing on this chase down to DR Mark, he does have a bit of utility with that gun to use, but there's a corner here. Has to be careful because Killer Boss could actually try and hide out. This moves on over. Wow.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna see the down here. Some people are saying that I'm not sure why you guys thought Percy wasn't allowed. I don't know why he wouldn't be allowed. It's another hunter in the game. There were some people that were like, "Oh, Percy, Percy shouldn't be allowed in Koa or something."
He's too strong. No, yeah, he's
too good, guys. I don't know, man.
I think there was one match also, and I think it was the Chinese, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan division that it was in one of the qualifiers. They brought it out, but yeah, just it's so rare. Yeah,
doesn't hit, but that other one did hit. Okay, that makes sense.
Wild.
Yeah, anyways, we're going to see another hit right away. This is a very good start for him, but again, it's still just Percy, so even with the fast down, this could still work out for the survivors. We're going to see him dash over towards, this is the Mercenary here. Mercenary able to avoid that first hit. Going to need to, okay, no, doesn't have to use an elbow pad here. Still going back. I mean, this is what happens with Percy is Cord's just going to sit on the ground for a bit. Survivors are just going to get to decode for free here. And even with the fast down, they can still just do all these ciphers. So looks like he's going to go to the acro. We're going to see him warp back to the coordinator here, I would imagine, or to the coordinator here. Now, coordinator needs to be very careful. She needs to shoot after he swings, because if he swings while he has energy, it'll cancel the flare gun. Or she can shoot after he jumps like that.
Okay, breaks the pallet, vaults, gets a bit of a boost, but that swing does not register. Now she needs to shoot right now, Wow. I actually thought that charge-up attack was going to hit her, but no. DR Mark able to actually time that flare gun very well. Continuing on here, but
didn't go upstairs. Oh, coordinator needed to go upstairs there. That would have been a lot harder for the Percy to kill. Now she's staying in this downstairs area. This is very easy for him to secure a down here. Unless he doesn't see where she goes.
Overextends here as access, but no, makes another loop around this area. I don't know if the window is going to last too long here. And the pallet, one was already broken. This one's going to get hit. Coordinator still able to actually juke. But yeah, this looks like an inevitable down already. So someone's going to have to pick up Coordinator because she already used up her exit path.
And yeah, Coordinator, well, we do have Tide Turn on Mercenary, so Mercenary can go for the pickup. Unless they can do the heal off, they do get the heal off. And keep in mind, because it's a survivor bleeding out, Coordinator's going to sit on the ground for a while. Lucky I had a perfume, but didn't use it actually. And just took a hit at a perfume and a flywheel, but was not able to get it. And will Mercenary be able to get in for the heal? I think he will. Again, he has some time here because bleeding out is a lot slower than share time.
Yeah.
But it's going to be close.
And he might have to use majority of his elbow pads. Oh, it seems like they're not going to
heal?
Oh, wait, hang on. I think he just touched it for a little bit. He's feeding the tinnitus. He's got to go for it, Eli. Here it is. Okay, gets the hit.
Yeah, he's going to get it off.
Heal. And now the Tide Turner to just carry the Coordinator at least. But, I mean, he doesn't have to really watch because, like, she's just going to bleed out.
Yeah, you can just leave the Coordinator to run away there. And we're down to 2 ciphers remaining. Looks like he's going to change on to the Acrobat. It's very crucial. Whoa. Oh, he's just going to secure the down here. Yeah, the dash just goes through the firebomb. And,
Yep.
And, yeah, I guess this is looking pretty good for him. They're still down to their last cipher, but Warp is now available. The last cipher is at 44%. The problem is everybody's injured. I think Lucky Guy taking that hit without using the perfume was really game-changing.
It was, and considering the Lucky Guy might have to be the one to take that endgame kite because he does not have borrowed time. Kind of crucial. Now it's the Mercenary that has to be very careful here. Eats that hit, but he's going to stay alive for just a little bit. He used the elbow pad as well, so that was quite unfortunate. So he will fall down. Acrobat might have to use the self-heal, but it seems like he will be picked up here by the Lucky Guy, and they have to split up. They can't heal themselves. Yep. This is going to be a little tough. Warp is going to be used already, and the Acrobat... yeah.
Oh, he got him. Oh, no, he goes back through the warp. Oh, no, he didn't move out of range of the warp before using the charge. So he got sucked back to... If you're standing in the warp while you use an ability, as soon as your ability ends, you'll get pulled back through. And he got pulled back through there. And because he didn't step out of range of it completely, and Acrobat gets a second life here.
Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. And just using that slow bomb just to force him inside that house area. But now Luojo has to be very careful. Mercenary's already up. Acrobat has one bomb to work with, but unable to get the timing right because it's still on cooldown. And now, yeah, he's on the ground. They have to kind of push this Cypher, both of these Cyphers, actually. The borrowed time could actually help him up, but it seems like Mocha's getting chased off his Cypher.
He does make the vault, okay, so he's going to stay alive a little bit longer here. Still not enough energy to use the crash ability. So there's the dash, able to avoid it, has a flywheel, there's the perfume, able to avoid the hit.
Does he go back?
And he does not go back to the perfume. Good discipline from the lucky guy. Ooh. Again, he's not able to jump it. He's going to break the pallet here. Lucky guy doing very good considering he's at half health. Can he flywheel this? Woo! Beautiful flywheel. And he stays alive even longer. This lucky guy is playing this perfectly here. They're going to have still 3 survivors up at this point. They need someone to get to that last Cypher machine, though.
Lucky guy opening up a chest here just to see if he can heal up. But the Acrobat has to be very careful. He's on his last legs here. Already used up the exit path, as well as the Mercenary. Mercenary, that was so close. Has to time this elbow pad very well. Yeah, just use it early on. Seems like the lucky guy has a syringe, so this helps out because he can still get value out of the perfume.
Huh, he actually leaves the Cypher. I feel like he might have been able to pop it, but he's going to go ahead and leave it, it looks like. Mercenary's going to try to pop it. Mercenary can actually just pop it with a hit here, I think. Or can he? 99. He is able to pop it just in time here. Needs to dodge this dash. Not able to dodge the dash, but I mean, the servers will just split the exit gates here to secure at least one out the gate. Does Mercenary still have self-heal? He does not.
He does not. No exit path. Yeah. So now that was a detention hit as well. But one exit gate is opening. They just need one person out. Actually, they could just kind of play in this safe area, but it seems like Lucky Guy is going to have to eat this hit. Tried to go for the juke, but unfortunately...
Wait, does he get the gate open?
That's the thing.
Lucky Guy can still self-heal, though. Lucky Guy can still... He hasn't been down yet.
Right.
So he can still get the self-heal off. Acrobat, as long as Acrobat's not dead on ground, he can
oh my god!
Is he dead on ground? He is dead on ground! He is dead on ground, but Lucky Guy's in a dungeon! Lucky Guy can just crawl out the dungeon, and that's exactly Percy in a nutshell.
Oh my god.
No way, bro. That's such a perfect example of just Percy. Like, I don't even know how else to say it. Like, that's insane. Like, you literally play like
so well.
Killer Boss played really well. He was dominating that entire match. With any other hunter, that's a 4 kill. And considering the position that he was able to down everybody in the end game, and it's still only a 3 kill because you just die on dungeon, and then that's Percy. Like, that's insane.
And how perfect was that? I mean, the Lucky Guy living up to his name, that where he fell with the dungeon was right there. He could have, the dungeon could have spawned anywhere else, but he spawns right there. Give it up to the Lucky Guy as well. He had an amazing kite, and they did really well, but that's quite unfortunate on the Hunter side. I mean, I feel like I would definitely love to reward Killer Boss with a 5-point game because he played that flawlessly. But like you pointed out, that's just the work hazard that you have to take, the occupational hazard of being a Percy main, that things can go that way. And that is definitely a perfect example. At least he was able to win that half. So now, like you said, the victory condition for the Survivor side is they need to get a 3-person escape. For them to be able to win in terms of points and also just tie out the rounds.
Yeah. Anything else will be a win for AMEY. Alien just needs to get a tie here, so it's kind of interesting. What is Alien? We'd expect him to play Naiad, but you could also think ahead. You could kind of have the mindset of, okay, they think I'm going to play Naiad, so they're going to play all Flywheel. How do I counter this? Well, I'll just play Ant. And Ant's a very good tie hunter that is very good against Flywheel. So.
Right.
That's sort of something that you could consider here. Now, the problem with that is that Ant's not particularly good on Chinatown, but still a very good tie hunter nonetheless. So it's sort of a trade-off that you have to consider here. We see the 3-1 3-kill here from the Percy, and just again, what looks like a 4-kill is not actually a 4-kill because it's Percy. Because Percy just
Percy
can't really 4-kill.
Yeah.
He's not even built like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's again, that's just the thing the occupational hazard you have to take if you use a hunter like Percy. Again, very unique hunter in his breaking pallets. He has really good mobility, but the fact that you can't chariot, you kind of give up that I would say that dominance over survivors, that they can still crawl towards dungeon even though they're kind of bleeding out. And the fact that Lucky Guy, shout outs to Mocha, able to actually have an amazing kite and also get an escape there. So,
Yep.
Dems are the breaks, folks. I think there's not going to be an overtime because a tie for this half is definitely going to be. Wow, just look at that. Just by 1 point. They just tie it up. They win. KON need at least 3 survivors out the gate for them to be able to be the victors in this. And they win a matchup with Omni, who is waiting at the wings. I'm pretty sure they're also watching, but I'm pretty sure they're ready for what's up next, either KON or Team AMEY.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's a tie game. That's all Alien needs to get here. Survivors have to win. So a lot of pressure on them. See what they can do here. But I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, we'd expect him to play Naya. That's his main character. But at the end of the day, we'll probably see triple flywheel and prep of that. So then do you switch to Ann? I mean, do you really just switch to one of those hunters that's good against flywheel? Do you switch to Wax Artist? Do you switch to Nightwash? Do you switch to some hunter that's good against flywheel in preparation of that? So
remember yesterday we were talking about hunters and how long their prime was, or like their time at the competitive scene. Wax Artist, when he came out, was a little underwhelming. Then all of a sudden, people just started using Wax Artist.
Wax Artist used to be really bad, but he got an adjustment where it's very easy to just shoot the wax bomb to wax off ciphers. Because it used to be really bad. You used to like have to hold it down. And it would slowly like, you hold it down and it's just like, and you'd release it. And now you can just drag it and just aim it wherever you want in like a second, and it's super easy.
Was it that changed his opinion, or it was just like people figuring out how to use them? Because like I remember one COA, just everyone was a crack artist. Like, all right, let's use the wax artist.
That, and then also I'm not sure. I can't remember if he got a buff that increased how much he could wax people as well. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I can't remember. But that was one of the big things, because cipher control with the wax bomb is very important. And you couldn't really do that before he was buffed. He used to be just really bad. He had very limited control. It was just not that good. And then you get the wax bomb, and then things became a lot better.
While we're talking about hunters, right? When we talk about survivor fundamentals, it's this and that. What would you say are like a fundamental thing for hunt, like a fundamental chase hunter? Who would you recommend for people to use that want to work on their fundamentals of chase with hunters? Or is that case to case, because everyone has a different type of chase?
Yeah, I guess it just depends. I mean, I don't really know in terms of fundamentals. I can't really say. In terms of hunters that are like good for newer players that want to play hunter, the easiest hunter in the game to play is Ripper, is just because Ripper doesn't. You don't have to don't press buttons for Ripper. You just swing. That's it. So Ripper's the easiest character to play. Another character that's relatively easy is Axe Boy. Another character that's pretty easy is. Believe it or not, and it's not that easy. You got to learn how to curve jump. You got to learn how to camp properly. It's not as easy as people think.
And cross placements too. Yeah. I mean, I think she's cool, but yeah, I think the way that competitive have kind of shown the capabilities of Anne with the curve jumps and whatnot. Yeah, she's pretty tough. But ladies and gentlemen, if you were here with us before, we're going to remind you guys, because there's a huge announcement. The Identified Asian Games version has been officially included in the esports event in the 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games. We'd like to thank the Asian Game Olympic Council for recognizing Identity 5, and we appreciate all the visitors for their continued love and support of this game and the community. So Identity 5 will strive to showcase the charm of asymmetrical competition to the world. Eli, in our lifetime, we're going to see a medaled event for Identity 5. What a time to be a fan.
Yeah, definitely. That's why you stick around the game. I know some people leave, some people come back, some people do this, but this is why you stick around for moments like this. It's going to be very exciting next year in 2020. I'm really excited to see how it'll go. I've actually never, I haven't watched the Asian Games before, so I'm actually interested to see how this goes.
Well, now that Identity 5's there, so we gotta.
Now definitely we'll be involved.
Hopefully we'll be commentating it. I definitely want to see how the turnout would be.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I've never. I mean, it's Identity 5's getting more recognition. And hopefully this gives recognition more to the rest of the world as well. Obviously, we know this game is very popular in Japan, very popular in China, but when you go to other regions, maybe not as much. Over here in America, not many people know about it, and hopefully this will bring more recognition. I love to see this game be very popular in America. There's a huge market for games like this in America, and I'm hoping that it'll really pick up here in NA. pick up in Europe, and it's pretty big in Southeast Asia, but even more so in Southeast Asia as well would be very exciting.
Yeah, so hopefully this is a stepping stone for that, for the game to reach that next level. Again, shout outs to the Asian Olympic Council for the recognition of Identity V. Us casters, we're professional fans, and we love this game so much. So we want nothing but the best for this, especially for the players to get recognized. So do support your favorite players and support either KON or Team AMEY here, because one of them will be moving on to face Omni in this next match, and Neela is kind of holding all the cards here because he technically just needs a tie for them to be able to move on.
Yep, here we go. I think we'll see probably Goatman and Opera getting banned here, I would imagine. Goatman, Opera, maybe Goatman, could be Goatman, Naiad, if they're really worried about that. But I don't think you really want to give Opera. That doesn't seem very good here. But again, it depends. We don't really know how good Aliens Opera is. We haven't really seen him play it that much. So we do know it is an option for him, as he has played it before. But it's been a while since we've seen him on a big stage like this. So let's see if he's got that available. And looks like we see Priestess, Seer first. Pretty standard ban. Seer, Priestess, obviously very common for Chinatown, and Seer is pretty normal.
Yeah. I'm trying to recall what Aliens Hunter pools are. Again, a lot of single hits, but it seems like Opera Singer's out of the table as well as Goatman. So Ivy, like you pointed out, so the Naiad could possibly come in. I know Alien is also really big on the Dream Witch meta, but I don't know if he wants to bring that out.
Most likely not, just because he just needs a tie here. If you play something like Dream Witch, it's like Dream Witch is more of a hunter that you want to 4-kill,
4K.
Or you need to get a lot of kills with, and you don't really need to play a 4-kill hunter. You just need to get a tie here. I could play Dream Witch, definitely could, but I don't think that's something he'll prioritize unless the team comp is very good in his favor. That's the only way I could see him playing Dream Witch.
While we're still
aggro first here.
While we're still waiting, Talawala is asking Eli, what is the best Hullabaloo counter survivors? I know we talked about this
for Hullabaloo. A Psychologist is the best because you can't shut off Psychologist's ability. She just naturally takes 3 hits, which is very good. So Psychologist is considered the best character for Hullabaloo. And then having some other good rescuers, such as we see Weeping Cloud here.
Wow. Okay.
From KON. Interesting. Gravekeeper's considered to be pretty good because obviously the shovel can take the hits from the bombs. First Officer could be good if you use your watch early enough where you're not red zoned. Those are pretty good rescuers as well. There's not a lot of characters though that counter Hullabaloo. And that's why Hullabaloo is just very good. But Psychologist is definitely the main character for dealing with Hullabaloo.
Thank you for answering that. Hopefully, we'll see some of that in the next matches, but we're going to see a Prospector, which, again, a character that has been prioritized before, but now it just seems like it's real tough to see him with the new meta that's been shaping out, but at least we have round number 3 to kind of showcase these type of survivors. So the Prospector, Weeping Clown, Acrobat, as well as the Puppeteer. So Puppeteer could tank a lot of those hits. I wonder what Neela is going to be thinking, because we have been teasing the Naiad to come out, but considering that you have two really good transition survivors in the Acrobat and Weeping Clown, you got a Stunner in the Prospector and a Tanker in the Puppeteer. I wonder how Neela is going to play this one in, because we already know that Neela is really good with the meta, but when it comes to his deeper pool of hunters, does he still have it in him?
We will find out. I'd imagine he's going to choose between. The only rescuer here is technically Puppeteer, Weeping Clown, but not having like a straight up main rescuer. Typically, we would see Mercenaries banned, Ford's not available. So Grave, Officer, Wildling. Oh no, Wildling's banned. So Grave and Officer are all available, but they're not going to go for either of them here. Really prioritizing the decoding. Really thinking about what character he wants to go with. And I would say isn't necessarily great here. They have Prospector, Acrobat's a good cutter as well. Naiad seems a bit difficult as well, just because Acrobat, Prospector, even Puppeteer's good. A lot of good characters for Naiad, but either way, I think we'll see one of those two.
Whoa. I did not expect this. It seems like Neela really shaking it up here. We haven't seen him in a while, but he's been pulling out nothing but new hunters. The Fool's Gold, Eli, over here at Chinatown. And Fool's Gold, kind of a committal character because of the pickaxe being thrown. They could definitely juke those away, but give me your thoughts on Fool's Gold.
Yeah, this this is not a character I'd expect from Alien, just because he's the kind of person that only plays the meta hunters. He's like very specific to only playing meta hunters. He does not play surprise characters. Even his specialty picks are all very good, like Anne or Dream Witch or Naiad.
Stable.
Some of the best A+ tier hunters.
Where'd you rank Fool's Gold? Is it B or
Fool's Gold's like B? Yeah.
B.
Fool's
Okay.
Gold's-
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so this character being his specialty is very, very interesting. I did not expect this. Yeah.
Same. I'm hoping. I think Alien is hoping, or Neela is hoping that KON survivors did not expect a Fool's Gold, because he definitely has to bring something new to the table. Strengths and weaknesses of Fool's Gold, Eli, especially in this map like this, because he's very dependent on where he throws that pickaxe.
Well, Fool's Gold's a bit luck based. Obviously, it's a mind game every few seconds. Every time you use the pickaxe, it's a mind game to try to bait him to throw it and to pull it back to avoid getting chipped. Transition characters are good. Prospector. I guess it's like not even Puppeteer's good. As long as you just don't run into a pickaxe as Puppeteer and you force them to hit into your puppet ability. Puppeteer's good. Acro's good. I mean, this whole comp scene's Acro's a good kiter. Relatively good kiters against Fool's Gold, but I guess Stars make a little mistake. Puppeteer makes one mistake, takes a chip. That's the difference in a kite. So, Fool's Gold, I would say, definitely relies a little bit on luck and a little bit on survivor mistakes. And that's why it's kind of a B tier, not really like a A+ or A tier, even an A tier hunter for that matter. But yeah, we're going to see no trump card or anything like that. Just straight up detention with blink. This is a straight up tie build here from Alien. So here we go. This is the third round of the second half of KON Survivors versus AMEY Hunter. I'm Elio, joined here with Podspice, bringing live commentary for this Call of Abyss and NAEU Qualifier matchup.
All right, folks, the first Fool's Gold here in the NAEU qualifiers for Call of the Abyss 8 and Neela. I mean, this skin looks amazing. I don't know the name of this skin, but it's also quite striking. So let's see if he's able to actually get any of these survivors down. The pickaxe, again, mind game. He's going to throw it here, but Wolf just makes a left immediately just not to get caught in that radius. Goes for
he gets a hit! That's huge against a Puppeteer. Against any other survivor, maybe not as big of a deal, but against a Puppeteer, that's so big. It means that he's not able to use his ability. Whenever Puppeteer gives a hit, and he gets the chip on the stairs as this whole area is blocked off. Whenever Puppeteer gives a hit without using the puppet form, that is crucial for a hunter.
And yeah, what a way to start out here. Wolf, unfortunately, might have to fall down soon. Drops the pallet here. Chooses not to go through the stairs, but yeah, it seems like an inevitable swing and a hit here on the flywheel, and also going through the pallet. So just providing a little bit of more kite time, but forces out the blink. I think that's the moral victory here. At least we force out the trade. But you said it best, Eli. Neela is playing for a tie, and he's going straight for the basement as well for Wolf.
Yeah, this is exactly what you do when you need a tie. You bring him all the way to the back basement chair here. This is a very difficult rescue, and survivors really are going to kind of have to push him just because they really need to go for a win here. I mean, I guess technically you could, see him save Tide Turner for endgame, but it looks like they're really pushing the save here. There's the stun. Here comes the rescue.
He was able to set up a stone here as well, so he has to be very careful not to get interrupted. He's getting ready, throws it just for the interrupt here, pulls it back.
Good bait.
Let's see if he's going to get Terror Shock. No, gets the hit, and now the Tide Turner is going to take Wolf out of the basement at least, and also gets a stun for him to actually provide a little more support here. Cypher Progress still not looking too scary, but we do see that the Prospector is here, and also the block. No, the door isn't blocked.
Yeah, he missed the block there. We're going to see Puppeteer is stuck in the open. No, misses the charge attack. Can he kite until Tide Turner runs out? He can kite until Tide Turner runs out, but even though the Prospector stunned, he did use the puppet ability, which means he's going to go down to a chip. We're going to see another stun, but yeah, I mean, this is good support from the Prospector. It's just the decoding is still behind, so yeah. And the biggest issue is Puppeteer used the puppet ability, which means he'll go down to anything here. That's going to be the biggest problem for him at this point.
True. Trying to bait out the pickaxe from being thrown here because Wolf, like you said, just one chip damage away from falling down. Able to actually get the swing and a hit here. So it seems like Neela already working on the second chair. He's just getting a tie, folks. And I'm all for support, but once the decoding starts to slow down, it's really going to be tough for them to push for Survivor endgame.
Yeah, Cypher progress is good, but it's not enough for a win at this point. Looks like we're going to see the Prospector coming for the save. It has to be Prospector because he needs to support the rebound kite here.
Yeah.
Or I guess they could double. But Prospector only has one magnet. He used all of them up earlier on.
True.
So we're going to see the save, but that's not... He sidesteps the red bomb too. Yeah, this is not great. Blink's going to be online in 5 seconds. All I do is blink this Puppeteer. And there's still 3 ciphers remaining. There's the chip.
You see Rum. Oh, just blinks his way to get that down. Rum does get the magnet, but he could just disconnect that and just go
pickaxe
for
back. He's just gonna pickaxe back here. He's gonna take this. He's gonna go back. Just like that. Prospector does not have another magnet. He's just gonna go ahead and pick up here. Gonna go for the chair, and still 2 ciphers remaining. Definitely on track to tie, but that's exactly what Alien wants. You see, he's literally just playing. He's playing a very, very conservative build. He's playing no trump card. He's playing just straight up blink. Just blink my two hits on my survivor, down them, and I just tie the game that way. That's all he's going for here.
Yeah, and if he does have to rely on endgame, he still has that detention just to secure that down. So it seems like Weeping Clown's the only one that's that is 1 chip damage away. He's working on a cipher. Acrobat is trying to provide as much support as possible. But yeah, once he just starts tunneling down on one of these survivors, then it's going to be GG's. But easier said than done. It seems like the survivors are really spread out, and like you pointed out, no trump card to change traits here. So he's going to have to rely on just maneuvering around with this pickaxe here. And Rum is still in the mix.
Yeah, here's what he's going to do. He's just going to find a target. He's going to wait for his blink, and he's going to find a target that he wants to chase endgame. He's going to blink with detention to kill that target. That's exactly what he's... You see, he's just wasting his time here. He's just biding time. He knows the cypher's going to be primed. He doesn't care. He just wants to wait for blink. As long as he can blink, kill a survivor endgame, secure his one extra kill, that's exactly what he's going for. He's just playing the most fundamentally easy path to victory here.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he needs to do, right? Don't want to risk too much. Just wants to get the reward for them to actually move on to get the
He's never going to hit him until Blink's ready.
Yeah, or he's going to try to chip him at least. He's not.
He'll try to chip, but he's never going to get an attack recovery hit until Blink's ready.
For sure.
They may just pop here. Yep,
and they do.
There's the pop.
But like you said, Blink is almost online at 30 seconds, so he's going to try.
What? He's going to the.
Oh no!
He's going to the wrong gate. He's going to the wrong gate. The Prospector's dungeon.
He actually let go of the Prospector. This is actually not looking well. 70% Eli. He actually
the gate's open. He's just going to get dungeon. This is a win for KON. There's no way.
Oh my god.
What?
Just like that, KON's going to win this up against Neela. A little too reliant on the safe strategy, and they end up getting a 3-person escape, meaning KON is going to be moving on to face Omni, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I don't know why he left the Prospector. I guess he thought the other gate was being open, but he just straight up left, assuming that the one of the stars would be on that exit gate, which they weren't. They were on the other gate. And
wow. I mean, okay, so sorry, I just had to turn up the volume a little bit there. I know we're kind of like, okay, he's just gonna try to get the least path to victory, but I mean, I think the overextension there really did bite him at the end. We're correct. I don't know if we're going to see that game winning screen, but that's what we kind of computed.
Yeah.
KON wins this round, and by points, it was 11-12. Yeah, they do win it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, what a turn of events.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Well, first of all, we were surprised to see Fool's Gold being picked here.
Right.
We thought he just kind of gone Naiad or Ann or something. We would have expected something like that, and we would expect him to just stay on the Prospector, but he left. I guess he's thinking that, okay, Prospector's flywheel and sub-magnets, there's a decent chance to get Kai in a dungeon here, so I want to go for the survivor and gaze. It's easier to kill, but it's just if the survivor's not on the gate, then that's just how it goes. So
yeah, dems are the breaks, folks. Again, I know you know what, Neela, you have a lot of fans, and it was amazing to see you perform. But the survivors, they had the they were able to actually play around his safe strategy and just be able to find a dungeon. How crazy is it that in this game, in Chinatown, KON, 2 clutch dungeon escapes actually played victory for them. So wow, I did not expect that. I thought like you said, Nilo was on his way, you know what, a safe path to victory, kind of just going stealing bases here and there, no home runs, just going for his conservative play. But at the end, it was go big or go home with KON, and they went home with 3 survivors, and now they have a date with Omni.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I genuinely did not expect that result. That was very shocking. I think at the Fool's Gold is just so. I just really didn't. I'm still surprised we even saw that at all. I mean, you know, we talk about Naiad being Alien's main hunter. That's pretty much that's all he's been playing all season, right? So it's like, okay, we're gonna see Naiad. You know, gonna go for a tie with Naiad, and went with the Fool's Gold, and I'm sure he's probably kicking himself a little bit over that at this point. But
I mean, we saw this the logic, right, and the strategy, and it just takes that one moment of overextension. I hope you guys, fans of AMEY, fans of Nila, please show them some love, because they performed very well, giving us 3 great matches. So shout outs to them. Again, we want to find the best of the best in the NAEU region. If it comes down to that, like just an inch or like just a few seconds, we want that team to be able to represent the NAEU region, because you were saying it along with Schmitty, this is like the strongest the NAEU region has been. So hopefully we'll see more of AMEY. Again, give your love and support to Team AMEY and Nila. Like that was just an amazing game that they played. However, we have to give our congratulations to KON for the victory here.
Yeah, definitely. And they're going to be advancing to the next stage. So it's not going to be KON versus Omni to see who will be the NAEU qualifying team. Yeah, I mean, on paper, it looked like AMEY was going to be very... Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to point out, Eli, like, whenever we see a third-round match, we're always being surprised with these type of hunter picks. We saw Geisha yesterday. We saw Percy, and now Fool's Gold. So literally anything is on the table when it's the third-round hunter. But I think this is also a case with how we pointed out Percy is not... Like, Percy is susceptible to dungeon escape, and this is also another reason why. I know that he was playing conservatively, but you saw how well the kiting was with Fool's Gold. Like you said, it's a mind game with left and right, or if I'm going to go here or there. So we do love, you know, the character, very good, but when it comes to the meta, it's really Goatman and Hullabaloo, and you could actually rewind to the first and second round to see how well they perform. But talk me through the match stats here, Eli.
Yeah, it's you see the overall containment time, 124 seconds from the Puppeteer. That was with Rebound Kites and the Prospector support. Prospector doing a very good job there of support in that match. Just this team being able to turn this into a 3 escape is incredible. I mean, it was a relatively quick down in basement. Basement Fool's Gold is considered very good, and that's crazy that they can. That's so rare to see that position. Being able to getting a win from that position as a survivor side. Yeah. You know, when you go down within 60 seconds of the match to the blink, you get basement against a good basement camping hunter. You know, it seems like it's going to be great, but then yeah, they're able to get the rescue off, the rebound kite support, and everything. Look at how close that game's 14-13 here for KON.
Really down to the wire. And yeah, I'm just recalling how that match went. Like, we actually thought like the over support was going to bite them at the end. And then I think, like you said, it's a case of like tunnel vision. All right, this is the single path to victory of least resistance. But when you get your eye off one of the survivors and they're able to go for dungeon, they're able to get that victory. And I can imagine KON is, you know, gonna run with that momentum going into their next match with Omni. And again, guys, emphasizing, just show some love to Team AMEY really showing up. That was really down to the wire, and it was just 1 point away. So that's how close this matchup was.
Yeah, very back and forth there. And, you know, that's just how a lot of the matches have been going so far in this tournament. We saw our first match of the day, a very long, drawn-out match between MHX and Omni, in which Omni barely able to get the victory over them in a very intense matchup. And then now this one here, KON barely able to get the victory over AMEY. Actually a comeback victory, considering they were behind there going into the third round. When Killer Boss did not get the 4-kill, I actually kind of thought that it was over, and I thought Alien was going to be able to get a tie, and he almost did. Again, Alien played very well. 2 4 kills in a row, an early down with Basement. Survivors just played incredibly well to turn that back into a win for themselves, and KON really earning their spot here in the last the qualifying match coming up.
Yeah. And now the best deduction goes none other than the killer boss here, KB, with his Goatman and also his other, I think, Hullabaloo in the first round. I would say like the most intense match that we commentated for this specific matchup was the second half of Ever Sleeping Town, because it really went down to the wire, and it was actually a great showing of the Survivor side on Team AMEY's. But Killer Boss, congratulations, you win the best deduction. Hopefully you and the rest of KON could kind of rest up. I think they get like a 10-minute break. Hopefully that's enough for them to kind of regain their composure, because Omni is kind of waiting at the wings to see if they're going to be the ones to represent the NAEU region along with Team Rival.
Yeah, and I get a 10-minute break to go eat my Ritz crackers. So
let's head to the highlights so we can get that break. Folks, we've been your commentators. We'll see you after the highlights. I guess.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to our last match of the day. Last match of NAEU Qualifiers to see who will be the second team to move on to the COABYSS group stage. We have now Omni versus KON. So let's see who's gonna come out on top here. We saw some unexpected victories going into this match. The first match, MHX versus Omni. I think a lot of people expected MHX to have the advantage. Omni able to get the win there, and then in the second match, AMEY versus KON, we expected AMEY to have the advantage, and KON able to get the victory. So two what we would call, I guess, upset victories here, and that's going to mean that both of these two teams now competing for the second qualifying spot here.
Yeah, something to note also, a lot of people in chat were saying, oh man, KON after that incredible performance or after that clutch victory, they have to come back into this matchup. Only 15-minute break, but that's what it takes, folks. We want to find the best of the best in this region. Again, introducing Killer Boss, Guard, FY, Shevchenko, Yui, Rum, and Wolf. Just reminding everyone that they won just by a single point for them to qualify for this grand finals. And not to mention also Omni having to push it all the way till overtime. So both these teams really vying for that position, fighting till the very end. Pit Stoppers, Agramon, Aqua, Fluff, Juan, Lays, and Soup.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be, wonder what, oh, it's Omni. Oh, I was like, why is there an MN? What does that stand for? And then I realized it was OMN.
Yeah. It's
and then it's just
underscore.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Just trying to figure it out. Anyways, all right. Yeah. So this is gonna be the deciding match here. Who's gonna be the victors? I don't really know what to say. We talked about these. Sorry. Okay. While we're on this in between time, I'm going to.
What are we showing? What are we showing? Oh, okay.
All right. There we go. Oh, it actually looks better now. Look at that. Okay, good.
Do you naturally have straight hair or like curly hair?
When my hair's longer, it's more curly. So for example, if I go outside and it's like really windy or rainy or whatever, my hair gets like very curly, from like the wind and stuff. But like after I shower, I always blow dry it, and it's straight after I blow dry it, and then I kind of just leave it like that.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Hair care, well, 101 there, where Eli, or at least like fun facts. Seems like we're going to Moonlit River Park, but I'm also going to refer to the chat. Welcome back to everyone. Yarlin, Evolet, Rio, Caro. I know Loon just went off to bed. If it's late at your time, we still have the VOD, so do subscribe to the channel and just watch it back. But we appreciate you guys staying here until the very end, or if you joined us just now, hello, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Moonlit River Park here, Eli, and it's KON that will be the hunter first.
Yeah, if it's late, you need to stay up and continue watching. So
Eli says so. He's the law. You can't sleep. No sleep.
Yeah, you gotta watch IDV. That's what you gotta do.
You don't
Next week, we were just talking about this. I will be up commentating. What did I say?
Southeast
12
Asia.
a.m. to 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. something like that. So you guys don't have to do that. You guys can just watch the stream. But you gotta stay up.
You're giving them a pass to like go to sleep, or no?
No, they have to stay up.
They have to stay up. Oh,
Yeah.
He makes the rules. I don't. But do tune in next week. It's the Southeast Asia qualifiers. I know people are asking in chat about that. Follow the socials on IDV to know the specific time, but we will crown the representative of Southeast Asia next week. So, no sleep, as Eli said. Killer Boss coming in to hunt first.
Is Moonlit River Park here. This is going to be a pretty common tournament map as well that we see Puppeteer and the Psychologist banned first here. I wonder if he's going to lead with that Ivy. Now, Moonlit's not particularly the best map for Ivy, it's a very large map, can be a bit of a challenge for that hunter, but even though Ivy is known for map pressure, actually smaller maps are a little bit more beneficial for her. It's easier to get the ghost around the map and control Cypher machines. But yeah, it looks like we're going to see Siren first officer first here from the survivors of Omni. They're going to go ahead and sacrificing a rescuer and Seer first into the global bans. It's a little interesting, but we'll see how this works out for them as they do prioritize both of these characters here. We'll see Knight as the next ban for Killer Boss. And for Omni, I wonder if they're going to go into some sort of healer like Barmaid. We've seen Barmaid Seer be very good against a potential Ivy. I would love to see Barmaid here as their last character. In fact, I would definitely pick Barmaid here, especially with the Seer combination.
Now that I recall, I don't think we've seen a Barmaid this entire time, at least when we commentated together. But yeah, I really do love seeing a Barmaid Seer combination. coming to the mix. I mean, usually that counters Dream Witch, or people say that, oh, it countered Dream Witch. But you know what? If you think about it, like, it just helps transition, and it can go for any other hunter. So going with the Magician here, just to tank a couple of hits. We did see a lot of Magician plays, but not too much to highlight about, because the first round hunters, the Goatman as well as the Hullabaloo, is just so good at stuffing anything. So Acrobat is going to be our final pick here, as well as the Antiquarian being the final ban.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's. I think they're expecting Ivy. I mean, we saw Ivy from Killer Boss.
Oh yeah.
Last time, right? If I'm not mistaken. So.
In round 2, yeah. It was. I think he brought up.
Was it round 1? It was round 1, right?
Was it round 1? Yeah. Yeah. And then Goatman second round.
Yeah. So definitely, definitely what we'd expect from here in the first round. So. It's kind of interesting that we don't see. I would love to see Barmaid Seer, but Acrobat obviously still very good. Magician obviously very good. And let's see if he does go with that Ivy as we predicted. I'd imagine he'll probably stay. We seem to work for him last time. So definitely going to be a pretty good pick here. Magician, as we know, can use an illusion to remove the ghost if it's attached to him. Acrobat's just a very good kiter in general, and Seer can extend the height, the kites of other survivors against single hunters, which of course is Ivy.
Yeah, something to note also, Fluff in the last game, I mean, I had him as my Survivor MVP because he was able to kite for so long. So maybe that's something Killer Boss has to be worried about. But it seems like he's going to go straight for the Goatman. He's already proven that he's quite proficient with this hunter, getting a 3-person elimination over at Ever Sleeping Town. But now we're at Moonlit River Park. Eli, any hunter mentality coming into this as the Goatman in Moonlit River Park?
I mean, Goatman's playable in anything. Moonlit's definitely one of those maps that's pretty good. We're going to see an interesting spawn, actually. We see... typically, we'd see Magician spawn Bridge here, and we'd see Officer spawn first stop. I'm not actually sure how to explain this spawn. Typically, when we see a Survivor spawn second stop like the Officer, it's because they can hit the stop sign and allow the Survivor at first stop to take the coaster across the map. However, no Survivor actually spawning at first stop.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually work in this sense. So So I'm trying to figure out the reasoning here, but it looks like we're gonna see the top left spawn here for the
hunter,
the Goatman. This will not block off Seer Cipher. This will block off God Kiting Cipher. So this is not gonna be the best Cipher lock situation.
We'll just have to see.
Spawn from the hunter as well. I would expected him to spawn in between Seer and Magician.
Just to kind of cut off any attempts and maybe go for Aqua and chasing in the 4th stop. That's what we usually see. But you know, got to trust in Omni. Maybe they know something we don't. But what we do know are their persona builds. So it seems like they're bringing 2 tide turners, some flywheels, some borrowed time on 2. So they're kind of evening things out. I think the Seer and the Acrobat are just going for first chases while they try to go for the survivability. But what's very scary to note is that these tide turners really have to count. Note that we have an Abnormal once again on Killer Boss's side. So we said this before, Abnormal is a very aggressive build. So hopefully we'll be able to see that, because in the previous game, he only used Abnormal that one time.
All right, we're gonna see him go first chase onto the Acrobat, which is at 4th stop here. Does he see the trail of the Survivor here? It looks like he does see the trail of the Survivor. Acrobat trying to break as much line of sight as possible, making it difficult for the Goatman to get a hit. He's going to camp the pallet, going for the pallet stun. He needs to continue to break line of sight as much as he can here. And he is going to go do so again. He's going to camp it this time. No, we're going to see the switch. Does Acrobat get the bomb off in time? Does get the bomb off in time. It's still a mind game, though. He can go back and forth in between here. He's going to force the vault. He's going to walk through. He's going to go back again, but Acrobat does not go back through. Now he finally does get the hit, though, with the second cage. And he's going to have another cage online within a few seconds. So, just Goatman continuing to be Goatman. There's the cage. Acrobat's going to double back.
He has a pallet to work with. He's going to try to break the cage.
Seer Owl. Oh, the Seer Owl is going to keep this kite alive longer. Excellent usage of the owl there for Omni.
Yeah, excellent call out. Aqua doing a great job, you know, being in that cage and still being able to kite, utilizing the bombs, utilizing the Seer Owl, but now the back step, but able to count, unable to get it through. Nice usage of the bomb, but a little too late there. But Aqua doing a pretty good job, I would have to say. I mean, all things considered, Goatman getting so much out of the first kite, but this is going to be a little tough because we have a basement chair here, Eli, and The Tide Turner is sitting with Aqua, so they have to use this. First officer has to make this rescue count.
We're going to see Officer already in the vicinity feeding tonight. So you see 2.5 ciphers already done, though. So pretty good start here for the survivors of Omni. How can they capitalize on this position? We also see the Abnormal not really being utilized as he doesn't die near any cipher machines. Officer continuing to feed tonight. It looks like they're not going to rescue at all here. They're really just going to try to play for a tie. Will Killer Boss go and look for the... Killer Boss needs to pressure something. So he needs to either pressure the survivor that's feeding tinnitus, or he needs to pressure a cipher machine. And he does not see the survivor hiding, so that's going to be a free decoding for the rest of the survivor lineup here.
Seems like the first officer is kind of making a way. Oh man, he's able to actually go down. This is a rescue, but he has to be very careful. Gets the hit onto the first officer, so luckily not a terror shock, and now the Tide Turner to actually carry Aqua away. Yeah, while that's happening, 2 ciphers are being worked on. Acrobat has his bomb online, able to get the silence, but it seems like Aqua
No, he can't hit him.
Yeah.
He has to wait for the cage. That's why. There's the. Oh, he does wait for it. The thing is, he has to wait for the cage, because if you hit with no cage up, it only does a quarter damage. Yeah. So you had to wait for the red bomb to use the cage, which he did use. Does secure the down onto the Acrobat here, and still has Abnormal. He could go start to Abnormal some ciphers here. Keep in mind this rescue was after half. He's going to double cage to 4-stop and kick it here down to 20%. So Omni's decoding is really far behind, considering the first kite was very good, and considering that nice illusion here from the Magician. I wonder if he's still going to get hit here, though. He's still going to get hit. Yeah. The decoding from Omni is just... It's far behind. I'm not really sure. Maybe the positioning wasn't great for them. I'm not sure.
I think also because the Abnormal. Like, I don't know if they knew he had the Abnormal, so they were really just focusing on just these 5 ciphers. But now Fluff having to contain this Hunter in this caged area. It's kind of crazy how well he's able to actually contain here. Either break the pallet. Okay, he has to clean up this pallet, because this has been one of the kiting areas of Omni's survivors here. Another cage. Able to actually go through, play a little bit of the mind games with the Magician's Wand, and while that happens, 2 of the ciphers are being worked on. They actually have their last cipher at 54%.
Wow.
Nice
Can
jukes
he
on
kite this out?
Oh my God.
He kites out the double cage here. He's gonna, but I mean, he has another cage ready, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, this is just go, man. You can just keep doing this over and over. There's the cage. What can Fluff do here? He's gonna vault the pallet. He's going to go through. He's going to try to mind game to the other side. No, he gets the cage drops. He kites another cage out here, wasting so much time in this area. But he has another cage because it's a full presence Goatman. And there's the switch. He's going to go back through. And he's going to go back through again. Finally gets the down here.
Trying to break ankles there. We're still sitting.
What? Yeah, we still have one cipher with only 37% progress.
But the other side, yeah, that's true, because that was the one cipher here. So they're really focusing on these 5 ciphers. C are doing a lot of the decoding here. Seems like the first officer is already there feeding that tinnitus, and Killer Boss, I mean, they might have to go for a full-blood rescue unless he switches and pressures another cipher. They gotta open up another one. They can't try to hunker down on this one. So as I say that, the Seer's opening up the final cipher, and Killer Boss probably seeing that one shake.
Like we're gonna see Juan is pressuring the save. He's gonna go, but he's gonna go after half, which does not give enough time for the cipher to be ready. So but Killer Boss actually just leaves. Ooh, he's gonna triple cage here. Gonna get the hit onto the Seer, and he gets another cage back right away because it's Goatman.
Yeah,
but
so now, yeah, they're double decoding this, but the warp switch already to try and pressure the cipher. Juan can actually still continue on the chase here since he has 2 pocket watches, but no, he's going after Fluff. So now they're split pushing the bridge cipher and the 4th stop cipher. 2 cages here. Yeah, Fluff is gonna have to be very careful roaming around. He doesn't have any utility here. Try to go for that hit, but Fluff is breaking ankles here, chat. Oh, and also the body block from Juan. Amazing stuff so far. Gonna drop down, gonna play with the drop down. Note also, the Seer's the only one without borrowed time, so this is gonna give a lot of utility for the Magician and the first officer. It's about to be 70% on this cipher. Able to actually get it, and I don't know if they're gonna force here. No, it's actually Juan. So Fluff might have to move on and probably switch on over. Are they gonna just push this cipher? Because first officer does have borrowed time.
You're gonna try to drag him all the way to bridge. I don't know if he makes this. Is there a chair here? No, the chair here is gone. He has to drop it. The cipher's gonna be primed. They're gonna pop the cipher machine.
And just like that, a 3-person end game, and the first officer still has a pocket watch. So it's actually going to buy so much time here. Detention with no cage. Fluff is trying to open up the exit gate here, but Fluff doesn't have the fastest exit gate opening. Oh, no, it's the Magician. Sorry, I thought it was the Acrobat. But now Fluff, back for round 3. How many ankles could he break here, chat?
We're going to see him take the ball here, getting that speed boost. Continuing to contain in this area, but he's going to have another cage back within a second. There's the cage.
Ooh.
Misses the swing there. There's the switch. Switches again. Switches again. He needs to... Oh, he's going to kite out this one as well, it looks like. Yeah, this is just going to be a tied game, it looks like, at this point.
And even transition towards the dungeon's a little too far. So yeah, it's going to be a tied game. But with a hunter like Goatman, holy smokes, Omni's Fluff. Look at just the jukes. I think the mind games are definitely working out. But finally, he gets the down. The Seer, as well as First Officer, have exited the game already. And it is a tied game. And this is huge, Eli, because we've never seen a tied game in round number 1 with the meta hunters.
Yeah, getting a tie game against Goatman is just really, really crucial. We kind of talk about anytime you get against these round 1 hunters, anytime you get a tie, it's like getting a win for the survivors. So like when you get looking back into old meta, when you get a win, it's like, okay, we got to win. But when you get a tie against Goatman or Hullabaloo, it's like getting a 3 escape. If you get a 1 escape, it's like kind of like getting a tie, I guess. And if you get a 3 escape against them somehow, it's like getting a 4 escape. It's basically everything +1. That's how hard it is to play against these hunters, and that's why this round 1 is so important
for these survivors, I swear.
Yeah, it's basically you're trying to not get 4 killed essentially, and the survivors getting a tie here is really, really good for them.
So now brings the question before we talk about this match, because I would have to say, Killer Boss KB, you know what? After such a, I would say, exhausting game up against AMEY, kind of wonder how the fuel is in the tank of the team, right? Because there were situations there where Fluff was getting the better out of him with how well he was able to juke. And I think it was just really the mind games, like keeping him there, not going for the full rescue at the first in basement. So it just seems like Omni is really ready for this matchup. But talk to me, Eli, how did you find this matchup, and what were the highlights and lowlights on both Survivor and Hunter side?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we were expecting to see an Ivy from Killer Boss. We ended up going with Goatman. And obviously Goatman is very good, but it ended up working out in the survivor's favor. The first down was...
it was the Acrobat.
It was a pretty good first kite, and then he had a hard time. Omni's decoding was a little bit behind, even with one abnormal being in play. The first kite was very good, in addition to the kite from, he was the Magician, or was it a rebound kite? I can't remember. I think it was a rebound kite, was very good. Or was it? I'm not sure. But someone contained the hunter for a while, and Cyphers were still pretty far behind.
It was Fluff, I believe. Yeah,
they're still able to get to the end game there, and either way, without bringing abnormal, without bringing another trait, I actually think bringing a different trait would have been a little bit better, because abnormal you only had using it once. Large map abnormal is not considered to be as good, just because it's ciphers are farther apart. It's harder to get to the ciphers to abnormal them. So bringing abnormal is typically better for smaller maps, but he went with the abnormal here, only ended up using it once. But this, what really was the difference was the Magician, just wasting so much time throughout this game, and that's really the difference maker here.
Yeah, potential Survivor MVP Fluff, getting a lot of love in chat there for that. But again, Killer Boss, we've seen him perform before. I think this game was just Fluff was just the step ahead. And also, I agree with you, because the trait that got him the most presence, or the most bang for his buck, was definitely the warp. And maybe if he had another trait similar to that, maybe a blink to just down early on, it would play a lot into his favor, because even though he was able to abnormal once, like you pointed out, the Cypher progress wasn't as fast as you'd hope it would be. I think because they were kind of busy rotating around that, or giving some support here and there, that they just left a little room open for them to just rotate and not focus on ciphers. But for Omni, all's well that ends well. A tie in round number 1 up against the Goatman, and now the global banned Goatman. They don't have to worry about that. They can move on in round number 2 a little more lighter. So now Pit Stoppers and the Survivor. That is me.
Oh.
I'm frozen.
Oh, that is you.
Okay.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Nice. Nice. How long ago was that?
That was like, dude, that was like 2019, man. Pretty
With
old.
different hair. And...
Yeah, I tried. Tried going for a fade there, but I just want to have bangs. So yeah, you continue your thought.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is now I don't think Killer Boss is going to be able to play Ivy at any point, because obviously we see Goatman is now global banned. We have they'll probably ban Ivy next round. So we should go into like a VTuber era. You know,
oh yeah, PNG tubers. Yeah, for sure.
PNG tubers. Yeah. And so now that Ivy's no longer going to be available, most likely because they'll ban it, Goatman's going to be banned. So they're going to get rid of both of those two hunters. And Killer Boss is forced to go into a new hunter already in round 2. I wonder if he does have... We haven't seen him play Hullabaloo, so we're not sure if he actually has that or not. But anyways, a lot of pressure on K1 Survivors. What can they do against Pit Stoppers here? We'll see First Officer and Psychologist banned already. And I think they're going to expect the... What did Pit Stoppers play first last time? He played... Was it Hullabaloo?
I think it was Ivy. Right? I believe he played Ivy and then Hullabaloo. And then he went... and then it was Opera Singer that got him the tie. And then he went Anne. Because he played until 4 games, right?
Okay, so I guess it depends on what they expect to see him use here, whether that's Hullabaloo or Ivy. And we know he does have Goatman as well. He has got a lot of options for sure, so... yeah, we're going to see which one he goes with. I would have imagined he would have... Because sometimes teams, they don't use their best hunters in the first round. Maybe they actually prefer a certain hunter and they don't show it right away, something like that. But since Omni had to go into MHX first, they kind of had to put everything into that match. So I would imagine any strategy Pit Stoppers brought into that match is going to be his ideal sort of picks and for hunters. So yeah, whatever he used in the last round is probably what K1 should be expecting here.
Sorry, just checking. Can you see me like backstage? Like you can see my camera on? No.
I can see your camera, but they can't. I'm actually looking at the stream. They just...
Yeah, it's PNG.
There's just a close-up photo of my face. It's like really, it's just like really zoomed in.
Oh!
Look at the stream. If you see the stream.
How come I can see you though on the?
Yeah, I know. I can see. I'm moving around on here, but.
Yeah, we could see each other.
Oh wait, no. Now I'm moving again. Okay,
oh, you're moving again. Okay. Oh, but they still can't. But you can see me right now, right? Hello. Like you could.
I can see you moving.
Yeah.
But
okay.
They can't. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Haha. I can now drink some water and apply some lip balm.
Wow, stealing my ideas. Okay.
Where's my comb? But yes, thank you, Paradox. This was a graduation photo. I'm kidding. Anyway, back to the action here. We are talking about picks and bans, and it seems like Seer, Mechanic, as well as Psychologist and First Officer out of the picture. They do pick up the Gravekeeper, Cheerleader, Coordinator, and Acrobat. So, I mean, yeah, like we said before, Pit Stoppers is kind of a hunter that kind of plays with the meta. I'm not sure which one he'll kind of go with to start out based on this lineup, but all the meta hunters are there for him to choose. And if chat, you can remind us who he picked out in round number 1. I do believe it was the Ivy, because then he picked Opera Singer around 2 or 3.
Eli looking at us like we just chose Mind's Eye. Eli looking at me like I just banned Ann in his match. Oh my god, dude. Don't ban Ann, please. For everybody watching, you guys should not ban Ann in rank. Ann is not a good hunter to ban. There's no point. Like, Ann is a very good character, but it's not... It's a tie hunter. Like, just don't ban Ann in rank, guys. Trust me. If you guys... Okay. Let's put it this way. If you guys are like worker... Oh, you don't even get bans in worker V, I don't think. If you guys are like tier 2 or tier... Like Elk or whatever... And you have a ban, and you're like, oh, I'm going to ban Ann because everyone else does that. It's like, okay, I get it. Yes, in that tier, it doesn't really matter what you ban because the hunters aren't really good enough to play like the best characters in the game. But once you get to like tier 5, like you're Griffin and you're starting to get multiple hunter bans and stuff, and you're banning Ann, you're going to piss off every teammate you get. Once you guys are tier 5 and higher, I encourage you to please not ban Ann. There is no point. You're just bringing down your own team. Ban Goatman and Hullabaloo. If you ban Ann and you get a Goatman or Hullabaloo and you get absolutely destroyed, then
it's on you. It's on you.
On you. Yeah. So I encourage you guys. Ann is not worth the ban. It is literally a tie hunter. Very good tie hunter. Probably the best tie hunter in the game, but definitely not worth the ban compared to some other hunters in this game.
True. I'm just trying to fix up my settings here.
I think we're gonna see Pit Stoppers. Let's look at this comp. We got Cheerleader, Coordinator. We see Hullabaloo again. Or did he play Hullabaloo already? He did, right? If I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna see Hullabaloo from him here. This team comp is Cord. Obviously, Cord's very good. They don't have a Psychologist. That's the big thing. They don't have Psych, which is very good against Hullabaloo. But Cheerleader to, I guess, reset Acrobat cool down on its bombs is pretty good. We have Cheerleader as well for the speed boost. Cheerleader's fun first time. It looks like interesting to see where Pit Stoppers goes here. Does he go between Acro and Cord, or does he spawn close to Cheerleader? Those are the two spawns for hunters. So between Acro or Cord, or below Cheerleader. Looks like he's gonna go between Acro and Cord here. This will lock the first stop cipher, prevent him from decoding, and he's also gonna be able to choose which target he wants to go for here.
Copy. A little more of a conventional spawn. I mean, this is what I usually see with Wolf being at the first stop and then Run being at the last stop. Pit Stoppers might go in for the Acrobat. Shevchenko for the possible rescue, or it depends on how the Cypher progress go, or FY. So Pit Stoppers once again, I would say in a good spot, because conventionally this is where hunters really make their mark. I don't know. I think we've I recall we did see his hunter before, this one at least, or is it Goatman? I'm not sure. Anyway, chat, just let me know. But Peepers and Trump Card is being brought into
Insolence Hullabaloo. That is interesting. Hullabaloo is usually a character that needs Insolence to secure downs. So this is very risky. I wonder if this will pay off. If you're able to secure a down, obviously it's without using Insolence, it's very good, but yeah, I mean, Hullabaloo really needs Insolence because you need the jumps to help yourself get it down as quickly as possible. You want to get full presence to get multiple jumps back quicker. Not having Insolence on Hullabaloo is very, very risky. But it is an interesting build. I'm interested to see how this will work here with Peeper, Detention, and Trump Card. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the... Oh, wait, no, he does have Insolence, right?
Oh, yeah, he does.
It's left down.
Yeah, it's Insolence.
Oh, so it's just... Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, there's no way he didn't play Insolence on Hullabaloo, but
too big of a risk, yeah, for sure. But Coordinator now just needs one red bomb for Shevchenko to actually be silenced. I wonder if he's going to use the flare gun right away, and he does, just for Shevchenko to actually go for the coaster here. But can he get the hit? Oh, it seems like...
Oh, he missed the red, yeah.
Just be very careful
here. Does take the hit now. Will he take coaster? He's not going to take coaster?
Huh.
He needs...
Yeah,
he's just going to go down if he doesn't...
Oh my. And this is actually great for Pit Stoppers, because we're actually waiting. I think he was kind of scared if he'd take the coaster and he'd actually get hit. I'm not sure, because the clone was there, but hey, all's well for Pit Stoppers. Able to actually get the Coordinator this early on is huge, because Cypher progress is nothing to worry about so far. And it seems like he's going to cut off the Gravekeeper at the perimeter of this rescue.
He also has teleport, not Peepers, so I'm not sure what was going on with the that thing before. But yeah, anyways, we're going to see Gravekeeper coming for the rescue here. He's going to take 2 hits right away. Going to take another one. He does not have any more clones, though. Oh, Gravekeeper might get stuffed here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he does get the rescue off just in time.
He's actually just going to go for the last effort onto the Gravekeeper and work his way on a double down. So Pit Stopper is just adding more momentum, adding more pressure. Gets the vault already because he's already unlocked full presence. And Shevchenko is put in a tough spot. Can't vault that. Able to actually get the last effort and unable to get the flywheel. So now a lot of resources being burnt. And Eli, it's not even 2 minutes in the game. Pit Stopper is looking real strong already.
Yeah, we're going to see... the double down here on both survivors. This is looking very good for the hunter side. I'm not really sure what the stars can do to work out of this position. We're going to see the Cheerleader come in for the, at least pressuring the save here, but this Hullabaloo already at full presence. I think he knows the survivor's probably up there, so...
Yeah.
He's going to check. Clone...
Is he gonna? Well,
he knows he's up there.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the.
He's gonna try to jump up. Oh, he missed. You can jump up this, but you have to get. Oh, we are gonna see Cheerleader. No, Cheerleader's not gonna make this. What?
True Gravekeeper though, unable to make it. Just gets the rescue. But now Wolf, has to be very careful. Has to play with the cheer cooldowns. Forced to break this pallet, but the fact that the Gravekeeper was down, Coordinator's out of the game, means that no one was on ciphers, and Wolf now has to take this kite. We're
going to see Cheerleader is going to use the last speed boost here. able to avoid the red, but not able to. Oh, had flywheel, but wasn't able to use it there. Gets the pallet stun, but the hit did register, getting the second bomb there. He misses the jump though. He's got another one. Can he flywheel? Does not flywheel the hit there, and is able to get the down. And yeah, 4 ciphers still remaining here. This is looking like a 4 kill for the Hunter side.
Yeah, Pit Stopper is really like, as we said before, all gas, no brakes. This train has no stops with how well he's able to play this Hunter, constantly pressuring. And now we see the trait being used just from the pressure of this Cypher, and it seems like it's at the expense of the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper on the shovel form. Eats, wow, a terror shock. So now Gravekeeper having no exit path, forcing the Acrobat to respond in this, I would say, dire situation for the survivors, because Pitstopper has made so much work in this 3 minutes 30 seconds already, staring down at a 5-point game here on the side of Omni.
Like, we're gonna see the Acrobat's gonna try to save, but still 4 ciphers remaining. There's not really much to be done at this point. He knows where Acrobat is. He knows he's up there. He's gonna jump up to the Acrobat as well. Force the Acrobat out of 2-story. Gonna get the first bomb here. Mind game at the pallet. Another bomb. There's the jump. Acro able to avoid getting black bomb hit here, but let's see if he can avoid this one. No, gonna take that hit there. The ability is locked up. He's already up with the black bomb on him. Red bomb gonna cancel and down. The red zone just canceling the bomb from being utilized there, and that is a 4 elimination with 4 ciphers remaining here. And just like that, Omni with a very early lead here, 7-2, right out the gate.
Yeah, holy smokes! After that tie, after that overhand back. Hello, not PNG Potch anymore.
There you
so
go.
That's good. I was gonna eat my Ritz crackers, but no. Anyway, congratulations, Omni, for securing that first round. Pitstopper's really not giving any room to breathe. What a smothering pace! And I'm trying to recall at the start, it just seemed like the coordinator, using that flare gun at the start was a good strategy, just so that he could take coaster. But I don't know, maybe it was locked up, or like he didn't really want to approach the clone. But from there, once the coordinator fell, it was kind of a tough pace for the survivors. They were always constantly swimming upstream with how much pressure Pitstoppers was putting up on them.
Yeah, definitely. The early game was very good overall. Coordinator as well immediately went for first stop. I'm trying to think if the route could have been different. Maybe stay God kiting, use the God kiting area at first. But yeah, overall, you see why Hullabaloo is just so good. It really doesn't matter the team composition for the most part. It's just most Hunter characters in this game have a very difficult time dealing with the Hullabaloo. I mean, Cheerleader was an interesting choice. That's not really a character we see utilized in round 1 unless it's paired with something like Perfumer to reset the perfume cooldown. Or something like that. So Cheerleader's a bit interesting because there's not really any characters that need ability resets besides maybe like Acrobat, I guess. But even then, it's just tough because your ability gets shut down by the Hullabaloo. It doesn't even matter. And we've seen that be kind of a constant theme here. It's all these characters. You pick these characters to counter Goatman, to counter whatever Hunter, and Hullabaloo just comes out and just deals with all of it.
Yeah, just when you have all the answers, Hullabaloo changes the questions, and it ends up like this. So congratulations once again for a great start for Omni, but you know what, don't count out KON just yet because they can kind of rally back into this. However, if they could continue, if Omni just keeps tying things out, that should be all right. So this first half of the round number 2 is going to be very crucial for KON to kind of set the pace and steal away that momentum from Omni.
Indeed. And yeah, going into this match, I'm trying to think about which team would be favored here. I think this is technically would be a close matchup. Again, we still don't know too much about KON. This is their first. It's not their first. Well, it's their first tournament with this team. They've had some. I know there's some players on this team who have played in other teams before in the NAEU region, but yeah.
Well, with that being said, folks, the highlights are ready. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be round number 2. And welcome back, folks, to the continuation of this intense grand finals match between KON and Omni. Pot Spice here, 3D. We're not in 2D. We're not in the 2D plane anymore, but we are here, and we're gonna give you the commentary action. So Eli, coming into this, KON was the one to choose Moonlit River Park. So now Omni survivors looking pretty strong coming into this next match since they do have map advantage.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them. Already able to win pretty convincingly in the first round, and that's on their opponent's map selection. Now they get to choose map here, so we'll probably see a good Ivy map for pit stoppers, because that's usually is around 200. Now it's interesting to see if they're actually going to ban Ivy. I think they have to ban Goatman though. Goatman's just too good. We'll see Goatman, Hullabaloo global ban, and then we'll see Ivy here. And the survivors are really going to need to counter the Ivy as much as they can. That's really going to be their thing here. Yeah, it's pretty important. So
one thing I do want to bring up is everyone in the chat supporting KON. They need that energy now, because they played a really intense game with AMEY, and now they need to rally back and kind of bring that same fire back into this, especially in Eversleeping Town. And it seems like it is going to be Killer Boss that will be coming in first on the Hunter side in Eversleeping Town. He did bring out the Goatman, and that's when they were able to get, I think, one survivor out the gate. So hopefully he's going to change things up. I'm pretty sure, well, globally banned now, there's no more Goatman, and probably going to ban out the Hullabaloo. So we're going to probably see the S tier hunters, not the SS tier hunters, come into the mix here.
Absolutely. Still a lot of great options here. Still has Opera Stinger as well. Another good map here for Opera Stinger, being Eversleeping Town. So definitely possible for that as well. Now I'm interested to see if we are going to see more Ivy counters like Barmaid. This is a character we've talked about before. Now this doesn't mean you guys can go play Barmaid in your rank matches. Okay, that's a whole nother thing. I don't know why, but last season I saw more Barmaids than the history of this game since I've been playing. It's ridiculous. I don't know why, but I don't know if there's a new Barmaid skin or what. But for some reason, everybody played Barmaid last season.
Maybe because you were saying, "Oh, Barmaid's good in this blah blah blah."
No.
Like,
they always died so fast, and it's like I don't even know how to comprehend. Like, Barmaid is Barmaid is a tournament situational character that is only good against certain hunters in a tournament situation when you expect that hunter to be picked.
Okay,
it's not a character to go play in rank matches and get destroyed by an Opera Singer in 10 seconds because you can't kite more than 20 seconds after using your healing drink. That is not why we play Barmaid, okay?
Okay.
You guys is not a good rank character, but it is a good tournament character, not a good rank character.
I like how you're kind of defining the lines between tournament viable, like Barmaid being included, banning out the optimal hunters, and also always bringing borrowed time or tide turn or wherever, right? Before we get into the picks and bans, any other PSAs that we need? Because you're dropping nuggets of wisdom here, even though it's very like, I told you to do this. But we'll give it one more nugget of wisdom before we get into it. What else?
Don't ever play Mind's Eye.
I knew it. I thought we were gonna go this whole stream without mentioning Mind's Eye, but that's like an inside joke with you in your chat, right?
Yep. I literally made a Survivor persona guide for recently on made a video about it, and I was like, I did a persona for every survivor because we had to, right? Because I'm not gonna leave the survivor out. But literally my persona for Mind's Eye was like, you have to play max kiting. This is what I said. I said the only survivor that doesn't bring borrowed time is Mind's Eye, because she has to have max kiting with flywheel, broken windows, everything max kiting, or else you just are dead anyway. I mean, you're dead. You're still gonna lose, but at least you're gonna lose a little bit less.
This is for rank, or this is just like
this is for anything. Mind's Eye is just so bad that you have to have maximum kiting, and you will still lose the game. I'm just gonna let you know that, but you're gonna lose a little bit less than you would have lost.
Okay.
In the other circumstances.
There you go. Tried and tested, as Eli. Did you have like a Mind's Eye challenge also where you use Mind's Eye and like see?
No, I just play Mind's Eye when I'm playing alt rank, and I don't want the random low tiers to get chased. So I just play Mind's Eye. So
just so you'll be okay. Look at that, taking a bullet for the team. I like that. Yeah. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, I'd rather kite. So
we'll go into the PSAs in just a bit, because right now it seems like the Ivy gets banned, allowing Killer Boss for the Hullabaloo. I don't know if we saw his Hullabaloo, but it is on the table for him to use just in case. But I think he was listening to, because now he banned out the Barmaid, the psychologist, as well as the Knight.
I think we'll see Goatman here just because, I mean, it's available. Ivy's banned. What happened?
Numer's in chat and says everyone play Mind's Eye right now.
Oh yeah.
Shout outs to everyone that's in chat, by the way. Thank you so much for keeping things light and also, supporting your favorite teams. But right now, KON really needs your support because they need to take this all the way to game number 3.
Also, Barmaid is worse than Painter. I wouldn't recommend either, but if you're going to choose one, Painter is better. Someone said
Really?
play Painter in rank.
Okay.
For rank, at least Painter is playable because hunters aren't. A lot of rank hunters aren't necessarily smart enough to look around the painting, whereas Barmaid is just not. Barmaid is just weak to too many rank characters, rank hunters.
Okay. Fair.
But we're going to see Postmaid here, which is a character that we've seen start to get played a little bit more recently. Just Barmaid's actually going to be banned from. Oh wait, this is Killer Boss, not Pit Stoppers. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's going to be. So they are going to allow Hullabaloo to come out here if that's what he wants to play. Yeah.
So yeah, people already in the chat. You know what? You can do it. KON. Hopefully they'll do well in this matchup. Killer Boss hopefully can set the stage for his Survivor team, but really liking the Gardener pick here, just in case with that shield being utilized. Unfortunately, no Knight in this one, but we do have the very stable Mercenary, and I love how they did bring an Embalmer just to play it safe and just at least secure a first round or like at least one survivor out the gate and have that Cypher Rusher with the Postman. So Killer Boss, we did note that the Hullabaloo is available for him to use. I don't recall him using it in the previous match, or I have terrible goldfish memory. I'm not sure if he did use it.
Did not. Yeah.
Did not. Okay.
We'll see if he opts to play that here. Against this comp, it's pretty solid. You have Postman is a very easy chase for Hullabaloo. Embalmer, as long as you have mobility, you can play Warp Insolence Detention with Hullabaloo, and you can go for Embalmer chase. Hullabaloo here would be very good. I just don't know if Killer Boss has that as an option. I mean, that's not a hunter we've seen him play yet. So maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, and he does have it. There you go. So it's gonna be Hullabaloo here from Killer Boss. We'll probably see Warp with Insolence and Detention. I would imagine that's probably the best build. You can also see Teleport and Insolence Detention. I would not try anything sometimes we see Hullabaloos go left, right. They go Insolence, Trump Card, Peeper, which he could do, but I don't think that really makes sense here. Let's see where he spawns as well. This is very important. Does he spawn into Postman? If he does, that's going to be very strong for him.
Cutting it off.
That's a great chase. Postman does not have great kite against Hullabaloo.
Hopefully we'll see that in just a bit, folks, because he can cut off the corner house completely and force him to that graveyard. But it seems like he's actually going to go down here. And Fluff, you know what, having a rematch with him before, I think he wants to kind of get that one back. Fluff, being the Embalmer, could just set up his coffin and just like kite away from it, just so that I could have that immediate resurrect. Juan being at the center, just in case anybody needs some rescuing, and Aqua. Yeah, not the most optimum at the start, especially location-wise. So yeah, Killer Boss spawning actually away from Lays.
I think here he kind of guesses. He's just taking a guess that Embalmer's going to spawn in the 2-story area, which makes sense. That's where Embalmer would spawn, and that's exactly what happened. So he's just saying, okay, I'm not going to try to gamble and spawn into a specific other survivor. I'm just going to spawn into Embalmer because that's a great chase. I'm going to go for it. And he is going to go with the left-right Peeper. So he is playing the Trump card to Insolence. I think in this situation, I maybe would have liked to see Warp with Detention to Insolence. That way you can go after the coffin once the Embalmer uses it. But nope, looks like he's going to stick to the left-right build with no detention here.
Let's see. Because, before we thought that Pit Stoppers went with a certain build. Let's wait till the end. But yeah. But hopefully we'll see.
That's also true.
But let's use this as a screen cap moment and just like talk about it. So far, yes, he might be playing into that fancy build. He does need to get like more secure type stuff. At least he has the Insolence, but the Peepers though. Seems like he will be going for it. And once again, folks, Potchspice and Eli O, you're commentators for this match, and it seems like we are going to see Killer Boss not go to the graveyard, chase away Juan.
Oh, he sees Postman early.
He does.
Ooh, that's pretty unfortunate for Omni. Bit of a missed rotation, and Killer Boss is going to pick up an early optimal chase target here. We're going to see the dog just slow him down. We're going to see the clone getting the first hit with the red bomb. He still has one more clone to work with here. Lay's trying to bait it out, but does take a white bomb hit. Oh, is it?
Wow.
Oh, that would have been a terror shock. It would have been the third bomb there. That's such a risky vault, and it does pay off, though, for Lace here. That was That was a
Risky.
little scary, yeah.
That would have turned the tides very drastically, but it seems like Lace still has. Okay, he's gonna get hit there just for him to use the trim.
Oh, the trim leaves him!
Left him! Oh no, a little bit too late to head to work. And now it seems like, yeah, he could just have his way with just hitting him with all the bombs here, and now he's actually gonna just corner him. Not rotating for the black bomb just yet. He's just gonna align him up.
Yeah, he's gotta wait.
There you go.
There, he's gonna. No, he's gonna get the down. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was very unfortunate timing on the trim. The trim betrayal is crazy. And we're gonna see the down here onto the postman. Pretty decent first kite, but still not too optimal as he does die on a cipher machine, and they haven't actually finished the cipher just yet. So, pretty good start here for the Hunter side. We're gonna see one coming for the rescue. There's one hit. There's another. There's the third bomb. Is he trying to double down him? That white bomb missed.
It did. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now the mercenary
gets away.
Yeah, Postman trying to reposition in a better spot here. Mercenary could actually just go ahead and keep decoding. We do note that there's another tide turner on the Gardener, so they could still get this next one if they want to go for the rescue on Lace's side, but Lace does fall down. Note that he does have a coffin, so he was able to get the
did a flywheel too, actually. Interesting. But wasn't able to use the flywheel there, unfortunately. Gonna try to chair as close as he can to the coffin, since he is currently holding only 2 peepers. It means he cannot trump card to teleport just yet. And there goes the coffin being utilized. He's going to drop another peeper here, and he's just going to dash straight to the coffin. He catches up so fast. That's the power of Hullabaloo. Even being a hunter as strong as he is, has so much mobility to work with here. Another jump.
Dude, the dog bite didn't even do anything. He's right back to the chase here. Lace now dropping the pallet. Oh my gosh. Okay, now he's still able to at least go on through. Oh, it was only a red bomb that did attach itself to the Postman. Postman still has flywheel, so he has to time this one very well with the white one. Oh wow, he's just able to vault that just in the nick of time. Lace has to be very careful. Flywheel's away, able to make it to corner house, but the clone is there waiting for him.
Yeah, you want a flywheel on the swing. He flywheeled to get out of range of the clone, but you want a flywheel on the swing to remove the balls. And that's going to be the last time on share because the coffin was utilized. And now KB does have trump card. Will he teleport away here, or will he walk to a cipher? You can actually jump through this alleyway. No, he's not going to go. He's going to teleport straight up here onto this survivor. Going to get the first bomb. There's the second. Gardener's going to get a bubble. He needs to wait out the bubble. You can't hit the bubble. If you hit the bubble, then it absorbs all the bombs. And he does wait it out here.
Constant pressure here. He's going to add more. Gardener just needs that white bomb for him to be able to fall down. Mercenary's already healed up. So now another clone to drop the Gardener. So Killer Boss definitely on the right track here for him to get his team back in working shape, with him potentially getting a 5-point game. Basement is definitely going to help them out as well. 2 ciphers are about to pop, so let's see how this one goes, because the Gardener is the only one with the tide turner left.
The problem here is the ciphers are a bit behind. I see Omni do this a lot. They prioritize healing over decoding. In certain situations, you have to prioritize decoding over healing, and Omni always prioritizes healing first. And in a situation like this, you have to prioritize decoding, because if you prioritize healing, the survivor's already going to sit on share. Like, the amount of time it took them to heal only got them to 38% on the last cipher machine, with the mercenary saving after half, because that healing takes so long to do. So I think that might hurt them a little bit here. Let's see what mercenary can do. Takes the first hit. Mercenary does have elbow pads, but they were locked for a second there. Mercenary gets. Oh, they're starting a new cipher. They don't actually have the last cipher.
They don't, but now able to actually get the down onto the Mercenary. Gardener has to get out of this spot. Does have a bubble to work with. One more bomb hit, and this Gardener will be falling down. The red area is here, but nice switch up, and also gets the pallet slam. They need to kite out for a little bit longer because it's still under 50%, but no, the Gardener falls down.
Yeah, and the problem here is that Mercenary's double down. And we're actually going to see the Embalmer leave. Oh, he's dead on share. That's already saved after half. That's the biggest issue, is the rescues after half here. And yeah, that's the issue with healing in that situation, is the time it takes to heal and the Mercenary to get all the way up to the chair. It's too late to save before half, and it makes it so if the rescue's after half, he just needs to down that survivor, and that's a GG's. So that's why in that situation you got to prioritize decoding rather than healing there. But let's see if they're still able to get one out here, maybe get to an end game situation. And we're gonna see the Embalmer is gonna pick up Kite here over at the fake gate area.
Yeah, so it seems like the Mercenary might have to pick up just so that he can go for some ciphers. Oh, gets the slam, but in return, Embalmer gets hit with a red and white bomb. One more and he will get injured. Mercenary does take a while for him to use up his exit path, but Fluff has done this before with the Goatman. So let's see how he fares when it comes to kiting out the Hullabaloo. And he's an Embalmer. He has to really play with these structures very well. But the clone, trying to switch it up here, drops the pallet. Wow, able to avoid that black bomb. So now forcing him to go through. Flywheels just to make it through the pallet. Forces out a swing. Eli's doing pretty well, and it seems like the Mercenary now is decoding properly here.
Yeah, the problem is he has teleport. He'll just TP back to the Mercenary, and Mercenary does not have self heal at this point. But I guess the biggest thing here is that Mercenary can kite until Embalmer primes another site. Oh, well, that's just the power of the full presence Hullabaloo, getting those bombs building up so fast here, and Mercenary Embalmer doesn't even have time to get to the cipher. Mercenary's gonna knock down with no self heal. He's gonna jump through the alleyway here. Let's see if he can find the Embalmer. Doesn't see him just yet, and we're gonna see the clone pointing to the Embalmer here, and now able to find his location.
I love how Killer Boss didn't tunnel vision all his way on Fluff, because Fluff was doing really well, just juking it out with Killer Boss. But now, yeah, Juan unfortunately does not have a self pickup here. Fluff doesn't have much to work with. The dungeon, he's actually running away from the dungeon area, and Mercenary does take a while for him to bleed out. So there's only a matter of time until Killer Boss is able to actually get it down onto Fluff, and that'll be a GG.
We're gonna see, just trying to waste as much time as possible, but there's no way for them to get to the end game here. So looking at how these points are gonna play out, this is gonna be a 4 elimination for KON, which makes this match a lot closer. There's the switch, there's the first hit. We're gonna see a white bomb already because of the full presence. There's the jump.
Wow.
Able to avoid another hit as well. I mean, yeah, Fluff is just kiting really, really well. This player is just, as you can see, a very strong kiter. Unfortunately, they were not the one to kite early on, and at this point, kiting at this point in the game, it just doesn't matter anymore since the game's already secured.
Yo, he's doing a masterclass right now with how well he's being able to kite. But, I mean, the checkmate scenario is still here. He's just waiting for the right possible moment, waiting for another clone, but Fluff really playing with the terrain very well and just giving us a highlight of how well he can kite. Yeah, I think Killer Boss doing a great job of not chasing him at the start, because it would have been a different story if he chased after the Embalmer at the start.
Just like that, that's a 4 elimination here for KON. So this is actually going to tie up the points. 7-2 for the first round. It's now 7-7 in terms of points here. So an excellent job here from the Hunter side of KON. And now Pitstoppers, a bit of a tough position here. It's not going to be the same situation as round 1. The Survivor's got a tie in a situation where it's like, okay, you know, we getting a tie in round 1 against Goatman, very difficult to do. They're able to pull it off, and Pitstoppers has a lot of breathing room. Now that's not the case. This 4-kill, this is why allowing Hullabaloo in the second round is so risky. And obviously Killer Boss is known for his Ivy, and that's why you want to eliminate that. But then Hullabaloo is still available. You still have one of those SS tier hunters that are so good at getting 4 kills, and that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, it was actually a real good showcase of how well he... Again, coming into this match, we didn't really know if how comfortable Killer Boss was with that Hullabaloo, but all our questions, all our doubts were answered with that 4K response. So, like he said, we're all tied up, and we're definitely seeing that game number 3, because the best that Pitstoppers can do is just tie this out and still secure the round lead. But yeah, I just love how Killer Boss was able to, you know, not just raise the stakes, but also kind of give that confidence back to the Survivor side, because if the Survivors get at least 1 out, they're able to win this round. So we're kind of tied up in rounds, and they just got to focus on winning up the 3rd round. Yeah,
absolutely. You see the containment time there from the Postman. Still was able to waste a lot of time, 104 seconds, but you see the... I'm trying to look at the Cypher progress here. They were able to finish 2 Cyphers pretty early, but that was it. The Postman was eliminated. They never got another Cypher finish until Postman was eliminated after that. I think it's because they did stop to heal the 1 heal there. the Embalmer stopped to heal the mercenary, but Killer Boss took advantage of that extra time, being able to down the Gardener, place them in basement and because of that time, he was able to force a rescue after half, preventing the mercenary from elbow padding there, keeping him in the red zone, turning off the elbow pad ability, and he was able to push for a win from there. So excellent utilization of the Hullabaloo. Excellent job from Fluff as well. See, 125 seconds contained against the full presence Hullabaloo, when technically at that point it was already too late, but I'm interested to see what happens when he gets first chase in one of these matches.
Yeah, I think we did see a little bit of that matchup when he was the Magician, and it was the Ever Sleeping Town. Sorry, it was Moonlit River Park, and it was Goatman. So imagine that, an Embalmer getting 150 seconds kiting time, full presence Hullabaloo, just says a lot. So I think Killer Boss learned, or at least learned from that experience. It's like, all right, let's chase after other folks, even though like this Embalmer is quite the juicy target. So a 5-0 tying things up 7-7. So now in response would be Pit Stoppers on Omni's Hunter side, while KON Survivors. They could try and go for that same strat of just playing it very conservatively, but we all know Pit Stoppers. He's a he's seen the bright lights of Call of the Abyss, and he's also shined in round 2 type scenarios, and he still has access to the S tier hunters, even though his Hullabaloo will get banned out.
Which is interesting to what character he's going to play. Hullabaloo obviously is global banned, and I think they'll ban Goatman as well. So then I guess you try to counter Ivy as much as you can, and then then you got to take Opera, which is not as ideal, but it's definitely better than having to deal with the Ivy here, I think. Basically how these hunters are, Hullabaloo and Goatman are the best hunters in the game, and then Ivy's a little bit better than Opera. Not much, but a little bit better. Especially for getting... Ivy has more win potential, whereas Opera has a lot of win potential, but not quite as much as the Ivy. So I would imagine we'll probably see some characters for going against Ivy, and they'll, I guess, either have a good con for countering Ivy and play against an Ivy, or Pit Stoppers will switch over to Opera Singer. Either way, this is why Ever Sleeping Town is great for Omnis, because this map is very good for Opera Singer. So if they do ban Goatman and Hullabaloo's global ban and they countercomp Ivy, Pit Stoppers still gets a good for Opera Singer map. Yeah.
True. So just trying to cover all grounds here. Note that the global bans also, Coordinator, Gravekeeper, and Acrobat are not allowed, but it's all good. You still got some S tier survivors to actually work their magic if an Ivy does come into play. But those survivors are not the Knight or the Psychologist. So just taking out those tanky survivors. And now the question is, how will KON respond to those bans with what they're going to take away from the table? Will it be the Ivy? Will it be the Opera? Oh, it has to be the Goatman, sorry. So he's definitely going to take out the Goatman, and let's see how they draft. No!
Oh, they give Goatman... Okay, well,
Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Well, we see Psychologist ban first here, so I think it was pretty obvious that Pit Stoppers wanted to play Ivy, trying to ban characters that are considered good against Ivy, but they're gonna give Goatman here when they need to get a tie. So I guess they're just gonna try to counter it as much as they can. We're gonna see the Seer and the Puppeteer here already. Goatman counters. Pit Stoppers will probably ban. To be honest, I'm not really sure. Probably Antiquarian or something here.
For
some character that
Barmaid, if ever.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Antiquarian looks like a good ban. Gravekeeper's not first officer maybe, or a stable rescuer. Could also be on the table for Pit Stoppers to work with. But yeah, it seems like they will go with that plan. Oh, I guess he doesn't like the Cypher Rush, but that allows them to pick up the first officer. It's for them to have at least a stable-ish rescuer if Goatman doesn't cut off the first officer before the Pocket Watch.
Yeah, definitely. They still have... Looks like Barmaid is the last ban here. They could go Embalmer is available. They could go Perfumer, actually. I know that seems weird, but that would actually be very good against Goatman, paired with Seer especially. If that's really what... It would also be very good against Opera Singer. Seer, Perfumer combo, very good against Opera. They're going to go Priestess, it looks like, which is still pretty good. Priestess can portal away from Goatman if they try to trap them with cages, but the biggest problem is that... Priestess is not good against Opera. So if he does decide to go into Opera Singer, Priestess can easily get chased. And even against Goatman, Priestess can still get chased if it's a difficult position, depending on the positioning for them.
Interesting. Yeah. I guess they're kind of banking on this type of lineup. I'm glad that they brought the Puppeteer, though, because Puppeteer, we've seen in the previous games, have gotten a lot of kiting time and a lot of containment time. Seer also, additionally, if like they get caught up early game and another hit is about to register, at least he can give those owls. First officer, unfortunately, we've seen a lot of cases where he gets stuffed in the rescue. So we just have to wait and see how this first officer is going to act out. It's funny, in the previous meta, Priestess was like an insta-ban, but now it just seems like, we don't necessarily need to bring in a Priestess, but it seems like the ROM is set on, this was their last pick, so they probably have something in their mind for them to work with it.
Yeah, Pitstoppers will probably just play Goatman here, and obviously he does have Opera Singer, but that doesn't really make sense. I mean, Opera Singer, I mean, I guess you could play Opera and chase Priestess is fine, you can chase Seer, you can technically chase anything with Opera, but I feel like you just pick Goatman. I feel like it's not too much of a thought here, just because it's just round 2 Goatman. Obviously, it's just such a strong character, and it definitely just makes the most sense here. I would have really actually loved to see Perfumer. I think that.
Whoa,
he's gonna play
hang
Dream
on.
Witch.
How did we not see this? Because Barmaid was out of the question, but but very interesting though, because Dream Witch. I mean, I love Dream Witch. It's really good, but
I love Dream Witch too.
Yes.
But you have
given the circumstances,
given 2 S tier hunters being available, and Dream Witch getting picked. Now, I get the idea, and like, it's like, okay, Dream Witch is good against this comp, so it's like, okay, that makes sense in that sense, right? But the biggest problem is that when you have Opera Singer and you have Goatman, who are these incredibly good characters, and you're picking a hunter that's Dream Witch is still very good, okay, but Dream Witch is not S tier anymore. So you're kind of diving into the A+ tier category in round 2. You usually want to go S tier in the first 2 rounds, but who knows? Mixing up a little bit, I always love to see that, a little bit of character diversity. Now Seer is very good against Dream Witch, and Priestess on this map is good against Dream Witch. So I guess he's really going to prioritize chasing the Puppeteer. That would probably make the most sense here, I think.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, I gotta trust in Pitstoppers. Him bringing the Dream Witch to the table once Killer Boss raised him a 5-man game. I think he believes that he's able to do this, but considering that you have a Seer with the Owl to absorb, you also have the Priestess, like you mentioned, that can kind of just allow people to kind of go distance themselves away from their leeches, and not to mention the Puppeteer as well. Looking at the personas here, triple Flywheel, and also 3 Borrowed Times and 2 Tide Turners here, just for them to be kind of round things out. And standard Patroller, Trump Card, and Detention build on the Dream Witch's side.
Yeah, and they do have triple Borrowed Time. That's going to be very important. Borrowed Time is very good against Dream Witch is one of the hunters where having Borrowed Time is very crucial. And triple Flywheel as well, very good against Patroller. So yeah, this is going to be the second half of the second round of K-Win versus Omni for the Call of Abyss 8 NAEU Qualifiers. I'm Eli, joined here with Podspice, bringing the live commentary for this matchup.
All right, folks, do not adjust your TV sets. In the era of the Hullabaloos and the Goatmans, we got a Dream Witch. Pitstoppers bring back the Dream Witch, and now completely taking out that portal just to make sure that he will try to chase out the Priestess from center. And map control is super important for Priestess. We talked about this in Ever Sleeping Town, that you need to be able to make sure you have eyes on every corner of this map so that you'll be able to control the pace of this game.
You know, it's interesting. We actually see fast pallet breaking speed on Dream Witch. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So this is very, very unique from this Omni Hunter here. And let's see where he's going to go first. Finally finding a target he wants to chase, that being the Seer. Seer does have Trim to work with, but I think it's going to leave here in a second. There's the Leech. Oh, but he runs straight into the Spawn Follower. He's going to have to use an Owl a little bit early here to transition to this pallet. Oh, but there's the portal. Does he make the portal before the Owl expires?
Oh,
he tries to break it, but was not able to break it. And Seer is able to live a little bit longer. But Seer runs in the open. Does he have Flywheel? Does have Flywheel. Still fighting for this basic hit. Finally able to get it here, looks like.
And it's actually from the main follower here. His Leech follower is still on the pursuit here, so it has to be very careful how he plays this next one. Doesn't seem like there's any portals in this area, but the Patroller is here to just thwart the Seer, kind of force him to go through these vaults, able to actually get it. That's insane. The hitbox to that is crazy. So now Seer actually has to play around these bites while he tries to move the main body here. So Pit Stoppers still working on his first target here. He's gonna get that hit, but Cypher progress looking kind of good on the Survivor side.
Yeah, I think for there, I think this year maybe should have taken the trim immediately, so that way we wasn't going to get trapped in by the followers. We're going to see he is chaired on the Priestess Cypher machine, so this does force Priestess to leave the Cypher, although Priestess can actually save here. She can portal through and make a rescue, so I wonder if we're going to see that, or we're just going to see the Officer come for the rescue. Looks like it's going to be Officer here. We could see Officer save in addition to a Priestess portal support. That could also be something. It looks like we're going to see the Patroller.
Okay.
The Officer
has to be very careful. Double rescue here, just does the cleanup, and now the rescue, the last effort, the farm off hit, and also the Patroller just to get the hit onto the first Officer, really depleting the resources of these Survivors. And now Pit Stoppers just has to focus on just eliminating the Seer, just so to even out the numbers game here.
We're going to see the leech onto the Officer here. 3 leeches on the board. Survivors are going to need to prioritize de-leeching here. We're gonna see, it looks like the are they delete? Okay, yeah, Puppeteer is removing the fallout from one of the survivors here. Oh, but the Puppeteer did not use the ability and takes a free hit here. And this game is falling quickly into the Hunter's favor, really able to snowball from this position. Puppeteer's gonna have to use the ability again. Doesn't use it again! And he goes down.
Stoppers. My goodness, able to get a double down situation. And Puppeteer was actually just introduced into the mix. He was trying to de-leech the Priestess. And now we have 3 leeches on the board, 2 survivors on a rocket chair. They got to prioritize and manage this one well. Patroller to try and stop the Priestess right at the last second here. Destroys the portal just to make sure he can try to go for Wolf, but the flywheel does get him away here, but eventually he does fall down. Now they have to go rescue the Puppeteer.
Yeah, we're going to see Priestess even has a Patroller. She's going to take a free hit in this process because of the Patroller here. Now we're going to see Puppeteer on chair, Seer eliminated, 2 survivors injured with 4 Cypher machines remaining. This game is pretty much wrapped up at this point, and the Dream Witch pick really working out for Pit Stoppers at this point. It looks like they were able to get a rescue onto the Puppeteer, but with all these injuries on the board and just such limited Cypher progress, this is very easy control for the Dreamers. We're going to see a blink here to secure the down on the Officer as well.
No wasted trait at all. The Patroller bites really pay dividends for him, and now the blink able to down the first Officer, and now it's only a cleanup process for Pit Stoppers because Cypher progress combined looks really good, but they're all spread out. And that's what happens. We talked about this at the start of the game. If Pit Stoppers is able to control the map and really make sure that the survivors are spread out, it's really a game for the Dream Witch to win. And this just shows the experience that Pit Stoppers have. Even though that we don't see that much Dream Witch, I mean, I think it's like second-hand nature for him to you know where to position the spawn followers and know when to, the ebbs and flows of the Dream Witch. So excellent job. Goes for the puppet form, but actually baits it out just to clean up the global portal.
Yeah, Puppeteer's going to be able to kite at this pal. He's going to be able to drop it, but it doesn't really matter here. Priest is going to get leech. She's going to get forced off of the Cypher machine with the leech here. Oh no, he's actually just going to drop the leech on chair, and no one can really rescue. That's the problem. In that we're going to see Puppeteer... he can't save. He's already a quarter hit away here, and it's just he's gonna get blinked. Oh, able to dodge the blink, does get down though. Not able to use the flywheel. Is gonna get knocked down here. Priestess is just not even able to get the dungeon open. There's still 4 Cyphers remaining.
So true.
The dungeon isn't even activated yet.
Yeah, you're right. And now first Officer is going to expire. Puppeteer forced to use the exit path, but if Rum does fall sooner rather than later, Puppeteer won't even have the chance to use the exit path. So Rum trying to de-leech in the process, but Pit Stopper's already positioning the body for a sandwich situation. No more blink for him to be able to use, and Pit Stopper is really zoning in on this Priestess. Oh man, Pit Stoppers, an incredible performance on this Dream Witch. We had our doubts, but you know what? He turned doubters to believers with him bring out this this Dream Witch, and now back and forth they go. But he does do a little bit of cleanup here, and the Puppeteer forced to actually heal up and forced to use the exit path for him to be able to try and pressure some Cyphers.
They actually have five ciphers with progress here. The crazy thing is they actually have all the ciphers. It's just that they're all spread out. Oh, we see a missed blink here. And Puppeteer is going to get a speed boost, but he's going to get knocked down here to the follower. Not able to use Flywheel. Going to go ahead and go to the Priestess, who already has a leech on her. And just down the Priestess at this point. Does have Blink on the main, but does he have Blink on the... Oh, no, he just used Blink on the follower, so it's going to take a little bit of time to down... Oh, Priestess no comes back through Flywheels, able to avoid the hit, but Puppeteer does not have self-heal, so he's just going to sit on the ground here, and the Priestess is going to be forced to stay in Graveyard because of the Vault there. There's the pallet drop, and he can just kind of wait for the leech, use them to trap in here. No, Priestess is doing a very good job of living here, but...
you got to give it up to the survivors of this game, right? Like Fluff and also Rum. Just even though like it's a kind of a checkmate scenario, you still got to work for that 5-point game because they will take this to the very end and try to find any moment or any sliver of opportunity for them to be able to turn it around. But just like that, Priestess does fall. No more exit path on the Puppeteer side. And just like that, Pit Stoppers meeting Killer Boss at the middle here, getting a 5-point game. They still hold the lead in rounds because of round number 1. And bringing the Dream Witch in round number 2 was him betting on himself. He's like, yeah, I know the meta is supposed to be this and that. But now it's it is the Dream Witch that's globally banned.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be no longer on the table. I don't think that's too big of a problem, though, as there's still going to be Opera Singer. There's still going to be Ivy in the last round. Because essentially what happens now is, let's see, so...
He saved himself.
Hullabaloo and Dream Witch will be banned, then Stars will have to ban Ivy and Goat ban, which means he can still play Opera Singer in the last round, so...
So he still got his choice of the S-tier hunters. So, yeah, investing a lot in that Dream Witch, it definitely paid off. The years of experience that he was able to do really shined through, but you got to give it up to the survivors there. At what point, Eli, did the tide swing in Pit Stopper's favor in that matchup?
Well, he was able to down the Seer without having to, without hitting her with Leech, which is very good. Keeping the Leech in play is very important. That's why I think Seer maybe should have prioritized taking the Coaster there once he got trapped in by the followers. Not Coaster, Tram. And then from there on, he's able to get 2 free hits onto the Puppeteer. That was pretty game-changing as well. And then once that sort of happened, that's when... Because Dream Witch is a snowball hunter, right? Whenever you get a free hit, it really can just spiral into your favor. Getting that free hit onto the Puppeteer, the first one, was probably already a very good position for him. But then downing the Puppeteer and getting him on share, that's when the game became a win.
Oh yeah. So looking at the match stats here, folks, they had some pretty good well, I mean, it was all spread out, right? You look, they're looking at triple digits for Rum, FY, and Shevchenko. But it was spread out too much that Pit Stoppers didn't even consider kind of pressuring ciphers. He was just really going for map control and just spreading out his followers to the survivors. And a slow, methodical way is how the Dream Witch really thrives. And yeah, he was able to display that here for him to get the win. So from a tied game, now we're still on Omni's advantage coming in round number 3.
Yeah, Omni in a very good position now, up 12-7 here, 5-point advantage. Now this was their map choice, so I guess the saving grace here for KON is that they get to at least choose the map. Maybe give Killer Boss a map that he really wants to play on. But now what hunters does Killer Boss play? We saw him play Percy last time. That's not really going to cut it when you need a 4-kill. First, Percy just can't really 4-kill because he kind of just can die on dungeon. It's really hard to 4-kill as Percy. Most of the time, Starvis can at least get 1 out. So Killer Boss has to essentially get a 4-kill here, and Starvis need to at least tie to allow an overtime round. So what we need to see happen here is we need to see Killer Boss have some hunter. You know, we saw last time he played. We saw Goatman in the first round. We saw Hullabaloo in the second round.
Yes.
And then Ivy will be banned. Most likely Opera will be banned. So then he'll have Percy and I guess Hermit's his other hunter. So Hermit could be a pretty good option, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And we'll have to see these highlights, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's going to be game number 3. And welcome back, folks, because to our potential final game, because we have a one-round win on the side of Omni, while we do have a tied game in round number 2. So can this go the OT, or will we actually crown another representative of NAEU? You have to tune in to find out as we head to game number 3. Eli, we were talking about the maps being selected by KON, and they select Leo's Memory in this potential round number 3, like last round.
Yeah, so this map's going to be obviously something that Killer Boss probably will favor here. And interesting, we see a Sacred ban. I actually think Sacred is pretty good for Omni, because we talked about that one situation, Poch. I think we talked about it before, right? Where you can just play a hunter. You can just get 1 kill as a hunter, right?
Oh, yeah.
On Sacred, and then your survivors just need to get 1 escape, and then you win because you're up by 5 points already. Right. So Sacred actually would have been a good map for the team that's winning by 7-2 or more. But it looks like Omni just doesn't want to deal with it, so they're going to go ahead and ban it here, interestingly enough. And they're going to go ahead. We're going to see Leo's Memory here. Leo's Memory for Killer Boss here. We know that they're going to ban his Ivy. We know that they're probably going to ban his Opera, most likely, so he'll probably have Hermit. That's going to be the hunter that he's going to need to get Oh, wait, no, it is Sacred.
What? Okay. So, interesting.
Am I tripping?
Let's assume it's because it's on the screen, unless Prod tells us. But let's. Oh no, I guess it is gonna be Leo's Memory. I think we're gonna. I did not hallucinate that, but yeah, it's all good. Shout outs to Prod. Also, it's been a long day, chat. Again, shout outs to each and every one of you that's still with us here. If we're gonna assume it's Leo's Memory, which I feel like it is gonna be Leo's Memory, what do you think? Well, I'm just considering that's not.
Okay, there we go. It's Leo's Memory.
Do you think Killer Boss is considering Percy in this map?
Nah, well, it's not even about the map. It's just that Percy is not a hunter that can 4-kill. So I doubt it. I think we'll see with Goatman and Hobo being banned already. We'll see Ivy get banned, and probably Opera Singer.
Reptilian.
Lizard.
Oh, well, I mean, so they're kind of forcing him to go Opera Singer in this map, since Goatman as well as Hullabaloo are globally banned. Interesting. I mean, you did put Lizard in A tier in your tier list, right? Or is it B tier?
Lizard was... I can't remember. I think A-. Lizard A-.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah.
His lethal crashes definitely would help out here. I think maybe this is more of a targeted ban for Killer Boss. Maybe they know something that, oh, you know what? He's probably really good on this map. Or that could be a pocket hunter that he's been using. But it seems like banning out the Weeping Clown as well as Priestess and the Puppeteer. So interesting going for the Priestess ban. So I guess he wants to kind of limit the mobility of the survivors. But this allows them to kind of go tank, fully tanked survivors, which is the Psychologist and the Gravekeeper, along with the Knight.
This is also a very good Lizard map, because Lizard can just jump onto the stairs. One of the main rotations is you spawn middle on Leo's Memory as a survivor, and then you just rotate up the stairs, but Lizard can just jump up the stairs immediately, so it doesn't matter. So I guess, yeah, Lizard not only is good on this map, but it's also a character that I guess they are worried about that Killer Boss might have. I've never known him to play Lizard on mobile, so I don't think I don't know if that was something he was considering or not. I don't think it was, but I guess they just don't want to take the risk here. We're gonna see Prisoner as the last character.
Okay.
Pretty good team composition. We got Knight, 2 solid Rescuers, Dakota with Prisoner, and the Psychologist here.
I like it. It seems like Omni has... Well, we'll just have to wait and see what Killer Boss is going to bring to the table, because Opera Singer is definitely up there, but you kind of have to play into this composition that could tank a lot of hits, and also the Cypher Rush. And we haven't seen Killer Boss use the Opera Singer just yet. Again, we're just kind of playing with the meta. He might have another hunter up his sleeve for him to use, but based on the bans alone, do any hunters come out or jump out as a prediction here, Eli?
Well, Opera Singer would be very good. Obviously, Puppeteer ban, Acro ban indicates Opera. Weeping Clown. Priestess, I don't really know. I don't really know what that could be. Yeah, honestly, I'm not really sure. The only thing I think was...
I'm kidding.
No, the only thing I think of is Opera. But
Hermit? No, not Hermit.
Hermit wouldn't ban Puppeteer.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we did see last round, AMEY did ban Killer Boss's Hermit, I believe. So that's something that they were thinking about. But, or no, not Killer. Wait, was it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, Killer
Yeah,
Boss's Hermit. Yeah, they banned his Hermit. So that's something that they were considering. So maybe he does have Hermit, and Hermit would be a 4-kill hunter, because it does have a lot of win potential. But you wouldn't really ban Puppeteer if you wanted to play Hermit. So maybe he's just trying to throw them out. It's gonna be Clerk. Okay, that actually makes a little bit more sense because Puppeteer can be pretty good against Clerk, and as it is a single hit hunter against his team composition. Prisoner's a very good chase. The rest of the team isn't great. Oh, you can actually chase the Grave. You can chase Grave as Clerk. So you have 2 good targets here, I guess.
Okay, so Killer Boss bring out the Clerk. I think also that was seen in MHX's match. I think Mushin did bring out the Clerk as well. Did really well. Yep. So yeah, Killer Boss has to rise to the occasion here because he also has to set the pace for his team. I think it would be optimal for him to at least really shoot for that 5-point game and see where everything lands. And the Clerk does offer that, but he has to be very careful with how they can pull distance, right? And at least all these characters don't really have that transition capability, unlike the Acrobat, unlike the Weeping Clown, and also like a Patient.
Yep. And we'll see where he goes. We do see the Gravekeeper in middle first. I think he could just chase Grave, to be honest. He could also go straight for the Prisoner as well. Psychologist is not really a great chase target for a Clerk. He can take multiple hits. Knight is not great either, because it is a little bit luck-based in that chase as well. And so, yeah, let's see if this actually works in his favor, because we do have 2 flywheels, 2 broken windows. Broken windows is very crucial against Clerk here. We're going to have Trump Card and Detention with Warp here as well. So Warp is pretty good with Clerk. One of the ways you kite Clerk is transition kiting, and Warp can actually just cut that off.
Okay, so here we have it, folks. Omni versus KON. Omni in the lead here with a round win. Killer Boss needs to be able to get a 4-man and continue on that streak just for his survivor side. Once again, this is Potch Spice, joined by Eli O, your commentators for this round 3 first half in Leo's memory.
All right, looks like we're going to see Clerk rotating towards middle first. Does catch sight of the Gravekeeper. Will he commit to this? Chasing Gravekeeper is pretty good for a Clerk. It looks like he's gonna prioritize Prisoner, who's already rotated to the top part of 2-story. Does see him in the distance, and it looks like he will be this first. The problem is, as well, is Prisoner's actually rotating into Grave, so they're gonna be a little bit behind on decoding. Does he continue? Yep, gonna go after just really committing to this Prisoner, looks like.
So Lane's doing a great job, not just going for conventional routes, just making sure that he looks for the red light and continues on this chase. Has to be very careful, pre-drop the pallets, make sure the recording doesn't happen. He's gonna record that vault, forcing him to actually break this pallet and rotate away. He does have a shock as well, so he has to save that for the optimal moment here while everyone else focus on decoding. But that warp is going to be able to be used, kind of cutting him off, trying to make that rotation. There is a pallet that's here, so he has to use this carefully.
We're going to see Prisoner trying to mind game here at this area. Still has that shock to work with. There's the drop and is going to take the first hit. Lays did have a flywheel and a shock, but unfortunately did not use it in that situation. He's now going to transition into Factory. Just trying to use him to conserve this kite a little bit longer. He's actually going to he's going to leave Factory, it looks like, and kite towards these pallets over here. These are not exactly ideal places to be, and he does get the power drop. There's the flywheel, and he can avoid the hit there with the flywheel. That's a big flywheel. Killer Boss does now know that this Prisoner does not have borrowed time now that he's used broken windows and flywheel at this point, but he's going back to the broken pallet, still has the shock. There's the shock. Can he do anything with this distance? Can get to this pallet. It's a mind game, there's the drop, but he is going to go down here.
But yo, Eli, check out the Cypher progress. He's going to try to lock one. No, he's going to go straight for the chair here. Well, 2 Cypher Kite, actually almost a 3 Cypher Kite. This one's sitting at 85%. And considering that these survivors aren't really known for decoding, excellent job on Lace, just like with the kiting route. So now It seems like Gravekeeper might have to go for this rescue, but they're playing with 2 Tide Turners here, so it will provide a little bit of time for this Gravekeeper to go even for a rebound kite after the second chair. So Gravekeeper already on the ground, shovels back up, and now he's already here.
We're going to see the rescue from the Gravekeeper here. Prisoner, does he have his shock back yet? He does not have his shock, so he's going to go down to this window recording here. 85%. If Gravekeeper can go, or if, let's see, I guess Knight could save. They definitely should save one more time here. You don't want to sell against Clerk. It's not a hunter you want to sell against. So we should see a rescue and a body block from the next survivor here. I wonder if that's going to be Knight or if that's going to be the Grave with a Psych Heal. Looks like we're going to see the Psych Heal, and Grave will come in for another save. I think Knight Rescue is so much better just because Knight can actually shut off the Clerk's abilities and swings to support a kite, and also has Tide Turner, and has Shield as well with the sword ability. But looks like it's going to be Grave here.
Getting cut off early on here. No Tide Turner play. He's going to use the Warp just to cut out the distance, and the shock for him to be able to eat that hit. Force attack recovery for this prisoner to move on away. Juan is going to try to get the attention, but Lei still has the ability to get to this windowed area before the recording. No block here for him to use. Able to kind of make that transition happen. But while this is happening, the last Cypher is still not ready. So Lei's, unfortunately, might fall down in just a bit, folks.
And Lei's does not have... he's going to flywheel, but there's nowhere to go. All these pallets have been destroyed already. He's going to get knocked down in this corner area. They have good progress in the last ciphers, but they're not enough just yet. It looks like 90% on one of them, 36 on another here. One.
Wow.
Yeah, he's able to get the pop-off just in time here. But the last cipher is still yet to be worked on. This is where Clark can start to control the match here. So I was going to be very careful in this position.
Yeah, and we've seen this before where Omni kind of just focuses just on one cipher. So let's see, yeah, you got to open up another one just to keep the clerk preoccupied. Aqua here can get some locks in with his Knight ability. Now able to get the predictions wrong, unfortunately. Drops the pallet, but this actually opens up for the swing and also gets the... Oh, man, that was actually a great hit there by the clerk here. So the Knight, not much left to work with. Got to pre-drop those pallets. The Cypher progress is a lot left to be desired. He does have it now, gets the lock onto him. Can he get another prediction right here? Actually, just going to use this to go through for more distance.
Looks like we're going to see, he does not, he's got one recording. I think it's a pallet break, I'm not sure. Oh, gets the hit through the pallet as Knight tried to camp there, but got the hit on the pallet drop. And, ooh, this is not looking good for Omni, because now Killer Boss has Trump card. So if he wanted to, he could teleport to the last cipher, or he can just keep blocking it over and over. It's like he's going to try to cut off the Gravekeeper as well, which he is able to do. He sees the Grave from far away here.
Oh,
this
my.
is tough.
Yeah, he has Warp ready as well, so he's going to use Warp to just get the Gravekeeper right before he's able to get the rescue. A lot of injuries are piling up here. We only have a little bit of utility on the Knight just left, but the Psychologist can't even push that Cypher that fast. So Akko has to be very careful when he goes for this drop-down ability, because the recording is definitely there. Goes for the recording, goes for the Knight.
Oh, he did it too slow. Oh, he did it a split second too late there. He's able to get the swing off before the Knight was able to use the swing prediction there, and he's going to be on chair for the second time here. Everybody's injured. Nobody can rescue at this point. Juan's going to try to hide out. He's got an elbow pad, but it doesn't matter. Psych's just going to get recorded, and the elbow pad from the Gravekeeper, I mean, it has to make a rescue here somehow, but he's just going to get cut off. He doesn't even get to elbow pad. He gets knocked down here. Psychologist is not able to pop the last cipher machine yet, and he is going to record.
Just
and
make sure.
he doesn't want him to get dungeon.
Okay, so now Fluff is gonna try and kite for as long as he can while Gravekeeper gets that exit path going. So Killer Boss really showing everyone that you have to fear his clerk, and the way he was able to actually eliminate the Knight so early on. Lace did a great job as the prisoner, but once he went over to Aqua, I think catching him off guard there, just a step ahead in his rotations. Forcing the Gravekeeper to exit path. The skill Warp is about to be ready in just a bit, so I think he's going to try to down Fluff and then go for the Gravekeeper. But Gravekeeper still has to work on a Cypher here.
We're gonna see Psychologist gonna try to waste as much time as possible here. Grave is gonna go push the corner Cypher here at God Kiting. And if he sees the Cypher moving, I would just go straight to Grave. Because Grave doesn't have self-heal, you can just down him, leave him on the ground without self-heal. I guess you don't want to leave the 76 Cypher to be decoded though, so it's hard to say. Fluff doing a very good job just wasting as much time as possible in this area. There's the pallet block, still gets the vault off in time though. He's gonna try to mind game in this area. Not a lot to work with though if you're the Psychologist, and he is gonna get that pallet blocked off there.
Gravekeeper opening up another chest here just to get an item. It is the pocket watch here, along with the the elbow pads. So a lot of kiting ability for the Gravekeeper to work with, but this just forces Fluff to go for the exit path, which he's kind of close to that 76% Cypher. So hopefully Juan can keep him preoccupied, but we do know that the clerk knows where to warp towards, just in case he knows that Cypher is shaking a lot.
Looks like he does have Tinnitus now, trying to find where the Gravekeeper is hiding. Does have a pocket watch now, so he's got another item. This is probably a better item to have. This can waste at least the 20 seconds, but we're going to see the pocket watch being utilized first. He's just going to keep checking that Cypher. The moment he sees that Psychologist go to the Cypher, he may teleport there, and yeah, he's going to teleport right there onto the Psychologist. No, Psychologist does not have self-heal. He's just going to go ahead and down her, then find the Gravekeeper, let that watch expire anyway. And Psychologist, can't you make it to the pallet charge attack? Nope, doesn't even need it. The pallet drop. Yeah.
Incredible awareness there by Killer Boss, just really leaving no stone unturned with how well he's able to play this matchup. And now it's only a matter of time. He's still just going to keep monitoring that Cypher. But Gravekeeper does have a syringe to work with. I'm not sure how this endgame is going to shake out, but if the Psychologist could actually expire, who knows what could happen. Let's see if the Gravekeeper is going to try to heal up and then kind of just bait out any interaction and then go for the heal. The full heal, I mean. So still not out of the woods yet is Killer Boss.
We're going to see... Well, I mean, as long as he finds the Gravekeeper without the Psychologist getting picked up by him, then it's going to be fine. He can't seem to find Grave just yet. Grave's going to use this syringe to prevent himself from getting crows. So as long as you're interacting with a heal or a Cypher, you will not get crows. So as long as, and that counts for self-heal as well. So if Gravekeeper is using a syringe, it can prevent you from getting crows. He can just keep using the syringe to deal like a 1% of his heal every few seconds, or whatever, and that'll prevent him from getting crows at any point. So Graves essentially is going to hide out, use the syringe to keep himself from getting crows, and hope that Psychologist bleeds out and he can get dungeon.
Okay, we're going to see the Psychologist get picked up here. Is he going to go for a chair? No, he's just going to take him away from the rocket chair. But yeah, and also to kind of stop the bleeding from happening. But note that the Gravekeeper is kind of positioning himself towards the dungeon area. So let's see what Fluff's going to do here. He's actually going to allow him to, in a kiting area. Oh, he's going to try to go for a decode. Forcing the decoder, forcing him to actually get more, to bleed out faster. So Juan still continuing on here just to hide out.
I see. He's doing this strategy. If you carry a survivor around, they won't bleed out while they're on balloons. So to prevent to delay the bleeding out time, he's just kind of carrying him around a little bit. But he's gonna have to drop him again. And I mean, yeah, Graves doing a good job of just staying out of Tinnitus range here. So, if he can stay out long enough for Psych to...
This is actually, I think the longer this game lasts, Killer Boss has to keep his wits about him because Psychologist is about to expire, but he knows where the dungeon is at. He thinks that the Gravekeeper is just one hit away, but once he heals up, there's no detention in the air, so he's actually able to kind of make his way towards dungeon. I'm not sure if he knows where the elbow pad is because that's going to definitely help him out. He's going to use a teleport to see if anyone is here and no earmark, I think, and it seems like Psychologist is going to get picked up once again and go for that bleed out strat again. But this is Fluff we're talking about. He's really good at kiting at good spots. So let's see if he's going to force that. But it looks like the Gravekeeper, is he going to touch that Cypher? I'm not sure. He's already at factory.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to...
He's going to pop it. Eli, look at that. It's at 90%.
Look at the Cypher.
He's looking at it.
He does look at it. He
Found
did
out.
look at it. Still 10% to go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to look at that just in time here. And
No teleport though. Fluff is doing a great job. Can he actually? Oh, he's gonna actually hunker down here and go for Juan instead. So he's trying to look back to see if Psychologist is gonna work on that. So the split pushing of ciphers. This is so intense.
what is Gravekeeper gonna do? He's gonna go just try to stay out of sight of the hunter here. Psychologist needs to push a cipher. Psychologist is fine if she gets found, because if she sits on the ground, she can just bleed out. So Psych needs to go to the cipher and decode, force the hunter to either share her or just leave her on the ground and let her bleed out.
That's what Fluff is kind of doing. He's in the area here, so
I don't even know if he should be trying to kite. I feel like he should just be. I'm trying to think
bleed
about.
out.
Yeah, just trying to at least go to a cipher. Just to go to code. He needs to be decoding now.
Yeah,
he needs to not be running around. Running around does nothing here, other than give the hunter free time.
What's scary is that if they push for endgame, there is detention to worry about, and they still got to open up the exit gate. But Juan, he's gonna get found out.
Oh, he got
I
found.
believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now he's gonna try to tiptoe his way, but Juan gets found
No.
out. So I think he's got to heal up before he gets. Okay, finally he gets the heal up. So this possibly allows the Psychologist to kind of go for the. Oh no, he's gonna try and record that, but let's see. Juan has to be able to provide enough time for this last cipher to pop, because they both have borrowed time here. He's gonna try to go for another record here, and he's able to actually stall the cipher.
Yeah, Juan also does not have self-heal, so... And Juan has not been bleeding out that much, so he can actually just down him, then find the Psychologist. As you can see, he's at 0% bleeding out, so he's just going to teleport here. Yes, Tinnitus, does he see the trail of the Psychologist? He does see the trail of the Psychologist, and now he knows where his last target is. Now that's going to allow him to get the 4-kill.
That is insane how they were able to make this happen. An incredible back and forth on the survivors with the never say I die attitude. Fluff doing an amazing job just trying to bait it out. But like you said, I think maybe it could have changed it up if Fluff would just force himself to bleed out and give the dungeon to Juan for them to at least get a one survivor escape. Because right now, Juan can't do anything. Killer Boss already has expended all the exit paths, and now it's going to be a GG going to be called here for both Hunter and Survivor here.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4-kill here. He's going to just let the Psychologist bleed out, and he's going to go ahead and share the Gravekeeper. I mean, he doesn't even have to. He can just go stand on the dungeon. And if a survivor, he sees a survivor crawling up trying to get out, he'll just share them. So at this point, Omni can just surrender. There we go. And that's going to be a 4-survivor elimination. And again, the series is tied back up. It was, what were we at? 17, 17. So, I mean,
all tied up.
K1 survivors are going to have to do something here.
So it's all up to Pit Stoppers now. If Pit Stoppers gets... They need to... Someone needs to win. If there's a tie, it continues on. But if there's a 3-1 on either side, that's the victor. Everything else, if there's a tie, then we go to overtime. But however, if Pit Stopper is able to get 3-person elimination, if the survivors get 3-person escape upwards, then they win, I believe. If I got... Yeah. So they win that round, and then... True. Wow, what an intense match.
Yeah, it's definitely very close here. And that's why it would have been really crucial if KON survivors were able to at least one escape the Dream Witch last round. Killer Boss got the 4-kill. Then it would have been a situation where Omni needs to at least... they'd only need 1 survivor at the exit gate. But now they need to get at least 2 just to force an extra round. Then they need 3 to win. So essentially how this goes is, as you mentioned, Pit Stoppers wins as Hunter here, no matter what. 3-kill or 4-kill, Omni wins. If it's a tie, we go to overtime. If KON survivors win 3 escape or 4 escape, then KON wins.
Yeah.
That's the condition here.
It's kind of scary, but like we said, he does have access to either operas. Depending on the bans, he still would have access to either one of the S-tier hunters. But we'll talk about that in the picks and bans, because right now we got to give our kudos to Killer Boss. Like the way he was able to play that, really dwindling the survivors' resources. He played this masterfully, like banning out the Puppeteer, banning out anyone with that is capable of providing distance for them not to be recorded. So kudos to Killer Boss for him to be able to take this game into a 5-point game for the Hunter side. Now, looking at the match stats here, the longest match of the day, I believe. How long this? But everyone had amazing containment times, and that just shows how much these two teams want to be the ones to represent the NAEU region.
Yeah, we had one match that was also really long. I can't remember what it was though. Which one was it? But
was it another clerk match?
I don't think it was that. I don't remember. There's another match that was very long, but yeah, 14 minutes 54 seconds. That is an incredibly long time for a match. Look at how much time you can see after the second survivor was eliminated. More than half the match was just finding the last two survivors.
True.
Yeah, and that's kind of how the cleanup on some of those matches can go, especially as clerk. You can just stop the site from being decoded over and over, and yeah, pretty impressive clerk game here. Clerk seems to be a character that we don't really expect to see as much, but it's a high risk, high reward character, and both times the risk did pay off for both of the clerk matches we've seen today.
Where did you rank Keegan, or the clerk, in your hunter tier list? Was she A or
Clerk
A-?
was A-, I think.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, there is a lot of risk bring into it, especially if you bring it out early. I think round 3 is the perfect time to bring out clerk, because the bans just work out so well that she's able to work a matchup that is favorable in her game plan. And the way Killer Boss was able to work that out was just amazing. The fact that Omni and KON are still playing at this time. What time is it over there where you're at right now, Eli?
So for me, it's 10:30 p.m. So people on Eastern time zone would be 1:30 a.m.
Gee, and they've been playing, like, imagine Omni was playing at the start, and this stream started how many hours ago? We're rounding out, I believe, 8 hours. So that just shows the stamina and the endurance of these players. So please give your kudos to these teams, because only one will be moving on to the group stages and face off against global competition here, folks. So definitely they're going to leave it all on the line here as we move forward.
My phone died, so I need to switch to my iPad for chat.
That's okay.
There we go.
While we're doing that, we are going to head towards the picks and bans once again. Just reiterating that if we get a tie, it's overtime. But if Pit Stoppers gets a 3-person elimination, they win. But KON, the survivors, if they're able to get at least the 3-person escape, they win. So it's kind of 3 or nothing. But there's also a possibility of overtime. But how Pit Stoppers has been playing, it's been doing well. There was that one opportunity on MHX's side where they were able to tie it up, forcing the OT to happen. But if the OT does push through here on Omni's side, they will be the OT kings and queens.
Definitely. We'll see Antiquarian and the Knight as the first 2 bans here for Pit Stoppers. And Dreamwitch and Hullabaloo are going to be global ban. We'll see Goatman and Ivy. That's exactly what we expected all the way around here. So this will definitely open up an opera singer around here. And the survivors, I guess they'll just pick the best they can to try to counter the opera potentially. We'll see the Gardener and Embalmer first. Again, 2 very good characters. Gardener very good against opera, very known for going against the opera singer. Embalmer very good for getting a tie, especially here on Leo's memory, setting up that coffin in the factory area. And we'll see what Pit Stoppers goes for next ban. Mechanic again is very interesting. Really does not want to give the survivors any chance to go for a tie, but I feel like Opera Singer typically pretty good at chasing mech, but looks like we'll see Psychologist. Yeah, this does open up the Psych, so KON's able to get a very good lineup thus far with this series of band picks. Let's see what the last one's going to be. Probably some Rescuer, considering that's still what's left to pick. Forward, very interesting. Maybe he wants to play Anne here.
Possibly. Anne was the one that got on that 4K in the last matchup in the overtime round, so maybe he's going to bring that out. But that does allow Mercenary. I was looking at the global bans, First Officer, Gravekeeper out of the picture, but interesting that he went with the forward. So yeah, maybe the Anne, just so that they won't provide distance. No stuns on the Antiquarian side. Mechanic, just to avoid the Cypher Rush. So yeah, because he was more comfortable using those legacy type hunters like the Dream Witch, the Anne. His Opera Singer did get a tie, so maybe he's not too confident in bringing that out just yet. But we just have to wait and see as they lock it in. I mean, having a Gardener and Embalmer in the mix also are really tough chases, especially on a map like this. You got 2 tanky survivors that could have long last abilities.
And some people are probably like, oh wait, why would he ban forward and play Anne? Well, I just want to explain that. The reason why I said that is because forward obviously it has a hard time harassing in that the Anne can cancel the ability, but One, if you cat the Ford and try to cancel the cast, you can Flywheel to avoid getting silenced. Additionally, Ford can stun when to support a kiter. Someone's kiting and cats the kiter, you can stun and prevent them from jumping on to the survivor. So that's why you might ban Forward there. Against this team composition, Anne is not great just because you have multiple triple hit characters. Gardner can take multiple hits against Anne. Obviously, you chase first into the bubble. And Anne's map pressure isn't considered, mobility isn't the best. So a character like Embalmer can be good to get across the map. It's going to be Opera Singer. This is kind of what we were expecting, which is still interesting to see the Forward ban. Opera Singer wouldn't really ban Forward, but yeah, it's going to be the Forward ban.
I guess you're trying to go for like a mind game thing there. Or I mean, it was the last ban though. So yeah, it still kind of works the same way. You got some tanky characters. You have the Embalmer with the Coffin. The Gardener's Bubble is just going to allow... I mean, if he plays down well... Oh, sorry. Sorry?
The Embalmer doesn't spawn Factory. It's going to spawn...
Shack.
Huh.
Yeah. Curious decision there to allow Rum, the Psychologist, to go for Shack. So might go for Shevchenko to start things out. So maybe this is kind of like Pitstopper's Diesel start in the first game between them and MHX with this Opera Singer, and this could be the potential winning game for him, or it could be the potential winning game for KON as the spawn selections are about to be locked in. We're about to see the persona traits. I'm guessing nothing too fancy. We're going to see possibly a standard build onto the Survivors and the Hunter side. So Trump Card, Blink, and Detention for Pitstoppers.
And for the Survivors here, they do have 3 borrowed times and 1 Embalmer being the one character without it. Embalmer doesn't necessarily need borrowed time though, because you can, of course, use that Coffin towards the end game and avoid needing borrowed time. Looks like Gardner's gonna have Broken Window, Psychologist with Flywheel, and the Mercenary with a standard Rescuer build here. This is the second half of round 3 of KON Stars versus the Omni Hunter for the Call of Abyss VIII NAEU Qualifiers. I'm Leo, joined here with Potch Spice. We're bringing the live commentary for this matchup.
Not wasting any time already. Pitstoppers having no stops to head towards Shevchenko. People in the chat were like, Shevchenko, don't do it. But he's going to take this first chase, but we are going to get a quick pause in the match. Shevchenko does have a bubble to work with. So we're going to just pause for a bit there, Eli. But how are you liking the picks and bans so far with on paper? Who does this matchup favor?
It's pretty even, I would say. Pretty good for the Survivors, slightly better for the Survivors. Obviously having Gardner against Opera is pretty good. You have the Embalmer, although Embalmer didn't spawn Factory, which was curious. Didn't really expect that. Psychologist also can take 3 hits against the Opera, which is pretty good. So pretty good team composition for the Survivors, I would say, but obviously it could go either way here. First chase Gardner is definitely a little bit better for Survivors, though, I would say.
Yeah, and I think the Embalmer spawned near the Gardner, but it was really fast. So I don't think he saw the Gardner could give the Gardner a Coffin. But we did hear the Coffin animation, or the Coffin sound did play. So that's something that Pitstoppers has to worry about. So that's something we'll keep in mind, chat. So saying what's up to everyone. Two Bros Kissers still here. I see a Zombabe here, Nash, Melly, Coffee Sop, Talawala, everyone. Shout outs to you guys. Eli, any more PSAs for people playing this game that you want to put out there for people that play rank?
Let's see.
No, okay, so we're gonna go from the start, right? So first thing, was that bring borrowed time? Is that one of them?
Yeah.
One of the things. Don't ban out Anne in high level. I think tier 5.
Survivor, yeah, don't ban Anne.
What else we got? Don't play Mind's Eye.
Don't play Mind's Eye.
Barmaid.
Don't play Doctor. Don't play Little Girl. Little Girl is atrocious. I don't know. I don't know why people are like obsessed with playing Little Girl in rank. It's so bad. It's such a bad rank character. It's just a bad character in general.
Even in comms?
Yeah, Little Girl is just terrible. Because there's so many hunters these days can chase rescuers, so there's no point in like attaching to the rescuer, and the rescuer can just get killed anyway. It's not, trust me, it's not good. The amount of Little Girl players I get in my matches who just absolutely throw is crazy. Even more so than the Mind's Eyes.
Wow. So if you would rank the don't play characters in rank, who would be the top one? Mind's Eye?
Mind's Eye, then Little Girl, then Doctor.
Doctor, really?
Yeah. Well, Doctor sucks.
Okay. Wow.
So, yeah.
Tell it to MX, who loves the veteran characters.
Yeah.
So out of all the veteran characters, you think that the Doctor is like do not play. If you had to play
Doctor's
any,
the worst.
Followed up by.
And the rest of the veteran characters are fine. Lucky Guy's fine, but it's not great. Gardner's obviously very good. Gardner's the best. Thief's not a veteran's character, but he's he's an original character, so Thief's good as well. The best one's Gardner. Gardner. Is really good. Yeah.
No surprise that we see a lot of Gardner here. How about anything for hunters, or is this more like this public service announcement for survivor mains out there?
Well, I wouldn't play Nightmare, Hellember, or Violinist. Back to the match. Okay, here we go.
I have thoughts on that, but yeah, with Nightmare. But now Shevchenko doing a great job so far, still holding on to that bubble, has to wait it out here. Able to actually force attack recovery, and now Shevchenko dropping down the pallet here just to provide a little bit more distance. Can Pit Stoppers actually hit him out here in the open? And he does.
He is going to get that second hit. 2 pretty quick hits onto the Gardner here. And Blink is not even ready just yet. That's how fast these hits are from this Hunter. Did miss a dash. He does have the flip back to work with here. We'll probably see that in a second. There's the flip back. Oh, misses another dash here, unfortunately, though. So Pit Stoppers off what was looking like a good start. Unfortunately, 2 missed opportunities there. And he hits the bubble, which forces attack recovery, giving more distance to the Gardener.
Okay, forcing the blink, and oh wow, that exchange there on the pallet drop. So now Pit Stoppers kind of in the back foot here. Shevchenko doing an amazing job playing with 2 bubbles, a pallet drop, and forcing out the blink. So now Shevchenko did an amazing job. He could definitely fall here, knowing that he's done a great start for the game for his survivor team.
Yeah, that's a really good start here for the Survivors of KON. Still the Cypher progress a little bit behind, but 2 Cyphers will pop here. They're definitely on track to get a tie. The question is, can Pit... I'm missing another dasher, unfortunately. Can he cut off the rescuer from a distance? Is going to be the important thing here. Looks like he's going to be the Mercenary coming in from the shack area. Maybe we see Psych as well pressure, or is she just going to do a Cypher, I think?
I think they're just trying to open up as much Cyphers as they can. Again, Opportunity is kind of a single hit hunter, just going for the hit onto the Mercenary. We're at full presence, but it seems like he wants to go for the Mercenary and force out another elbow pad, so holding on to 1, just attacking the resources. But Gardner could still play with that bubble. Shevchenko, can he time it properly? He's able to get another bubble. So 3 bubbles, actually just extending the life of Shevchenko here. Not forcing out attack recovery at this point, but now going back to the rocket chair, but the psychologist able to use that whistle for the Mercenary to go for another rescue.
Yeah, Merc can go for a second save here. They have all their Cyphers at this point. We'll see. That's going to be the Psychologist getting pressured. That's fine. It's important the Embalmer pops and gets to the 54% Cypher. We're going to see the hit onto the Psychologist. Nice hit onto the Survivor there. But again, this Psychologist Cypher is the last Cypher. Or is not the last Cypher. It's going to be Embalmer. So it's okay that she is getting pressured here. This Survivor needs to try it. Will they body block here? Cypher's going really far for this double hit. And this is going to allow the Gardener to potentially get away here. And do we see the Embalmer onto the last Cypher just yet?
Another bubble plate? Able to get a 4th bubble! Holy smokes, Shevchenko forcing out these attack recoveries, and now Pallet Mind Game able to actually get a drop onto Pit Stoppers. So well on their way to try and tie this one out, but a double down situation, forcing Rum to go out of his way to move and rescue the Mercenary. So how they play this next game is going to be very telling, but Pit Stoppers now definitely all business at this point, holding on to this 2 Cypher remaining objective.
Can Mercenary self-heal in time here? He's going to be able to get up, does have an L-pad to work with. He does not see where the Mercenary is as well, so Mercenary able to make some distance here. Finally does catch sight of this Survivor, but he needs to be careful. He doesn't allow anyone to go to that last Cypher machine. That last Cypher is going to be the important Cypher machine to monitor here. It looks like we're going to see the Psychologist does get spotted here in this area. It does
Whoa.
get knocked down. Did have flywheel, but was not able to use it there.
Mm-hmm.
We need to see a new Cypher machine get started. Looks like it will be Embalmer to start the new Cypher at this point, and Mercenary will just go for the rescue once that Cypher has enough progress.
So we're seeing Pitstopper is actually chair close to the Cypher that is moving, but he's got to note that they are opening up another Cypher. So he still has trump card to work with. Let's see how he might overextend a little bit here for the Mercenary to kind of go for a free rescue. He's going at the back of the shack, so no one's actually here. And now this actually gives a big extension for Mercenary to kind of position himself, and this allows decoding progress to be done on their backup Cypher.
Yeah, I think he's just going to wait until the Cypher's prime before rescuing, just to be safe here.
Yeah.
So Cypher at 75%. KON in a position to potentially tie here, which would force an overtime round. 90% here on this Cypher machine. Will the Mercenary come in for the save now? He's going to come in for the rescue. Going to want to hold that elbow pad for the end game. There's the hit. They need to be careful, though. You might try to balloon the Mercenary. Mercenary needs to elbow pad away here so they can go for the pop. No, they popped two. Oh, Mercenary did not elbow pad. Mercenary needed to elbow pad away, and then they popped the Cypher machine. And Mercenary does not even have self-heal.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you're right. And now it seems like he's still holding on to trump card, by the way, folks. He has the blink to kind of blink down the Psychologist. Note that he only needs 3
there's a coffin,
to win.
though.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. So Mercenary could actually not even be chaired at this point. But he needs to get healed, though, and picked up. But it seems like Pitstoppers can't find the Psychologist. The earmark is actually trading off here. And look at that, Rum. Oh, he's actually going to try to go for it. Oh, hang on. Pallet mind game, Rum. Goes for the swipe. That's 3. Able to go for the 180 hit. And now Psychologist could see the rock chair. And we note that he still hasn't used trump card just yet, so he could go for teleport. The Mercenary is going to get rescued. This is going to be real tough here, Eli.
It's going to be interesting. I'm trying to kind of curious how KON's going to play this out. We do see the Survivor is dead on chair here. Pitstopper is going to teleport. Nobody at this gate just yet. And yeah, that's right. Psych is dead on chair, so he just needs to find one more Survivor to eliminate them and secure the win here. Needs to get a 3 kill. Let's see if he's able to find who is hiding up in this 2-story area. It looks like still not able to find anyone just yet.
No one's touching the exit gates just yet, and detention might run out in just
They're gonna
a
wait
bit.
out detention.
Yeah, so I think that's the best one. I think he saw someone actually up there. But yeah, it's still tough because they still got to open up an exit gate, and he could just actually focus in on one Survivor. Note that the Mercenary does have an elbow pad, so he could just like go for the Embalmer. But yeah, another intense back and forth here between 2 Survivors and 1 Hunter. Detention won't be a factor in just a bit, folks. And now Fi has to be very careful not to get spotted out in the open, and it actually does get spotted out in the open here.
Yeah, the Mercenary is going to drop both these pallets. Detention is going to expire, but the dungeon is right here. So basically what Pitstopper is going to do, unless Mercenary can actually make it to the dungeon here, but the gate does not have enough progress. It's only 40% of the way done. There's the hit. He can try to run to dungeon, but he's not going to make it. We're going to see him, unless the Embalmer, was he able to move the coffin? I don't think he was. Did he?
No. I think he might actually just chase out. Oh, he has to move him actually away from the dungeon because
he did move the coffin to the other gate.
Oh,
wait, if they coffined him immediately?
Yeah. Well,
would have.
Yeah, wouldn't he have? Well, he picked him up though. Then he dropped him. Oh, goes for the teleport to try and chase him out.
No, he's trying to force him out. Embalmer needs to not leave though. Embalmer's gonna leave. Can he clone back though?
Yeah, I think he can. And just like that. Oh,
there's the crawl.
Can he get?
He's
so close, and just like that, folks, Pitstopper is able to get a 3-man elimination, meaning Omni is gonna move on, just like that. Again, an intense back and forth between these 2 teams, but Omni comes out on top.
Embalmer. Oh, I think Embalmer made a mistake. He needed to take a hit, wait for the clone to disappear because the clone will expire. If he got a hit and forced attack recovery, the clone would have expired, so he wouldn't have been able to teleport to flip back.
True.
So Embalmer needs to take a hit there. He cannot leave the gate until the last second. Yeah, that actually. Yeah, if he did that, it would have been a tie actually, because he wouldn't have been able to go back
and go for that dungeon. And no detention was in play. So yeah, just like that. I think when the bullets were flying, when the thing was very intense, he thought that would be the best possible scenario. But got to give our kudos to Team Omni to get the victory here. Again, they're kind of like the overtime kings. We thought it was going to last for another OT game, but Pitstopper is getting the 3-person elimination, secures their spot at Call of the Abyss group stage, folks.
Yeah, just like that. That's going to be so that's going to be RVL and Omni moving on to the COA main stage, which will take place within the next month, next 2 months, something like that. That's going to be the 2 qualifying teams. This was a hard year for NAEU as well. There was a lot of very good teams. It is not easy to qualify at this, especially this year out of any year. RVL, one of the teams that I think a lot of people expected to do really well, and they were able to get the first qualifying spot. And Omni, a team that people, obviously we know of as they qualified 2 years in a row, but I think with all the high level of competition going into this, they weren't on the top of everyone's radar necessarily, but they were still able to take down MHX, which is a very, very strong team here, and then KON here to move on to the next stage of COA. Excellent job, from them.
Yeah, I would have to say they fought tooth and nail. I know yesterday was a lot of intense matches, but this one really, it all went down to the wire, especially this last match. It was between always two survivors and 1 hunter. They were really fighting tooth and nail for them to be able to call themselves one of the representatives of Call of the Abyss VIII for the NAEU region. So well-deserved, Team Omni. Congratulations. And KON, a team that we didn't have that much data on, at least now we have a story to tell come the next IVT or the next qualifier. Hopefully they stick together. Hopefully we see more of their names, and we can carry that story with us. Because this is still a journey, and for them to be able to push Omni to their limits, and also for them to be able to take a game win over AMEY with AMEY. That's what I say when I get my foot stubbed. Okay, is just an amazing run for them. So congratulations, Team Omni.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking back at the match at the Embalmer thing. So as a survivor, you have to make the hunter force him out. So he takes the hit, he gets attack recovery. You have to make him try to waste a couple extra seconds, make him swing at you again, make him hit you again out with attack recovery. Yeah.
Just so the clone would disappear, right? Or buy time, right? Ooh, wow. Again,
there was someone in the chat who was confused. I just want to make sure you guys understand that.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy because if you think about it, it just went down to the minute details, right? With the cage of the, I think that was the match number 2 of KON and AMEY, and then also down to the wire with the clerk matchup. If the survivors just bled out, that could have been different. And now it's just like this. But you gotta admit, when in the heat of the intensity, we want the very best to be able to move on. And that was Team Omni for today, folks. And they're only going to get better. So, talk me through these match stats we see in front of our screen.
We see here the first kite here from the Gardener, 120 seconds. Excellent job from this Gardener player. Almost enough for the Cypher speed. I think the last Cypher was at 60% around the time that they went down. But besides that, Pitstopper was able to get the rest of the survivors down very quickly towards the ending point of this game, shifting that to his favor, able to get the win there from what looked to be a very good position for the survivors. Gardner again wasting so much. Gardner is such a great character against the opera singer. You're able to continuously use bubbles to absorb hits against single hit hunters, and chasing Gardner first can be very difficult. And that was really shown in this match. But Pitstopper, from what looked to be a tied position, was able to turn it into a 3-kill. Very close there at the end, but definitely good utilization of the end-game opera singer.
Yeah, and you guys witnessed it here, folks. The match results are in front of your screens, and I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone that joined us in the chat. I know it's kind of late for you guys, and you've been here since the start. Giving a shout out to Blush, to Minnie, to Hanako, to everyone that is here. We appreciate y'all for staying up and rooting for your favorite teams. And do show some love to Team KON for making it this far. But we got to give our kudos to Team Omni for being one of the representative, a back-to-back representative for a team and for the NAEU division. I believe we are going to have an interview in just a bit, but we also have to crown the best deduction. I believe that might go to Pitstoppers with how well he's been playing. I think in the previous match he just got a tie, but all the rest of the games he was able to, at the very least, get a 3-person elimination.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see this final score 15-13 here. Just like to remind everyone who's as well to keep positivity in the chat instead of there's no need to debate any negativity. Just keep things positive and enjoy the result.
Maybe debate about Eli's takes on Mind's Eye. I'm kidding.
Well, there's no debate there. It's just factual.
He'll report your comment if you try to debate against Mind's Eye in rank. But I don't know. Maybe they like the extra skill needed to make Mind's Eye work. But all things considered, guys, we have your two representatives, Team RVL and Team Omni. RVL and Omni have represented NAEU in the past, and like Eli said, you know what, the state of NAEU has been rising and rising in terms of competition, and the fact that these teams stay so consistent and they stay above the pack means that everyone is definitely leveling up. So I can't wait how they're going to perform. Speaking of performance, we have none other than Omni's Pit Stoppers to get the best deduction. Again, he used the Opera Singer. He also used very meta hunters, but his Dream Witch also was a very standout performance in this matchup.
Absolutely. Opera Singer being a character that we expected to see a lot more, but ultimately coming out here and getting the victory for Omni here in the third round, and also the other excellent performance overall with the Dream Witch character we didn't really expect to see. Again, very good performance there, and then it was the Hullabaloo in the first round. Obviously, that's something that we would have expected, but yeah, overall, Pit Stoppers continuing to show why he's one of the stronger hunters from this region and really propelling Omni to that victory and sending them off to Koa.
Excellent performance once again on Omni side, and all the survivors. I mean, Fluff, Juan, they all had their moments in the sun. I mean, Fluff was just such a great kiter that provided so much. Again, we always highlight hunters, but also, you know, you got to give it up to the survivors as well. So shout outs to them, and shout outs also to KON making it this far in the tournament and really giving Omni a run for their money. But it will be the RVL and Omni to be able to represent Team NAEU. And next week, Eli, you'll be sacrificing your sleep schedule for the Southeast Asia qualifiers. Hopefully you'll be ready for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so for those of you who don't know, next week we have qualifier. It's not, Koa's far from over. Obviously, it just started, but we have more qualifiers next week. That's gonna be Southeast Asia qualifiers. So make sure you guys stick around for that. I know for people in the US, that time will be very difficult to watch, but I would still encourage you guys to come out and watch if possible. So we do have that next week, and that will be the qualifiers for the Southeast Asia region. Again, finally, I'd just like to thank everybody who kept all the positivity in the chat today. And we're going to get into our, I believe, interview now, right?
Yes. So let's head to our interview to see which representative from Omni will be interviewing, and it is none other than Pit Stoppers. Pit Stoppers, congratulations, my guy. You had an intense back and forth since the beginning, OT and now first to 3. How do you feel, and how does the team feel that now they're going back and representing the NAEU region in Koa?
Well, I feel very, very tired for one, but I feel very happy that we won. As well as my team is very disappointed in our survivors' performance, so they're not celebrating too early because in our chat they said the only reason they won today was because of me.
Oh, okay. So I like that mentality, you know, constantly improving and constantly finding ways to improve. So Eli, before you ask your question, just a follow-up. So this is your second time going to be representing NAEU region. What can the community expect from you guys now that you're heading back and representing NAEU in Call of the Abyss?
This actually be our third time. The community,
third time.
The community hopefully can expect the results. I'm very hard on my survivors. I only require excellence, and that's not what we had today. And I really want to show why NA can be a good region, and not just hunter-sided.
Okay, all right. Eli?
I wanted to ask, going into the second round, we saw the Dream Witch character selection, which is not a character we see, obviously very good, but not one we see being utilized as much in the current meta. I was curious, was your choice for Dream Witch there based off of the team composition and trying to counter the team comp, or more was it just a character that you had a lot of comfortability playing?
No, actually, it's a funny story behind it. Pawn had AON had messaged me a week prior of the competition after the brackets release, saying they like to face my Dream Witch so they could prepare for it. And I'm just like, what? So,
okay.
Yeah, so once they told me that, in my head, it told me they're probably not very good versus Dream Witch. That's why I picked it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you for sharing that. And I like the healthy competition that they like, yo, we know your dream, which is good. We want to face it. So let's switch things up towards the meta of how Identity 5 is right now in competitive. How do you feel about the current meta, the current ban system, and how does the team feel about it as well? Does it fit your play style? Give us your thoughts.
If it's my playstyle as a hunter, I love this new meta. But my survivors are they're clawing the floor. They said they can't deal with it. They don't like it. They're trying their best with it. But this new meta I feel like is very hunter sided. But also I feel like survivors can definitely get used to it once more matches happen.
Okay, that's fair. Eli, were you able to?
Yeah, I just want to say, if before we sign off here, do you have any message you want to say to the people watching, to your fans watching?
I would like to say to the fans, sumimasen, I'm sorry about performance today. It was not very good. It's not what our fans who have pride in us should expect from us. I'm sorry that of course, these are very good teams, don't get me wrong, they're amazing. But of course, I know the fans would like to see us doing really well and dominating, but that's not what we saw today. So I'd like to apologize to all the fans who supported us, and all the new fans who come after this, that please keep supporting us, and we will keep trying our best, because we want the best for NAEU.
Pit Stoppers, you're the man. Like, I know you aspire for excellence, but you have nothing to be afraid of because this was actually an amazing match. The back and forth was crazy. I know sky's the limit for Team Omni. So congratulations. I hope you guys could celebrate even a little bit before you get back into the training room. And we can't wait to see you in the big stage. So thank you so much for the time. Please celebrate and tell the survivors we say hi, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one. All right.
You too.
And there you have it, folks. Again, Pit Stoppers being a man of excellence, having that mama mentality for him to be like, okay, I got to keep improving because he knows that the global stage, they definitely won't hold back. And he kind of had the same thoughts as Schmitty, saying that, this is a very hunter-sided meta, and the survivors will need to find ways to secure some points coming into the global stage there.
Yeah, and that's just how the meta really has worked itself out. So much favorability for the hunter side. You have 2 rounds of very good hunters that are hard to even tie against, and even with the global bans for hunters being added in, it's still so good for these hunters. I mean, just having it, we've never really had 4 S tier hunters at one time. Nonetheless, having 2 S tiers plus 2 S plus tier hunters. So that's just, it's really interesting how this game's changed. Even with global bans, it's just so hard for survivors. And we've seen that not only today, we saw that yesterday. You're going to see that more even with the global teams as well, the professional teams in Japan and China. Even then, hunters will always have an advantage, at least in the current point in this meta. So.
Yeah, now that I think about it, usually it's just one big baddie hunter. I think the most we've seen was probably Call of the Abyss 3, where it was Dream Witch Bloody Queen. But I mean, the survivors that they had, they always constantly banned the Mercenary, the Seer. Yeah, this is actually kind of uncharted territories with how much deeper the hunter pool is and how deep the survivor pool is. But it definitely gets a lot more interesting come round number 3, where the variety and the creativity comes out on both the survivor and hunter side. But yeah, if this is the things to come, I don't know if the pendulum's going to swing the other way where the survivors get a power creep, or they're going to keep having a hunter-sided game as well. The survivors kind of go on defense mode because, like you pointed out earlier today, Eli, that getting a 1 survivor escape is already a victory. That's like getting a tie already. It's a huge deal.
Yeah, definitely. And that's just kind of how the game is currently. But with that being said, yeah, that's going to be RVL and Omni are the 2 teams qualifying for NAEU for this year for COAⅧ. And it's been an exciting year so far. I mean, we're barely into it. We watched the teams that made top 8. We watched their rank matches. Now we watched them actually compete here for a position in COA, and got a long way to go. China, Japan, we have Southeast Asia next week. That's very important to make sure you guys watch out for that. And for those of you wondering, it'll most likely be around April, sometime in April, when the group stage and the main stage for Call of Abyss begins. So even though this is wrapping up for NAEU, we still have Southeast Asia next week. Yeah. So make sure you guys are over there for that.
One thing I'm very excited about is your video on the golden apples to see like what predictions we're going to be seeing.
Yeah.
I know we got to like kind of study the rest of the people. And also, I'm excited to see the drawing of the brackets because that's usually where everyone like kind of sees where the competition's going to be. Usually there's a group of hope and a group of death. I hope some of our representatives will have a really good draw in the group stage for them to get further into the tournament. But yeah, we kind of just have to roll with the punches because last year, I believe, Schmitty was saying that RVL didn't have, they were in the group of death, but they, all things considered, I hope they were still happy with their performance because they were going up against really tough competition. So fingers crossed that they get a good, or our representatives in NAU get a good drawing of the brackets.
Yeah, that's always really important. We've seen that be not exactly optimal for the last few years for B4U/Rival. Hopefully they're able to get, and even then they put up some really good performances. But hopefully this year they're able to get the most optimal bracket. That's gonna be very crucial for NAU. But looking into our match results for today, we had the match of MHX versus Omni. A very close back and forth match there, in which Omni did win in overtime. We saw KON here versus AMEY, which KON with an insane comeback at the very, very end to somehow pull out an extra point victory over AMEY. And then KON versus Omni here, very close match up until the end, but Omni is able to come out on top with the third kill in that last round, was able to secure the win for them.
It really went down to the wire, and just the minute differences in the games with just like 1 point or 2 points, that just shows the level of competition that they're at, and they're only getting better. Like Pitstopper said, you know, it's back to the drawing board, and I'm sure Schmitty also is very much like in the improvement mindset where they want to constantly keep improving and they don't want to rest on their laurels because they know the other regions will also represent and really put up a good fight. And like we said, Southeast Asia is going to be next week, so hopefully we'll see you guys there because I'm pretty sure that's going to be an interesting one as well. I think it's just going to be one position because one already got invited. I think it was FT, so it's going to be a lot more intense.
Yeah, Southeast Asia is just won 7 games, top 8. What is it? Top 8, 7 matches altogether. No, wait, 4, 3. Wait, no, 4, 2, 1. Okay. There we go. Okay, yeah, figure that out. Yeah, so for Southeast Asia, one team has already qualified. The winner of the Southeast Asia IBC Identified Championship for Southeast Asia happens back in August, I believe. The winner of that automatically qualifies for COA. That was, as you mentioned, I think it was FT who qualified then, which means that now it's going to be up to one more team to see who will make it in this time around.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see also the differences in the kind of play styles and signature styles that we see, because there have been a lot of shakeups in teams as of late, even in Southeast Asia. So I wonder how that's going to play. And we did have a little bit of the roster. I can't wait to get your thoughts on that, Eli. And we'll be joined by Chocho, so that's going to be fun.
Yep, Chocho. Oh, that'll be, yeah.
Oh, wow, the eye roll. I see that. I see you.
No. It's okay, guys. Me and Chocho, we can say whatever we want about each other. It's not negative. It's an inside joke. Okay, so, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely. I love that banter that you and Chocho have.
For example,
if
you ask Chocho anything about music, she doesn't know. It's just no.
She knows K-pop. She knows that much.
Yeah. And then you ask any other genre,
and I'll speak on behalf of Chocho. She'd be like, if you ask Eli anything about technology, like, oh.
Well, I know how to stream.
That's good.
You know, so
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I got better. Work a capture card. I know how to stream.
Nice.
I know how to open YouTube on my iPad.
Oh, that's wild. But we're gonna move on here to check out the brackets again. Action-filled weekend here for the NAEU division, but to come out on top is Team RVL from yesterday's matchup and Team Omni. Congratulations for these two teams, and congratulations to all the teams that did show up here into this qualifiers. Again, you guys left it all on the table here. Hopefully, we'll see more of you guys in the upcoming IBP and in the future Call of the Abyss tournament qualifiers.
Yep. And we'll probably not see a stream this long again. This was a pretty long day. That was 9 hours, 10 hours? When did we start? We started 2.
9
hours and 5 minutes.
Holy smokes! Wow.
Of Identity 5 action.
So, with that being said, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to send you to the highlights, but we'll see you next week for Call of the Abyss qualifiers for Southeast Asia. That's Eli O. I'm Potch Spice. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you.